are for. That's what friends 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 are for. Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe, she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning. Nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC. The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it, while Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to said, could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that
reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I'm meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. Oh, we'll dance together. Oh, stay up all night.
You know what it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's the LPL regular summer split on week number 9 as well. My name is Derek and joined by Orcs yet again. We seem to be linking up a lot these days, as we are into the penultimate week where 6 teams already clinched playoffs. We've got 4 spots left remaining.
Yeah, and I feel like the pressure is rising.
Yeah.
I talked a lot on the last hit, which is our little podcast we do. I talked about how, this is the expected outcome. If this happens, and this is probably where we'll end up. Obviously, that never works out the way you'd expect, right? OMG beat V5, and I think that kind of sets the pace for the direction things are going. Like, we never know where things are going to end up, and there's still quite a bit in the air, still quite a bit that needs to be decided.
And I feel like every time we get to this point in the split, like we're at the same conversation, right? There is a lot that needs to be decided. 4 spots up for contention as we look at yesterday to kick things off. And if you're wondering why things look so heated now in the LPL, yesterday just blew our minds. I mean, not the LGWE series, but look up.
Yes.
OMG V5. I mean, V5 taking a loss to OMG was just the least expected.
You know what's crazy about OMG? Is they are currently 7-7 in series score. They are 19-19 in game score. So they have a dead even series score and game score. And I feel like, a lot of people will look at that and say, oh, that just means the middle of the pack.
Yep.
I don't know how strong OMG are. I feel like, they could lose to teams who are lower in the standards than them. I could totally see it happening. But they could also just take out V5 on a good day. And I feel like this team is so capable of punching up, but also being taken out by someone below them.
Oh, it really is. I mean, look at the moment again. Because of certain losses throughout the splitters, we will be talking today with our segments, it gets so much closer. And we're looking for that magic number 9 to still secure. However, 8 has shown in the past, as we say every single broadcast, to get people across the line. V5 right now sitting in 4th, where they were holding up in that upper echelon for a long time. We get to see, speaking of the upper echelon, a little bit more today. But Orcs, before we go into week number 9, as I said, our second last week, you and I have to look at Best of the Rift. And with Best of the Rift, this is our look back on the previous week, and it's in the form of our trading card game of our, esports manager Orcs. The graphics came in clutch here as we look at our top in each position from week number 8.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of RNG players up there, kind of the expectation after their win over JDG. But Aki, a big reason why OMG were able to take out V5.
Yeah.
Jackalove, I believe, came in with a pentakill this week, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so a lot of players who've really done a lot to impress in this week. And I feel like it's so difficult every time to just limit it to 1 for each role. But
it is.
These 5 really popped off.
I mean, I have to say, for Aki to be in there is really good, considering you look at our jungle pool. We have so many good junglers in the LPL, and the fact that Aki gets a top this week is just showing how OMG have accelerated and gone beyond our expectations. Right now, looking like a playoff team after that win to V5, but also after their huge upsets that have come through the split. We'll digress, though, because going through, we need to look at our Rookie of the Week as well, and it seems to be Shanji here. Remember, this is Rookie of the Year, not split, so people like Wayward, Shanji, Doggo as well with his first LPL split, now that he's back into.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is completely understandable. Obviously, we keep talking about it. OMG beating out V5. They also beat out AL as well early in the week.
Yeah.
So taking out 2 higher end of the table teams, and Shanji just was absolutely phenomenal. I feel like, he brings out all these crazy picks. He'll pop off in team fights so heavily. He's just a fantastic player to watch.
He is, and his champion pool's really being looked at seriously by some of these top teams. Like, Shyvana bans across the board. Shanji as well, someone who's played Rumble and taken that ban so many times. I feel like he's someone who has such a long champion pool but can play so many of those champions to a high caliber too. The skill capacity of Shanji right now is in the upper echelon of top lanes as well. Speaking of top laners, who at least was in 2021, Xiaohu is our man of the week. And Orcs, it's not a rare thing to be talking about this guy yet again, who I think has just been on a tear for the past 2 years consistently.
And looking good in summer, right? A lot of people talk about RNG not being as good in summer. We saw it last year. Spring champions, MSI champions didn't meet the same mark in summer. And it feels like they're in really good form. I think particularly we saw Breathe as well, who's in our Team of the Rift, and he had a fantastic series, but Xiaohu as well. I think RNG have kind of snuck up on everyone. I think people were so focused on the top 3, top esports, JDG, V5, that they kind of just didn't really have RNG in the forefront, and they were always like lurking there, ready. And after taking down JDG, they look to be in a really good spot, and they look to be continuing that with their series today.
And remember, it's because they've played a lot less series. Like, they had to play catch up because after MSI, I love what LPL did for them. Gave them that week break. The games they played in the first couple of weeks were so limited, so they actually got a chance to come back and get into it, right? So for RNG and Anyone's Legend, as we're talking about for RNG, they now have caught up, but Anyone's Legend is going to be a big match for them first. But later on, even FPX, Ultra Prime, fighting for their lives, especially Ultra Prime Orcs, who cannot afford to get to 10 losses because that is close to elimination zone.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I feel like that one's so important. Ultra Prime, there is the possibility that they get knocked out today and aren't able to make playoffs, so they absolutely need the win. FPX are in a position where they need the wins too, right? If they want to make it to 8 wins, which is that number we always talk about, they have 3 series left. They're at 5 currently. They need all the wins they can get. But that is our second series, focusing in on our first series, which is AL RNG. And, you know, out of the teams left for RNG to play, probably one of the hardest challenges.
True. I mean, Anyone's Legend have surprised us throughout the split. I feel like RNG, a team as well who have surprised us with the growth that they've had and the strong mid game as well. Let's at least start with RNG because they're definitely the favorites coming in. Because RNG right now, with the V5 loss Orcs, with JDG being tested as well, with the top of the standings only really being top esports with 1 loss, now RNG are making a run for top 2. And you look at the rest of their schedule, it's actually quite manageable. Like, that is, I think, one of the easiest schedules outside of today's game for RNG.
Yeah, I think I will say TT and AL can't be underestimated.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like underestimating any team in the league is a mistake. We saw RNG in spring. The last team to beat them before they went on to win MSI was WE, who came 15th and 2-0'd them right near the end of the split. But regardless, RNG, I have to admit, there could definitely be a lot harder arrangements for their final series. So in a position to really solidify potentially a top 2 spot and make it to that first round of double elim.
And we can see how, right? We can see it's not just about the position they're in, but more the quality of play that's been coming out, Orcs. We've been talking about Breathe a lot in the past week. I feel like for RNG, you know, Gala and Ming have been on an absolute tear. There's so many good elements of this team, and where do you want to start? Because I know that mid-game as well is just such a big strength where we see these fights come out.
I feel like for me, it's got to be Breathe because he was the biggest question mark. We've seen what the rest of this team can do. We saw them at MSI, right? We even saw them at MSI last year. Obviously, Xiaohu was in a different role. But Breathe was this relatively unknown element with regards to how he would fit in with the team. There were question marks as to why this ended up happening. Bin seeming like, you know, he was a big carry performer. We saw MSI finals. But I think this series was the one where we really saw the potential of Breathe with this lineup. He was against 369, which I would say a lot of people have the opinion that he's been the best performing top so far this split. I don't think that's a bold opinion to make by any means. And Breathe outperformed him.
Do you remember when we saw the Bin versus Breathe trade in summer? And we thought on paper it's just so much better. And Breathe is someone who, when he was on WE with Bei Sheng, he was a core focus of the team. Bei Sheng would play towards him. And then in the BLG lineup, it was like, man, there's so many moving parts. On RNG, I feel like you'd have so much better direction, Orcs, when all the parts move as a unit, especially when we get out of laning phase.
Yeah, and I think, you know, RNG are a team who are very well polished, very well coordinated. We've seen that. Their mid-game macro has been fantastic.
Yeah.
I think that's why, you know, it is going to take a bit of time. Typically, the expectation is you bring in a new player, they have to fit all your systems. And, you know, they've had, you know, 80% of a split now. And I think it is starting to come together. And they did say, Xiao had an interview after the series. They think they shouldn't have lost game 1, but they also think they shouldn't have won game 3 because JDG with the soul in hand, substantial lead, end up making the mistake. So it ends up balancing out. But yeah, I have to say, despite everything, you know, JDG put up a massive fight and RNG really had to work for this victory.
It's a balance, right? It's a force of nature. You got to give something to get something. So we go to a game 3, but RNG come out ahead. And again, you know, Gala, Xiaohu, these names like Breathe, we're talking about still. RNG firing on all cylinders. And that might just sound like a basic statement, but it really does feel true when RNG now sitting 10-2 on a 6-win streak. And as highlighted before, their schedule looks very manageable for them to hit a top 2 spot. We'll see, though, because moving on to anyone's Legend, Orcs, on the other side, this team has the complete opposite end, right? Their schedule looks hard, and anyone's Legend are reeling from the last couple of series because they're series that should have been winnable for a team of playoff expectations. FPX and OMG Orcs, they sting a lot.
Yeah, and it really hurts because AL's remaining schedule is pretty rough, and these are the games where we were hoping to pick them up, they'd be at 8 wins, they'd be in a comfortable spot, but they didn't end up coming out ahead. And it just feels like, I mean, OMG one, we look at OMG's current form, you can kind of get it, but the FPX one was particularly rough. But we have some clips here where AL, they just seemed not on the same page, which is such a rough thing to say when we've seen this team consistently work so well as a unit.
Yeah. I think team fighting as well is something you color casters in the team really highlighted. Like, Chocho and Betty was so great on that front, and you know, Ford just facilitated a role where he's going to be this utility, like this Swain, this Talia player, facilitates those other members. I think for anyone's Legend Orcs, is it a case of the teams they're going up against, or is it just the fact that this team has fallen short right when it matters?
I feel like they've just not been performing at the level we've seen them off. I mean, you got to remember that the reason we're so hyped on this team is not just because they were beaten down on some weaker lineups, but you know, they were one of the first teams. I think they were the first team to take a game of V5. You know, they beat out Weibo, they beat out TT, Ultra Prime, managing to, you know, do a lot of work in the earlier season that gave us hope in them.
Yep.
And it's just like it feels like they're at the final hurdle and they've started to stumble, not seeing the same level of play. And as a result, now the pressure on them is absolutely humongous. And I think what's especially painful is the series against OMG, where it's not just the fact that they lost, they also lost 2-0.
Yeah, and for anyone who doesn't know, that matters a lot because game score really comes to bite you, especially on the outskirts of playoffs. In that 7-8 position, 11th and 10th, game difference actually makes up quite a lot. We've had a lot of splits where game difference has gotten the final spot. So for AL, considering that's a position they're looking at, it's going to be a hard task. Let's again bring up that schedule. I know Munch looked at it the other day, but Orcs, like, it is the hardest schedule left. You look at the big names in it. For anyone's Legend, they need an upset guaranteed. It needs to start here today against RNG because you just look at those Titans and none are beyond the top 6.
Yeah, it's so rough. And okay, here's the good part, right? Is that, as we said before, normally 8 wins is in a good spot to make playoffs.
Yeah.
9 actually locks you into playoffs. I believe at this point we could see EDG are locked in at 6th place. So there is 4 matches left. I'm not saying they have to beat all of these. If they have to beat all of these, I think I would just be writing it off. But they have to find at least one win, I feel, between these 4. And that is going to be a challenge. That is going to be difficult. Yeah. And the thing is, winning today against RNG would be massive, would be fantastic.
True.
But bare minimum, I want to see the AL that we had hope about. I want to see the AL that inspired us, that made us believe. You know, the one that was the throwback to the old Rogue Warriors. I want to see them at least show up against RNG, even if they don't get the series win today.
True.
You know, if they're going to go up against all these Titans in the remaining series, they need to be in good form.
And at least pick off a game, I think, is important as well. But looking at the positives here and the focus, bit of a story coming in to finish us off between our 80 carries. And finally, they get to verse off for the split. Remember that Betty was on RNG. Betty was the 2020 80 carry and then got replaced by Gala. This is Betty's revenge, Orcs. And if this is time for him to step up, then so be it, because Gala's going to need a whomping with the amount of power he's had this split.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Gala has been so aggressive in how he plays out the team fights. Things like Aphelios dashing forwards, being the primary engage for the team. And you kind of see that reflected in the fact he is first for solo kills for 80 carries, which is pretty hilarious. But Betty has been this solid carry for AL when it comes to team fights. Things like the Senna has been a massive utilize her off. And I think their laning has been so aggressive between him and Chocho. So I'm hoping and expecting a clash in the bot lane.
Surprising 2v2. Gala and Ming not outside that fact, but it's definitely going to be fun watching them go head-to-head, considering that, you know, for Betty, 2020 was such a disappointing year for him. He had to build himself back up. On Anyone's Legend, you know, Betty was like, all right, well, he gets a bit of a chance. Of course, Rogue Warriors, as it was known before. But he was also having to prove himself against people like Jung Wooji, who was fighting a position 4. Eventually becomes a starting 80 carry, and now going up against Gala 2 years later after Gala replaced him. It'll be a big win if Anyone's Legend can pull it off. Again, a quick reminder, Anyone's Legend is 7-5. They are now on a 2 losing streak, as evident by their schedule that they've had. I mean, FPX, OMG weren't wins. It will bite them in the butt later on if it keeps going like this. And for RNG, I mean, their schedule, we said was easy, but Orcs, if they're able to pick up this win, and with the way the schedule's looking and how easy it's looking with IG, TT, and LGD, TT might be different, but RNG can get 14. And if RNG get 14-2, that is a top 2 position pretty much every single split. Means RNG would get a direct berth into the double elimination in our playoffs, guaranteed our top 4 worth of points, and might even be guaranteed worth worlds at that point as well. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think. So that's why this series matters so much. Orcs, as we get into pick ban, still on 12-13.
Yeah, and just to touch on that, game difference also going to be massive. RNG won at 2-0 because there is a chance JDG matched them at 14 wins, and it will come down a game difference in that case. So, but we do fly into draft, as you said. Poppy, Lissandra, and Lucian banned out. So Lucian's an interesting one because we saw in the recent days, Lucian priority, you know, in the past few weeks, has just completely dropped off a cliff. It has had a resurgence. Clearly, it's been doing work in scrims, and it is now being banned away again here against RNG. You know, we do see that Calista and the Zeri, so quite a few 80 carry bans taken off the cards. Wukong going to be the final one away from AL.
Okay, well, things like Talia still available. Orcs we've seen in the past couple of patches. Past couple of weeks. Talia, Silas also first pick worthy here. Is Anyone's Legend going to pull that up? But what do you give away here, Orcs? What do RNG go for in the rotation?
So I feel like the reasoning for this Silas pick is because it means RNG on an uncomfortable spot if they want to take Gnar. You will take Talia here because Talia is a really good matchup in the Silas. Obviously, the Unraveled Earth can cause some issues as he is a melee champion. And your ult isn't exactly the most useful in fights to steal. The question is, what do RNG take next? Because they could easily pick up Aphelios, which Gala has been fantastic on. They could look towards the Gnar, but obviously you're given a great ult over to ZDZ.
Yeah.
There's a lot of options in this situation, but I feel like Aphelios would probably be the one that makes the most sense in my mind for RNG. They could also lean towards the jungle, things like the Viego.
True.
Obviously something Wade does like to lean on.
You know, I just came off casting the PCS yesterday, Orcs, and Yuumi has like an insane priority. So I truly wonder if we get any facilitation there with Aphelios still available as well. But for now, jungle does come through, as you were mentioning. The vibe picked up for Wade, while that Gnar is going to be breezed through him for ZDZ, just has the option of picking up that top laner, which he's only played once, but still might be a simple pick. As hang on, Sever Yuumi, Orcs, to extend my point.
Yeah, so you know RNG hasn't picked an 80 carry. They can't pick an 80 carry and a support, so you take the super scaling bot lane, and also you're into a Vi, so the spell shield is fantastic into the Vi, obviously completely blocks the ultimate. AL have a lot of power in the bot lane, and RNG, they have choices here. They can pick up the Gnar and then ban away counters, or they can try and pick half of their bot lane if they do want something like that Aphelios. It looks like they're going to go in this direction. So they'll take the Gnar. They'll probably ban away ZDZ's Jax. I think would make complete sense in this situation. And AL maybe looking towards those 80 carries, maybe looking towards that Aphelios and really thinning the pool for Gala.
And back to ZDZ's pool a bit, and like the Jax you mentioned, you know, things like the Camille as well. GP also is most played. ZDZ's not your normal top laner. He is not playing the Gnar himself. He's not picking up Sejuani at all. There's a lot of volatile picks here for this top side, so kind of curious to see where RNG go elsewhere in the direction as we get a Tristana ban for Gala, knowing that he has often played that into some of the bigger matchups in the past.
Yeah, I can understand they want to sort of taper down the aggression RNG can offer in the bot lane. To me, I feel like Tristana's not that big of a problem for Civi. You can spell shield her explosive charge and really weaken the trades. But regardless, they are, as expected, going to thin out the 80 carry pool. And that's the difficulty for RNGs in this situation, is what are they going to be able to pick up in return to respond to the super sailing bot lane? Will they go for something aggressive to punish, or will they match kind for kind with scaling?
I mean, Gala has been an Aphelios, a Jinx player, right? As you said before, the Lucian not really looked at, but the ban against Gala when he's 4-0 on the champion, when Kallista's up the board, now Aphelios too. Zeri, Kalista, like, look at the AD bans here, Orcs, and Gala's like, what do I have left?
Yeah, there's still some fringe picks. There's still, I mean, technically Senna's still available, which they could bring out, although I'm not sure if they really want to win this situation. You can see him hovering up a bunch of champs here. Really can just be a curveball, right? You can take something like the Cogmore here if you really wanted to, and it would trade very well into the Sivir in the laning phase. So
okay,
looks like they are going to go in that direction. Expectation on the back of this is you're going to have Lulu as that last pick. Cog Lulu is just that tried and true combo, and they clearly want to have that pressure in lane, but still scale up excellently.
Well, I mean, I love seeing a Cogmore, especially when you have a lot of Wombo in the mix as well. For Gala, we know that he wants something alongside him, Orcs. Lulu's still available. Feels like for Ming here, he's just going to wait for his options. While for anyone's legend, I mean, Xiao Hao is such an aggressive jungler. The Xin Zhao would sit nicely. What else here, Orcs, as we get the Xin Zhao locked in? Top side for ZDZ might be standard this time.
Yeah, so Nara is going to have pressure in the matchup, but we've seen times where Gwen has been able to weather the storm, and she's just such a monster in the later stages of the game, right? So much power between the Xin Zhao and the Gwen as well to, you know, negate damage with the immunity from the Gwen, with the ultimate from the Xin Zhao, really allows AL just to charge forwards and try and get on top of Gala. And it does look like they are going to lock that Gwen in. And then RNG, this has to be a Lulu in my mind. I don't see any other direction. The synergy between these two is a bit of a no-brainer.
I mean, Ming is someone who, you know, has played many an Enchanter. No Lulu this split, but if he picks it up, it would be his 12th unique pick in the support role. They're still hovering. Ming thinking about it. Oh, that face. Does Ming not want to play Lulu? To be fair, I don't want to play Lulu.
It's got to be. It's got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be. There's no way it's not the Lulu.
Well, I'm glad it is, Orcs. Maybe just about playing it as RNG lock it in. Now, we do have a lot of early mobility on RNG. Start me off with them, because when you have scaling in the bottom side, I'm wondering about transition here and what you think of the draft.
Yeah, so I feel like, you know, the Cog Lulu makes sense into the Sivir Yumi. You're going to have a lot of trading power early, and the mid-game spike is going to be really hard to deal with, because Cogmore, you know, a lot of AD carries need to get to like 4 items before they can reliably shred through tanks. Cogmore can do it at 2. You can just absolutely massacre through bulkier targets. And it's kind of important that we have this Gwen Xin Zhao, because, you know, you need that immunity to be able to survive the damage. If they get Gala ahead, they play around and they have a lot of control, right? You have the Vi, the Gnar, who can take down high priority targets. You have the Talier, who can peel for him. They kind of just want to function in that front to back, right? Just have Cogmore just be this big, beefy pick who can just take down any threats that come near him. I feel like has to be the play for RNG.
And of course, as we look behind you, Xiaohu is not a Gnar mid, folks. I mean, that is just a bug on the layout there. Is we are back in the stage, Orcs. We didn't get to say it, but we are back in the arena. There you go. Xiaohu is actually the Talia in the mid lane. And finally, you know, the players on stage, there is no audience, but here in week 9, just getting that vibe with players gearing up in the same area feels so good to watch as RNG and Anyone's Legend try and juke it out for this upcoming playoffs. RNG already secure, but a top 2 position looking very likely when this team can still reach 14 and have an easy schedule to do so. For Anyone's Legend, they're outside the cusp right now. 7 wins, but their schedule includes RNG, JDG, EDG, top esports. I would not wish that on anyone. It's like putting them in an electric chair and hoping the fuse blows out at this point, Orcs. It's dangerous, but for Anyone's Legend, they've surprised us before. As we're about to head on to Summoner's Rift here for the start of our Monday, we get a delay, and nothing could hype us up more. Let's go. Everyone loves delays, as I guess we're just going to sort that one out.
It's expectation though, right? You know, we've just got back.
Yeah.
Just vibing, right?
Yeah.
Very there, really chill now. But we have the delay that comes out. You know, we are just going back into being on stage. Expectation is there going to be some technical issues to sort out. Hopefully we get into that soon.
Yeah.
But we had to talk a little bit about AL's composition on this one, because I feel like
Sorry, Orcs, go on.
unfazed, unbothered.
Yeah, in my zone. Oh, yeah. This is the in my lane cam, right?
Absolutely. This is how you gotta be, right? When there's a delay, when there's a pause, if you get stressed about it, you're just gonna end up getting waked up. this is exactly how you want to take it, right? Just chilling out, unbothered.
Snooze, dude. You know, Betty and Wei, they know the mentality, right? Especially when for this game, we know that Betty's gonna have a big part to play, especially if he gets to that civil late game. We're waiting to get a bit of an update here as I check my magic marker box, but there's nothing there yet. So we'll work that one out. But Orcs, I'm going to assume maybe there was a swapping issue. We did see on the back panels that Shahu and Breathe, excuse me, I almost said Bin, didn't actually swap by the looks of it. So we'll work that one out and get back to you as soon as possible. Hey, at the very least, for RNG, I think putting Gala in something like this, putting Gala to carry right now is a very good move, considering that Gala has 10 solo kills, and he's probably one of the best performing AD carries this split. By the way, 10 solo kills for an AD Orcs is kind of insane when you consider they're always in their duo.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this game is going to be one where we'll get many more solo kills. I feel like you have this Lulu-Cog pairing. You want to kind of be together whenever possible. And abusing, the way they interact together. The reason this lane is so strong is because when Kog'Maw pops his W, he gets that increased range, he gets that percentage HP damage. Not many AD carries can match that, but you combine that with like the extra attack speed, movement speed from Lulu and the picks damage, and it's like for that period when his W is up, he just beats anything. He just beats anything in a trade straight up in terms of AD carries. And I don't think Sivir can walk up to you. I don't think there's ever really a point where Sivir can get in your auto range when you have those buffs up. She's kind of going to be relying on hitting the other members of the team, using the ricochets. And then if there is CC that comes down, say the Silas gets a chain lash onto the Kog'Maw, that's when you can, throw a boomerang blade or maybe step up to get some damage off.
But also what we've seen now in some of these lanes, right? The early game of Sivir, no longer getting mana back off the spell shield to sustain their Orcs, but this Sivir is running out of mana very early. We're not seeing mana items come through either with things like the tier that we used to get. And so I'm kind of just curious as we run through this because through that early lane, Gala and Ming, we talked about the 2v2, but more so we talked about that for Betty and Chocho as well, being one of their strengths with a bit more of a passive phase. And I wonder if anyone's Legend try and set up ZDZ in the top side or maybe even Forge as well, because that hasn't always been the direct line of attack.
I mean, if you get strength in the mid-jungle, it can make such a big difference. Bear in mind, Shahu is on a Talia, which is a roaming pick. It's a pick that's good at finding prior in the mid lane. We've seen how fantastic he could be on this. And you have a top lane matchup where if Gnar gets a lead, he can just dumpster the Gwen. You have a bot lane matchup where if the Kog Lulu gets a lead, they can just dumpster the Sivir. And you have a roaming mid laner for Shahu. That's worrying. That's what I'm worried about for the side of AL. I think if AL get to the later stage, if they get 4-item Sivir, if they get, Gwen to a point of power, I think they're going to be in a really strong position to team fight. In AL, we've seen from them, their biggest strength is those 5v5s, is those team fights. They've had games where they've been 10,000 gold down and they've managed to win fights from that position. A comp like this will allow them to do so, but it is about getting there. And you talked a bit about the Sivir Yumi. Sometimes we even see Sivers taking teleports recently, just so they can obviously stay up with that lane pressure. The thing is, even for the bad lanes with Sivir, this is why she's quite powerful at the moment. Her W wave clear is actually getting nerfed on the next patch that isn't, live for Rush yet. Because you can just obliterate waves. You don't have to play the lane out in terms of interacting with the opponent. That's the frustrating thing, is even if it's a bad lane, you just one-shot the wave, walk away. One-shot the wave, walk away.
It's about time. I mean, that W is insane, right? The fact that you get, 6 or 8 bounces, Orcs? With the W.
8 bounces total. And it can bounce back to minions, yeah.
That's right. And it can bounce to the same target. What's more important is it gives me reminiscence of the dark wind of old Fiddlesticks when it used to bounce between 2 champions in the wave. We've seen late game, and even yesterday, when I cast PCS yesterday, I was looking at Deep Cross Gaming versus CDBC Flying Oyster, and they're 2 top teams, right? Chris Carter played Sivir, got to late game, 6-item Sivir, and at that point, hit ricochets. And in a team fight, it literally half-health the GP after 2 autos where he wasn't the main target. It gets insane. And alongside of Yumi as well, the late game is just nuts.
The movement speed is insane. And she kind of ends up being a bit like Vayne, in the sense that Vayne has weaknesses in the late game, right? In the sense that she's shorter ranged. But she's so strong, right? So much single target DPS, so hard to pin down. Where Vayne has the mobility of a tumble and her invisibility, Sivir has the movement speed of a passive and ult and her spell shield, different tools to mitigate that short range. And Sivir's more of an AoE DPS, whereas Vayne is a single target. But the late game is still such a problem if you get to that point. And also something to mention is, when we see Yumi, something that's really important is not just, okay, Yumi Sivir, that's going to be fantastic late game, right? It's also, who is Yumi going to attach to sooner than that? Because it's going to take a while for Sivir to come online. And Xin Zhao is one of those picks where if you pair it with an enchanter like Lulu, like Yumi, can absolutely thrive and be such a menace, right? And there's extended fights. If we do end up seeing, you know, Sivir left alone to farm in a side lane, and we could just see the Yumi pair up with the Xin Zhao, and that can really be a problem in skirmishes.
And I feel like a lot of the time the Yumi's leaving lanes earlier and earlier. As ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you it was a ban pick issue. They're still investigating by the looks of it. The camera brings them together. Xiaohu and Wei, you know what they're thinking about? They're thinking, when can we get into this game? And Orcs, how can I continue to keep us entertained? And I have just the idea. We're not doing an arcane quiz today.
Oh, okay.
You know what we're going to do? I'm going to test you, right?
Oh, no.
I'm going to test you, okay? So, for example, League of Legends Ultimates. Now, this is going to be a sentence that describes what the ultimate does, and you tell me the champion's ult, right? And you got to give me the name. I'll give you an
the
easy
name of the
one to
ultimate
start
or the
off.
name of the champion?
The name of the champion and the name of the ultimate. I'm going to give you the description. All right? Okay. Don't worry. Hey, we're here. We're waiting for the pause. We'll be fine. Okay. So, this is an easy one to start you off. This ulti summons a spectral box that slows the enemy. You can give you the champion, give you the name.
That's Thresh, and it's the box, right?
Okay, good. So that's an easy one to start off. Okay, let's go to a little bit harder, right?
Can
this
I
one.
phone a friend? Can I lock this in?
No. You'll be fine. Hey, dude, you used to play professionally. You're fine.
I don't read the abilities.
That's okay. Well, you know what it does. Like a roundhouse kick that launches the enemy backwards.
Okay, that's Lee Sin, Dragon Rage, right?
Yeah, okay, all right. There we go. A 2 for 2. I hope people at home are playing along as well. Let's try this one. Fires a large cannonball that damages all in its path.
Fires a large cannonball
that damages all in its path.
Would that be Tristana?
Yes, it is. People would think GP, but it's not. GP fires it from the ship. That's right. It was Tristana. 3 for 3. I see logos, Orcs. Never mind. The quiz is done. The hardest question not going to come through. As we finally get into game between RNG and Anyone's Legend. We have a cute doggy on the Rift. And we have a pretty important matchup that is going to lead us to potential playoffs for Anyone's Legend or RNG to further get closer at securing first. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. You're all rewarded for waiting so patiently. As Anyone's Legend start with the bottom brush bait, but they will not get the bait in for RNG and Orcs. You were talking a little bit about getting Gala ahead here, the priority on this RNG bottom side, while also mentioning people like Betty, you know, ZDZ, scaling elements there where side lane threat seems to also be an issue if RNG get later into the game.
I mean, we want to see, you know, these side lanes from AL get to the later stages if they're going to come out ahead. We actually even see Betty go the Ghost, which I kind of like here. But if you look at the summoners, right, you have Ghost, which is a team fighting summoner. That's not a laning summoner. You have Exhaust and Heal on Chocho, the defensive two. There's no Ignite between them. To me, this is AL's bot lane saying, look, we ain't got any plans for the early game. We're just going to try and scale up, which I think is the right call. But we'll have to see if they're able to do that or if it does mean RNG are able to succeed in that regard. We have Cleanse from Gala, which works well against the Yumiel, but also, more importantly, is going to be able to remove the exhaust that Chocho does have when they are going for those heavier trades.
And speaking of runes, he's also got Halo Blade, so quick burst trades here from Gala is already stepping up to the wave to aggress. As Chocho dismounts, Gala and Ming push on up. So the bottom lane 2v2 already starts the way we expected it. With junglers in the top side for now, Orcs, it is a red and blue start. With Xiao Hao and Wei both pathing towards this lane, and Gala and Ming have got good reason to set up their jungler to come down with early aggression.
Chocho has been doing a fantastic job there, though. You saw Gala uses his W initially to just go for a very short trade, and then with it being down, that's the window you can punish. And you saw Chocho was just not even attached to Betty, just spamming those autos. Now, Gala and Ming are close to hitting that level 2 and will have that pressure. We see Xiaohu already putting a ward down on Raptors. They will have full information when Xiaohu does pat down there, unless he chooses to dodge away from the ward. And it looks like he is going to walk over. He will or will not actually be spotted out. But, you know, I guess they can maybe presume if the Raptors hasn't been taken, he would be down there regardless. Yeah. And they do also have a ward, if you notice, on the Tribrush now. So he's not really able... There is one angle he could maybe... No, I think he would get caught on that ward around Raptors. So there's no way for him to leave his jungle without being spotted.
Unless he goes through the lane the long way, you're right. It's going to be hard to look at while Wei is on this bottom side as well. As we look at the 2v2, I mean, Halo Blades again, Ignite down. Betty low as Chocho also going to burn the heal. So 2 summoners for 1 RNG trade favorably.
Yeah, and you just got to be so cautious. Once that level 2 is hit and Main can buff up Gala, you can be so threatening. Don't even actually have the W yet. Now it's available. Gala's going hard.
I mean, level 3 hit. Chocho going to absorb the rest of the damage. Might not matter as the Yuumi, but if you look at jungle, Wei and Xiaohao are battling it out with Xiaohao winning that said trade. Going in deep, and Orcs we didn't get to see, but I believe it was the security of blue buff that actually went to Wei.
Yeah, Wei, he's got his camps. He was able to get what he wanted. But unfortunately, Scuttle's going to be taken on the bot side. So he's now actually looking for a gank here. He's avoided that ward. But I feel like AL's bot lane are already going to be playing so safe. I don't expect this to work. They have pushed the wave in. We'll see if RNG up to freeze that one, but AL will go for the reset here. And if you look, I think they are trying to make that freeze happen. Wei obviously moving down there means he's not going to be able to take this top Scuttle, and Xiaohao will just sweep that one up.
And get the topside Scuttle and maybe move to topside as well. I mean, Breathe is pushed out, but as Xiaohao wings it around, Xiaohu might be in trouble as Forge with the Abscond of Duck. Gonna connect. Xiaohu might need to burn the flash, but waiting patiently. He doesn't use it until it's too late, or rather almost too late. Forge burns his own, and it's a close call, but well held from the mid laner of RNG.
This seismic shove there was massive because he actually knocked Xiaohao, so the Wind Become Lightning didn't connect. That extra damage, 2 points not already. It was one of the things that broke Xin Zhao back in the meta, was the buff to it. Certainly would have taken him down. So Xiaohu just surviving there. We'll be able to clear out this way. We'll be able to reset. And all in all, right, flash from Forge, flash from Xiaohu. That is a good trade for RNG. The fact that this gank happens and you trade 1 for 1 in summoners, you both reset and TP back in, you'll take that.
Plus, you have Unsealed Spellbook as well, right? So we'll get to the point where some of those trades will be less meaningful because Xiaohu will be able to sub out Orcs. I think another big thing I want to pull out is that we do have junglers up on the same side of the map again, but that vision control from RNG is where I want to land, because right again, around that blue buff, RNG are prioritizing tracking Xiaohao to the death.
Yeah, and I think it's important, right? The power of the Xin Zhao and the skirmishes. The Vi is good at setting up ganks, right? You have that immediate power if you land the Q. But if you do get stuck in melee range, the Xin Zhao, he will become problematic in those extended trades, utilizing the passive and the knock-up on his 3-talent strike. And to be honest, looking at this bot lane, Betty and Chocho, they did be in that early summoner. The Ignite is back up for RNG. But what they've been doing really well is whenever Gala pops his W and goes for an aggressive trade, Chocho just speeds Betty up. Betty also tries to get a spell shield out because that does give you the passive movement speed. And they just run away. They're like, nope, you popped your W, we're disengaging. Right. But they're going to have to try and disengage from this.
But Xiaohu's already level 6. Forge is coming down, but he hasn't stolen the Weaver's Wall. So if Xiaohu lands here, even without Flash, it's going to depend on if he sets the trigger into motion. However, at the moment, with Xiaohu getting spotted out and Wei on the wrong side, it looks like the play is negated in the nick of time.
Yeah, so good defense there. Not sure how intentional it was from Xiaohao, but now they're looking.
Vault Breaker's going to get him as well. Hasn't stolen the ulti yet. Maybe needs one off of Wei as the Ignite's already enough. Wei's lens gets first blood as Xiaohao spots the RNG bottom lane moving into a brush, but the Ignite triggered on down. Gala's damage still enough as Ming survives too. And now Dragon is going to be started with RNG pulling the gold trade.
Yeah, and it's a Hex Tech Dragon as well. A pretty strong boost early, getting that attack speed, getting that ability haste. Can really, especially for the Cogmore, right? It's 6% attack speed. Definitely a nice boost to get and to start building towards that soul. But yeah, it's a nice gank coming out from Wei there. And I think the big thing is like how well he used the sweeper. One of the things, if you ward over a wall, information goes to both sides. But because he uses the sweeper here, he knows that Forge is here and Forge has no information in return. The control ward in the brush means that RNG know that they can't be countered. And it's just an easy pickup. You land the CC, you chain it with a Talia, nothing the Silas can do.
That smooth play gets Wei the first kill of the game as well. Caulfield's Warhammer going to be Chempunk first, and we've talked about it so many times. The gold value on Chempunk is just so worth it, especially Orcs when you're going up against a Yuumi, Silas, Gwen. Xin Zhao as well with healing in his kit. I think worth cannot begin to describe it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's the fact that like this is the build we've seen on Vi recently. It's kind of being like you build the Chempunk Chainsword first for that instant stat spike, the extra AD in your abilities, and then you go into like a tank mythic, particularly Sunfire's being the popular one, because You know, Sunfire is just really strong at the moment. We've been talking a little bit about how obviously 12.14 is the patch we're seeing in solo queue that is live. We're still on 12.13. Both Kempong Chainsword and Sunfire have been nerfed on that new patch, and this Vi is going to abuse both of them, both in a very powerful position right now. And we do see, just to go back to what's happening on the map, AL have started up this Herald, but Wei has spotted out Xiaohao, and you see the solo lanes from AL instantly collapse. They know they have to defend this.
I mean, Forge doesn't have an ulti to steal. Wei still has his assault and battery as Xiaohao zones him out, and the Herald is going to be let go while the bottom lane should be able to find a plate here in response, which might mean more worth. So we'll see how much Gala and Min can get, but at the very least for anyone's legend, getting that objective when they're 1,000 gold behind is going to be a good test here, Orcs, and I wanted to talk to you about lanes to expose with it, because at the moment, no lane really winning in CS, apart from mid going even.
Yeah, I think, you know, you obviously could put on resources and try the side lanes to get an advantage, but you could also just put it mid and try and put some pressure on a Xiaohu, because you saw him go for that roam earlier, and Forge pushed the wave into the tower, but wasn't able to really find any damage on the tower. You can punish the roams from Xiao. If you throw that Herald down when he moves towards bot, get a few plates, and make it so he has to stick in the lane, the threat of losing the tier 1 could be a viable option. We'll see what AL look to do on the back of that. But what I do like is that Betty and Chocho were actually in their own jungle. And as a result, RNG didn't know where they were. They could have thought, okay, they might be coming top. Therefore, we don't want to fight. They already have setup. They already have vision. And then Betty and Chocho didn't actually move all the way top. So they instantly went back bot and they only lost one plate. We often see teams heavy commit topside and then end up giving over a ton of plates in return. And it's like, well, what was the point then?
I mean, especially against the Kog'Maw Lulu, right? When we talked about RNG, putting the eggs in the basket here, making sure that Gala and Ming get ahead, that would have been just such a rough play, making the Herald not worth it. But as Xiaohao looks for angles, we kind of got to take stock of the rest of the map because we keep panning to the camera top lane. ZDZ versus Breathe is working out for Breathe yet again, Orcs. What a surprise that Breathe on Nah is popping and doing well in the matchup.
Yeah, which is good to see for RNG, but it's not too damning for AL. The expectation is this is how the matchup should go. Oh.
Did he know? Breaker in. We're going to cease and desist this one as Xiaohao might be arrested in the end. As he flashes over the wall, the police stop chasing. Does anyone's legend survive on the bottom side while Breathe continues tumbling top with the needlework flying out too?
Yeah, and ZDZ is at this point where, you know, early levels, you can kind of withstand the damage from Breathe with second wind with Doran's shield. You're no longer at that point. Breathe is doing a bit too much damage to you, but you also can't find these all-in windows yet. Level 9, not really strong enough on the Gwen. Level 13 is a big spike, but ultimately, this is now even more for scaling picks than when it was before. ZDZ is just trying to get to the later stages where he can be an absolute monster and lose as little as possible. So down one plate for now, but it looks like with him having to reset, he could go down another plate as well. Actually, we'll see if Xiaohao gives him... Yeah, I think they're giving him the Gromp for the sustain here, so gotta help keep him in lane. What a bro Xiaohao is, yeah.
I mean, can I just say, Orcs? I mean, Gromp healing. Does it get nerfed in 12-14? Do we finally get rid of it? Oh, god damn. It's so much. It's literally like a quarter of your health and mana bar.
Yeah, and you know what? You would never see that in solo queue. You would never see a jungler say, yeah, bro, you can have my Gromp, right? You know, try asking for that in your solo queue games and see what happens.
Dude, people don't even give over blue buffs anymore, Orcs. Like, third blue buff still denied as a mid laner. I feel like, Xiaohao's been a bit of a bro, but as he walks down to the bottom side, remember that this bro needs to drop the Rift Herald. 5 seconds until Dragon spawns. Maybe to add a bit of pressure while there's still plating available, but RNG getting the river control first, and Xiaohao thinking about where he wants to enter.
He has to throw the Herald down mid. Only thing that makes sense at this point. Get the pressure towards Dragon and pick up the 2 plates. Should just be able to clear out this wave and get it here. But you see RNG in position. If he does miss stuff, he will get punished. But you see they just respond. They're like, cool, we're going to defend against the Herald here. It's going to get the shot. Oh, actually doesn't.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
From Wei.
And he's got another.
Such a heavy blow.
Orcs, he's got another as well. Wei has a smite for this upcoming Dragon, so no plating going over. And that blow, I mean, that hurts so much when anyone's legend. We're looking to give Forge a bit of that gold. Considering this Silas needs to ramp up a bit, but Orcs RNG now on the second Dragon. This is going to make things a little bit difficult as we start rolling for the soul. To the Hex Tech, it's an Ocean Soul. Okie dokie. For a Kog'Maw Lulu, that's a dream.
Yeah, you'll absolutely take it. And there is some cost for RNG, right? Breeze gonna have to TP in here, and he has, I think he's gonna lose a second plate here. Ooh, does he defend it? The last minion. Oh, it stays up. So close to getting that second plate for ZDZ, just shy of it. But regardless, you know, a little bit of cost in the top lane, but you're completely happy with that, right? You have the 2 dragons. AL get the Herald, but don't even get use out of it. And this is the problem, is Xiaohao took so long to throw down the Herald that RNG knew it was coming, right? Because the timer was so close to being expiring, they were ready. And the fact they all moved and managed to burst it out, it really puts AL in a rough spot, because being down in dragons and being down in gold is like a double whammy.
As you said, you know, waiting for those side lanes to get to a powerful position. People like Forge, ZDZ in this game. If anyone's Legend still behind 1,000 gold, and not the end of the world, but we are seeing some big items coming out. With Blade of the Ruin King already picked up by Gala. We're close to the Everfrost here from Xiaohu in the mid. And the Chem Punk has been picked up by Wei. So RNG right now have relative power, considering that we have a Gold Drinker and Everfrost just picked up. But at the very least, Orcs, I'd say Gala's in a good enough position, right? Like, you know, 2 dragons, bottom side's focused. They're struggling in the 2v2 still. And you know, Gala might not be in a CS lead, but he's definitely in a position of power here as he comes across with me.
For sure. I mean, AL's bot lane managed to stabilize. It's at the point where the Civic can just destroy the waves, so there isn't really any threat of them pushing in. They don't have to interact. But here's the thing, was like most crit 80 carries, the big spikes like 3-4 items. Those are the points where like you're really strong. Whereas for these on-hit 80 carries, like the Cogmore, 1 item, huge spike, 2 items, huge spike. It's like a constant curve. So even now, Gala on 1 item is a big threat, whereas Betty really needs quite a bit more time. So I expect RNG want to leverage that and look to really use Gala as like this powerful tool in team fights. Although that being said, for the moment, both 80 carries in the bot lane, and second Herald is spawning Breeze. I think you're overextended there.
Yeah, he's got no Meganar as well. The flashes needs to come out early, but he's just obliterated. The needlework's enough, and a big mistake in front of the second Herald. Orcs. RNG now have to back off.
Yeah, looks like they do push a wave in mid, but Betty should just be able to rotate over and clear that one out. And RNG, they're considering going for this one, but, you know, the 80 carry is there for AL if they need. RNG have no top lane. It could even be a 3v5. They have to give this one up. There's no way they can contest it. And AL managed to find a pretty positive play. They may end up losing this tower here in the bot lane. I'm not sure, actually. I don't think Gala is going to be able to finish it. Might be close, but he's not going to commit to it. He's just going to clear out the wave. So no tower lost in the bot lane. And AL get the second Herald. My hope, Mr. Erics, is that this one is used a little bit better than the first one.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? At least break down that mid lane turret. Pings are going to the top side, so the outer's still there too. But RNG setting up for the first turret blood for now, as this has been one of the slower early games in the LPL. Remember we talked about RNG and Anyone's Legend, these team fighting, these 5v5 teams. I mean, RNG, especially Orcs, they are not these big lane bullies. They're not these incredible laners that win out every time. They are a great mid-team fighting team who utilize map pressure and are quite clinical in their macro use. So as we get one turret for one, now that we get into the mid-game, Orcs, run me through a little bit about how we can see RNG play their standard style, because the Talia's Weaver Wall has not been seen yet from Xiaohu.
They can honestly just lean into the Drakes and play for them, right? They're going to have the Ocean Dragon. You know, you're going to have this bulky... you're going to have a bulky... Vi as well. And even things like when you think about how Sivir functions, like AoE ricochets, Ocean Soul can really help mitigate it because it is spread damage over the whole team. If everyone's healing, gonna reduce that. So I think RNG can just lean towards that. It's up in a minute. The Cogmore has Blade of the Ruin King and Rage Knife, so he's in a pretty strong position right now. And AL need more time. As much as they're doing a decent job of mitigating RNG, I'm not sure they really want to go for a full 5v5 now. So RNG, they can use tools like the Talia Wall, they can use the power of the Cogmore, and just try and force a 5v5. Or at least force the Dragon and deny away from AL.
As Wei's coming in, maybe setting up for the fight earlier on is going to be the play, but Wei just threatening. Still a 2-kill game, as people at home are wondering when it's going to come through. But Xiaohu with no seismic shove in distance. And now that Breed's moving back down as well. I mean, it's third Dragon Orcs. They don't fight this, it means that next one is going to be a case as Betty is going to help himself out. But look at Gala go! That's the kind of dog you want protecting the house. As RNG with another kill in this long game, but that's going to open up Dragon. Even easier than before as Xiaohu with the seismic shove starting to get on point.
Jojo just makes a mistake, and you can't afford to do that against this composition of RNG. So many people who can stop you from being able to reattach to the Sivir in these fights. You just got to stay connected, and they instantly take apart the mistake. They secure the dragon, and now RNG, it's only a 1,500 gold lead. It's not like a crazy amount. 3 dragons in pocket means AL are in a really rough spot.
It's going to be a 23-minute soul. So for anyone's legend, I mean, time not on their side, as we were saying. And that pickoff goes to Gala too, Orcs. I could not think of a worse person to pick up the kill, as that baby rage knife is going to be evolving soon enough, going back and spending his points. But we'll look at this again, because it came off the back of Xiaohu with a nice angle.
Yeah, and the Unraveled Earth, you've got to be so careful about this on the Yuumi, because, you know, you dash into Betty to try and heal him. You get cornered, and then Wei instantly responds. And yeah, you could see the reason why he was going for it, because Betty was starting to get aggressed on by Gala, but a big mistake from Chocho that ends up costing them pretty heavily. And now they have 4 minutes to try and be ready for the fight. That's the only way you can really phrase it. They have to be ready to fight for this next dragon, and they have to win it.
All right, Orcs. I'll be honest. 3 kills in this game, and the fact that anyone's legend in RNG is still just gearing up, and we've got Dragon to talk about, makes me think about one thing. As the Herald goes down to the Weaver's Wall too, that one thing now out of my wine. That's going to help out, but the seismic jump gets the Herald over the wall, but the smite again, no! It happens once more as the cease and desist is stolen, but anyone's legend and Shelly do not belong together in this first game.
And RNG have no chill when it comes to these Rift Heralds. It's so frustrating. AL have gotten 2, and they haven't got a single charge off. You could definitely blame AL a bit on this one, right? Absolutely. Just slam it down mid when RNG are there to defend, not the play. You saw that with the first one. You tried again for the second. Very clear mistake, but not many teams are so responsive as RNG in terms of shutting that down. And this has really allowed them just to, you know, lean into the dragons being the objective to play for. The fact that you have 3 now does put a lot of pressure on AL. Do you see some contention coming around that vision around the Baron? See how that goes. And so the note, ZDZ is now level 13. This is the big spike for the Gwen. 65% of the cooldown of the E is refunded now that it's maxed, so can trade a lot more frequently with the Gnar on this one.
Boys, but meanwhile, anyone's legend is sick of mucking about. No Herald charge, no worries. Going for the deep play, they've got control of vision. And RNG are pinging Baron. But you look at the other side, Wei and Breathe are like, okay, we're going to go bot side and steal some more of these jungle camps. Why they have a suspicion that anyone's legend there. However, with ZDZ going over the wall, even with the needlework, Breathe charging over, but no! Wei goes too far, then comes back in. A good cease and desist, but saved by the Vault Breaker. That was sketchy. Huge XD on the play, Orcs, as RNG almost messed it up.
Yeah, nearly an oopsie daisy there from Wei. Fortunately, had the ult to get back over. But ZDZ, you can see now is the point where the Gwen is powerful. Oh, they're looking for something mid.
Oh, God, Xiaohu again. We've had no action in this game, but Xiaohu now the pick king as RNG have no jungler to face against for 30 seconds. Hey, let's just take a Baron with 5 members up.
Yeah, and it's 3 to defend, but ZDZ's up to him with the teleport. We'll see if they try and make this one happen. RNG are in the pit, but this is so hard to approach.
Well, let's see how they go, because with ZDZ having TP, at least there'll be 4 members with the Yuumi attached. Jojo with his ulti, Baron's already gone, and Betty in the line of fire. Xiaohu and Gala free hitting as this Cogmore is untouched. Anyone's legend are looking for the leash. They can't find anything to calm this dog down as Breed cleans up the rest. The Weaver's Wall, fantastic, as the exhaust won't do a thing. Xiaohu's been quiet all game, but suddenly 100% kill participation, and Xiaohu bringing that chat energy in game 1.
Just feels like as soon as RNG realized they have an advantage, like it was just ZDZ goes for the all-in. Just misses out on finding the kill. And that transitions them to make the pick mid. That transitions them to the Baron. They secure the Baron. They get a bunch of kills as well. It feels like you can't make a mistake against this team. We'll see here, Gala ends up doing so much damage. And then when AL overcommit on Wei, Lulu comes out to buy some space in here. Really unfortunate, because obviously Betty has the flash, but flashes before he even reaches the wall. Not really going to achieve anything on the back of that. It's just another 2 members going down. Xiaohu massive with that cutoff, and now the goal lead is just suddenly ballooned to 7,000, and it's only 22, nearly 23 minutes. Dragon's up in 10. It's Soul.
And someone died in the break as well in the replay. So RNG now 1-8 here as we get the Vault Breaker once more. Xiaohe goes in, but he's almost dead to start the playoff. As Breathe is going to lose his Mega Gnar ulti with a great one from Forge. The problem is that no one's dead. And Ming with the Wild Growth onto Gala sets him up. Xiaohe is taking numbers. Gala is taking walkies. And RNG are taking no crap from anyone's legend in this first game.
They aren't even looking towards the dragon. We'll see. I don't think they can quite end here. The spawn timers are going to come up in time. They're looking for Betty, though. Actually, this feels personal.
Yeah. The matchup between Gala and Betty. We haven't had a chance to talk about it because nothing's been happening. But as Betty gets crushed by former RNG members, that 13th kill stings deep. RNG with 11k gold lead. Ocean Soul. This one is in the bin. And I don't even think we need a bin liner to close it out.
And here, Gala with a stopwatch buys some time. And then Forge goes in with actually a pretty big ultimate there. But the damage, the follow-up isn't there. And look, Gala just decimates him. Xiaohe as well. The Yumi comes out. The Unraveled Earth is already there. And it's just an easy cleanup. And something to remember, you know, the Kog'Maw obviously has insane DPS. Look at his items here. Blazing King and got that Ginsu's. Nearly got the Wit's End as well. But Xiaohe, Talia actually does a crazy amount of damage over the course of long fights, right? Throwing those rocks at you constantly. And I feel like you have those thin windows with the Gwen W, with the Xin Zhao ultimate, where you can survive. And outside of that, everyone just gets decimated.
ZDZ, this time it works because he's in the circle. Thank God that interaction didn't come through. Orcs as RNG give another one to Xiaohe. Remember that Vault Breaker can be stopped by Gwen's W if you're outside of it. I think Orcs, you were casting that, and I molded for you.
It was the cease and desist, the Vault Breaker's the Q, right?
Yeah,
we saw that one where W was popped and it just got cancelled midway. Just a little bit unlucky, but, you know, Wei knows that, makes him pay, manages to connect inside the Hallowed Mist. And now RNG just continuing to apply pressure. Baron isn't there anymore, and yet they keep finding these picks, and they're able to keep picking up these structures. And now AL, I mean, they have the wave clear, but they're just being cut off.
Every time I look at RNG in a mid-game, it ends up like this. Anyone's Legend with a good ulti, good setup, a three-man stun. Finally, they come alive, but as Breed joins the play, will it be too late? A TP from Anyone's Legend as the fight turns back on. Ocean Soul, an absolute pain to deal with as Breed is taking next to no damage. You get Gala, but look at what it cost you.
And that's the right fight. That is actually AL playing it pretty well. But the goal difference is just way too big. It doesn't matter that you find Gala when Xiaohe is so strong, when Breathe is so strong. And they don't even need their AD carry. They're looking to try and finish this game off now.
25-minute game. Two-man Seismic shove and bop back into the wall. The bounce out from Breathe and Xiaohe. Absolute diff as Breathe flashes into the rock. RNG don't even chew the meal first. As the thumbs go into the air, as Forge is about to come back alive, Orcs. I mean, Xiaohe's got to get some kills here because the damage is a little bit slow. Forge now coming back up alive as well. The Nexus available as we've got the Wild Growth still with the Everfrost, the two-man, but Forge still close to dying as he's dead. Xiaohe goes golden, Betty trying to kill him, but throwing another rock as Wei cleaves him in two. It's only Chocho up in 5 seconds, but RNG don't care. They've got another lunch to take in the next fight.
They'll take that mid inhibitor tower. Don't think they'll be able to stay for the inhib though. Mings get some damage done just for the time being regardless. But you know, even with AL surviving, living another day, their base is going to be in shambles. And also there's actually a ward next to the Nexus. Breathe and Xiaohe have TP. We could just see a bit of a backdoor coming out if needed. I'm gonna be real, I don't think RNG should do this because they can just fight them and end. That being said, Ming
caught out, flashes over the wall. ZDZ here as well. But you know what? If you kill Ming and you set up for Baron, you know what would be really good? A backdoor now that you don't have a support Orcs. Let's go. Xiaohe's alive. Everyone's at the base. They're waiting for the wave to clear. Betty and Forge are moving out. And even though they're being cautious, I mean they want to do it.
If AL don't come to Baron as 5 members, they lose the Baron. If they do come to Baron as 5 members, they get backdoored. This is a lose-lose situation, no matter how you spin it. And Breathe, he's not even going to TP in the backdoor. He's going to start working on this tier 2. TP is coming in, though, from Forge. They're looking for him.
Do it in reverse, Breathe. You've got the turret now. Can you survive at the very least? Forge goes over the wall. He's stolen a Mega Knight used it as they both do it at the same time. Rather, a double stun comes through. Breathe later on. Abscond Duck does connect, but he's taking no damage. As anyone's legend is sending the whole troop here, it's unfortunate that Xiaohu's TPing to topside. As Breathe dies, RNG, you know, we all wanted to see the back door. Now not
They could have
possible.
done it. There's no TP for AL. They could have gone for it, and the Kog'Maw can stop recalls so effectively with the ultimate from such a long distance. I'm disappointed. Sorry, I can hear in your voice you're disappointed too.
Oh, dude. Okay, Ming with the wild growth on top of himself. Forge is still going to run it. Gala is now stepping up. Xiaohao gets dunked into the ground. And in a 5 versus 4, it doesn't matter. Gala cleanses away as this Kog'Maw's about to explode. As the puppy goes boom, Wei has one more target. Cats versus dogs. Let's be real. Dogs are better.
I mean, I'm disagreeing with that statement, but in this game, Gala does win out. Basically just decimates everyone who comes near him. And, you know, if the minions weren't going to do it, they're going to head over and just close out this game. Definitely got a little bit funny at the end for RNG with a 15k gold lead. Easy going to close this one out before it even hits 30 minutes.
I would say clean Orcs, of course, the last 5 minutes, probably not so much. But, hey, at the very least, RNG, they wanted dessert before they finished the meal. So, we got a game 1 that was very impressive. The mid-game switched on. A very slow early game Orcs in the first 20 minutes, but as soon as RNG got those picks with Xiaohu, the game came alive.
100%. And I feel like, you know, we saw Xiaohu being the MVP for the previous week. He's doing a pretty good job of maintaining that form in this one. Fantastic performance in the Slayer, constantly there to block the Rift Herald, finding these picks, and it just feels like RNG are a team where if you make a mistake, you'll lose the entire game. It's like, it doesn't have to be a big mistake, it just has to be a mistake, and you kind of saw that there. AL kept it within touching distance until they didn't. And RNG, all they needed was like one person to be dead, chains into a pick, chains into a Baron, chains into a team fight, and suddenly you're looking at game 2 and going, okay, how did that go wrong?
I can't believe, you know, anyone's legend with... I guess it was a pretty simple early game start, right? Like, we saw lanes losing out, but Forge was in a good position, and Xiaohao was someone who was, you know, keeping the game steady. But it's just a couple of big picks, and RNG always do this, Orcs. RNG always do this. Mid-game, something just switches. And as they start grouping up, is it you who said this team has, like, one of the strongest mid-games in the world? I feel like after what we saw at MSI.
I think they have the best mid game in the world. When they won MSI, they had the best mid game in the world, right? I will say that without a doubt. They were so fantastic at it. There were so many times where, you know, against top esports, who were one of the strongest early game teams, they were just able to bring it back from that point. And it just feels like there's this period of the game where they're able to trade up when they're behind, or if they're ahead, they're just able to completely take over the game. It's so hard to deal with. Their reads on the map are fantastic, and you know, Xiaohu's such a big part of that. You know, he is someone who's very vocal in the games, and the way they work as a unit is so effective. So yeah, you know, I'm going a long way to justify the point, but yeah, they are so good.
I know, but you deserve to do that, right? RNG still, this is why they're on a 6-win streak at the moment. RNG are one of the top teams for a reason, and you know, Xiaohu, his voice in the team we know is such a big factor. Ming as well, someone who is a veteran. We look at our franchise players of RNG and all the pieces that have come together, that one MSI, now with Breathe added in, and how simple it looks. Xiaohu with the most damage. You're not surprised, Orcs. And it's kind of funny that we set up to talk about Gala and Ming on this Lulu Cog, but it was Xiao who just snuck in and took the shot.
And you see how much damage Xiaohu did there. And I just want to say, like, I don't think you can leave Talia open, especially because bear in mind, AL could have first picked it and they didn't, right? This champion has great wave clear, has the ult which can roam but also cut off. And bear in mind, so your ultimate does no damage, and yet Xiaohu did the most damage in the game. You don't even need an ultimate ability doing damage to still just completely do so much more than everyone else. And that's bearing in mind, like, it's not just like a champion who like tickles you and does like a little bit of damage. She can also just like one-shot someone with a seismic shove and unravel Earth. So Xiaohu is nuts. This champion is nuts. AL, do not let him get it again. That is a mistake. Yeah, that's all I can say on the subject.
I mean, Xiaohu's 7 games played, now 6 out of 7 wins too. Xiaohu is an absolute beast on anything that can manipulate the map. And in game 2, as you said, anyone's legend might need to ban that away. And amongst other things, really. Because at this point, anyone's legend backs against the wall here in a series that matters so much. We'll find out if they can get a game at the very least right after the break.
good position. And caster caught out.
Safeguard though as Rich gets the barrel train. He's buying time. Barrels are gone as he's eaten up. Oh no. Unfortunately, inside of missing is Rookie! Rookie! Every time! He's exhausted, but as he goes golden, JDG waiting for him at the hostile takeover. Saves his life. A good ulti though from Yagal. Mid laners coming up clutch. Rookie's bailed out, but can't get a kill. Yagal versus Rookie is stepping up huge.
What a response to come in here.
Oh, never moves great. Tarzan's here once again. The fracture beautiful, but the impale! There it is! Orcs, it worked beautifully because now he's under turret.
There's a lot of back and forth this top lane matchup.
Oh, that's all.
By
Hang
Bin.
on. Someone about to go to Mega now. Remember that Bin has flash though, so waiting as he walks in, he out flashes it. The ulti's not against the wall. Bin now has the leap onto Summit. You stand at Orcs in the reverse matchup. Bin is gone.
Trouble here. Kanavi flash forward from 369 though. Breeze, nice little sidestep there. Won't dodge just yet, but Kanavi comes in and seals the deal.
A lot of damage though when Wei is in the area, so can he find the monkey?
Oh, he's spited. He's got a lot of healing there, but the Cyclone not going to be enough just yet.
Wait a second.
Doesn't
Kanavi
get
wins
them
this.
back into it. Kanavi, can he find it? Kanavi! Solo for the king of the jungle!
Oh, it's too late. It's too late. TT into the pit, but BH1 left alone. There goes the jungler, and TT in full retreat on the wrong side of the map. Yao Yao gets onto Jackie, but Mark's there to save the day. Nothing TT does matters anymore, as Jackie Love will clean up. Look at it go, as Jackie Love takes the team and grabs a pentakill against TT.
I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah.
下一场对战 LO 就是也跟小号选手交过手嘛，然后就是他反蹲做的很好吧，然后也很会抓机会，要多多小心。我觉得对战 AL 取胜的关键就是我们中野尽量就是打出优势，然后去帮助我们的兵线吧，然后去限制他们的发育。
Helping side lanes, I mean, Wei is someone who's become a little bit more reliable this split as well on RNGs. We welcome you back. RNG versus anyone's legend so far has not started so good. Very slow early game Orcs, and then we got into a mid game where RNG just exploded like that. And in 25 minutes, they almost ended the game, but shenanigans were afoot. So, pretty dominant win here.
I think whether it's good or not depends on your perspective. If you're hoping to see AL in playoffs, then absolutely not. Did not start off well. If you're hoping to see RNG make top 2, potentially go on to win the split and represent as the Worlds, then it went very well indeed, because a huge level of play, right? This wasn't the fast-paced gameplay we sometimes see from top esports, from JDG, but for the most part, it was controlled. Other than, at the end, they were kind of just taking it a little bit easier. But the mid game from RNG, the early game shutdown of the Herald as well. It felt like not only did they set the pace of the game, but they were so determined to not allow AL to ever speed it up.
As we bring up Xiaohu, who's probably MVP. I didn't hear it, Orcs, but I know it has to be.
Yeah, it was.
It has to be. Like anyone else. Dude, I mean, he had such an insane game. 11, 1, and 11. I remember, if we learnt speaking LPL out of the first week, 1, 1, 1, 1 shows that copy you got it, and Xiaohu definitely got it that game.
Yeah, I mean, did so much work in the fights. There was these picks working in unison with Wei. But I think what was also fantastic is he just didn't allow the Yumi to play the game. Moments like this, catching out Chocho with the Unraveled Earth. But also, whenever they killed someone with the Yumi on, the Unraveled Earth would be there, like, immediately, so that Chocho couldn't connect to someone else. And it's like, it went from being 1 kill to 2 kills, like, immediately after.
Yeah. Every single time. We're just looking through the replays, but what I'm more concerned about is how AL draft and adapt to this one, Orcs, because as we go into game number 2, I feel like for AL, we saw that, Forge getting a little bit of comfort, ZDZ with a response into this nah. But as we said, the Talia giveaway is just inexcusable. You cannot give this champion away to RNG. You can't give it away to Xiaohu at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think this champion is ridiculous. And I believe going into today is the highest presence champion on the patch, right? Is at 96%. And I think Talia's just too strong, especially because you picked Silas into it. So RNG knew the matchup, knew it was a good matchup for Talia, and were confident to take it. Now we have swapped sides. AL, last time they banned Poppy, Lissandra, and Lucian. They're probably going to have to ban Zeri on red side. And I really hope they ban Talia, because I'm certain RNG will first pick if they don't.
Yeah, they will. I mean, so far now you've only got limited options, right? Zeri, Talia, that's what you're giving over. In the last game, I think RNG on the red side banned away that Wukong against anyone's legend. But Xiao has been playing things like Viego, Xin Zhao, as we saw last game. He's 3-0 on Diana jungle. He's got a very large pool, so I don't think we're going to be really limited there. As for RNG, looking for that third and final ban, Orcs. Okay, Forge Silas.
Okay, yeah, so take that one away. Hammering away at Forge's picks in the mid lane. Now, the question is what AL going to do? Are they going to... They banned the Ari. I mean, I could just see... Well, this is... At least I will say one thing, is that both the Zeri and the Talia open. So I was thinking RNG would take one, then get the other. But they actually go for the Wukong in this situation. 4-way. Now the question is, what are AL going to do in response? I feel like Talia, when you have 3 mids banned already, Talia should be so good right now. But also, Zeri is available for Betty.
Yeah, both.
I mean, why not? Why not is my view of it.
Dude, Forge just played Talia too. I mean, 5 games. As you said, the highest presence. Are you willing to give this away over to Xiaohu, anyone's legend? They're going to try and beat Kung Fu Panda here, as per the logo. Again, reminds me of Jack Black movie. So good. But, Orcs, what's more important? I forgot what I was saying. Something about RNG's Talia mid lane. And you also have Civ at Yubi. That's also something we didn't touch on.
They mutually agree not to pick Talia. It seems so weird that they've just not lent on it at all. I feel like in this position, you picked up the Sivir. We'll see if RNG opt to para support with it now, or they opt to go in a different direction. Nara is still available, that they could take the Breed, the Talia, which, I've mentioned like 8 times now, is still available. Plus, you're into Lee Sin, very effective at shutting him down with the Unraveled Earth. Yeah. So we'll see if they opt to go in that direction or what they opt to do here. But it looks
Oh
like they might go back to an old favorite, which is that Lissandra, which could be the reason why we didn't see the Slayer come out. Lissandra pretty effective into it. Obviously, the Unraveled Earth does nothing to your claw. So RNG will take that one. A tried and true favorite for Xiaohu and AL. We'll see what they offer in return.
This will be a lot of mobility. Forge locks it in.
Huh.
Okay, the Akali comes out. 3 games already played here for the mid laner of anyone's legend, but Orcs, that is a lot of mobility. But against Lissandra Wukong, I kind of wonder how this is going to work.
A lot of lockdown. And, you know, this is a specialty pick for Forge. This is one of his most played full time. And he is very confident on it. But I feel like, you know, into Lissandra, into Wukong, you are going to get pinned down. It is going to be painful. But I will say AL are now going to the second rotation of picks. RNG, you know, you can target supports. Things like the Yumi could get taken away.
Yep.
Nara is also something that ZDZ could potentially pick up, although it isn't something he's really lent on. So it'll be interesting to see if he does go in that direction. But obviously is still available, still a massive power pick.
I just really think so far these supports are going to be put into a corner. Chocho so far, things like the Amumu's been played. I want to go through his champion pool. It's actually been his most played, funnily enough. Outside of that, Nautilus, a couple of Bard games, Renata, which is now banned away, Leona, Orcs, a bit of engage needed here on anyone's legend.
I feel like it would help. Some lockdown would go a long way. The thing with picks like Lee Sin, like Akali, is lockdown can be really valuable just so you know, you can connect with your skills. The problem is, you know, typically Nautilus we often talk about, really not that good into Sivir, because you can just spell shield your Q, can spell shield your ultimate. But you see Nara banned by AL, that could potentially set them up to take Gwen again. Remember, ZDZ on the Gwen. I think he had an okay game. Obviously was put a bit behind, but wasn't like getting crushed. But with the Nara taking off the cards, ZDZ could scale up to be a monster.
Surely. I mean, ZDZ was probably in one of the better positions of last game as well. But now the Gwen's open, opportunity arises. GP's a final ban, and remember, ZDZ is someone who plays things like Camille, Jax, Cannon also on his list. We'll look through, but for now, Gwen the safer pick, as you mentioned, and it's going to be his 3rd game of it as it gets locked in, and we get a support counter pick. Never mind, top counter pick instead, with the Alistar giving some of that engage.
Yeah, so they want to engage, and the Alistar works well into the Sivir because obviously, you know, even if she does, it's hard to time the spell shield. I have seen it done before, but it's like you can delay it and then obviously proc it with a W, then Q after. So Chocho should be comfortable in being able to do that. It means you can punish the Sivir, means you can provide that engage. RNG will pick up the Rakan for Ming, so something with a lot of mobility and provide some lockdown for themselves. And then I feel like Breed has to take the Gwen here, and that means CDC, it's probably just going to be the Jax in return. Bit of a specialty of his, so we will see come through.
You know Jax is the right answer, ZDZ. ZDZ, talking to you, lock it in. Thank you so much. Because when he plays this Orcs, let me tell you, he's played 4 games. He's 50-50 on it. But ZDZ is this kind of hunky man who's just so aggressive. I feel like what we've seen out of ZDZ through this split, and even his IG days, is that ZDZ was someone who, let's just say, he kind of has that flair, right? And against Breed, you need that flair. I know we haven't talked about the top lane matchup, but Jax versus Gwen, good luck to ZDZ, especially when Orcs, anyone's legend comp, can be so volatile in these solo lanes.
Yeah, like if Akali is behind or gets locked down, she's going to have a rough time in team fights, right? And Akali is a very much a momentum pick. When ahead, monstrous. When behind, can kind of be underwhelming. Especially, like, it's not very easy to actually execute anyone on the side of RNG, right? Gala has the spell shield, has the peel of the Rakan. Xiaohu can go into stasis. Wukong's not easy to pin down. You have the immunity of Gwen. So I feel like when it comes to the 5v5, RNG should be really comfortable. Really, really comfortable. We'll have to see if AL can try and challenge him before that.
Especially on the pick like Lissandra. Xiaohu, because of this Lissandra pick, every team that's gone against them pretty much has looked at banning Lissandra. At the moment, against RNG, their top ban against them is Lissandra at 58% of the time. Yeah. When Xiaohu gets Lissandra, he usually wins games. It's his most played for a reason. This will be game number 8. He is 6 out of 7 wins on the board. Or 6 out of 7 games, excuse me, as wins. You know what I'm talking about here when anyone's legend try and fight their way up for out 8. They're so close. Imagine being anyone's legend with RNG, JDG, Top Esports, and EDG standing in the way. You're the next team that could realistically lock in playoffs, but you just can't touch it yet. And anyone's legend with this schedule orcs, I don't know how they do it.
I mean, I think it's one of those things where a lot of people look at, you know, when you're facing a team like RNG, Top Esports, JDG, a lot of teams will just write it off. They're like, look, we'll do the best we can. If we don't win, it's whatever. You know, we're not expected to be RNG. No one's really coming and thinking AL are favored here. But AL don't get it, just write it off. They don't have that opportunity anymore because all of their final matchups are rock solid. AL need wins. And on top of that, it's not just series wins. They need game difference as well.
Yep.
Right? If it does come down to them being on 7 wins, game difference could be the difference between them being in playoffs or not. So AL, by all means, need to fight tooth and nail for every single possibility they have left in the season. They can't just write off the series against RNG. It was a rough game 1. Very rough indeed. But this game 2, they have some speciality picks, some comfort for ZDZ, for Forge, and for Xiaohao.
Yep.
We got to see what they can do.
I mean, Xiaohao on the Lee Sin, a great example. I remember him taking over Haro, and this Lee Sin was one of the few champions he showed us first off. As even for Betty and Chocho, as they get on the Alistar and the Zeri, let's hope that Betty here gets to a comfortable position on this strong pick, as already Gala and Ming with a good opening trade, and it seems like that lane has already started off well. As Xiaohu on this Lissandra Orcs, Forge is getting bullied, beat up to kick us off.
Yeah, not having a fun time. And actually going to take even more damage here. First strike for Xiaohu as well, looking at the gold advantage. But it's like, do you back? You know, at least, right, Forge has Doran Shield and Second Wind. So we'll be able to sustain up a little from that. But yeah, that is suboptimal.
Yeah, to say the least, right? As you said, might need to back because Forge has TP at the least, but having his jungler nearby may prove a benefit if they can turn something around. Having said that, though, Xiaohao will be on a ward as soon as he goes to his Raptor camp because Xiaohu, it looks like with the edge, was able to put one down himself as trading in the top side continues to blow up as well. And ZDZ doing a good job so far on this Jackson Breed, taking the worst off trades and even that extra Q damage going astray.
Yeah, ZDZ using a lot of mana here to trade in. But this is how you kind of got to play Jackson. A lot of matchups, just like going super aggressive, using the counter strike, having the damage stacked up, and being able to turn it around in your favor. You see, actually seeing Breathe have to potentially go for a reset here. It's going to hold off, and this means Xiaohao, you could have a window to threaten this, but Wei is on top side as well.
Yep.
And with mid prio, Xiaohu is moving over. I don't want to get involved in this fight. I think Xiaohao just back away.
Yeah, Forge doesn't have the HP bar to play it, and with the Scuttle Crab going down as well, it's going to make it even more difficult. Forge sits in the Shroud, and he might have even CS now, but Xiaohu with a full HP bar. It's fun to watch as we get the 1v1 out of junglers, and Xiaohu comes out better. Way forced back for the time being as he sticks around, but I'm not sure what anyone's legend could get else out of the top side of the map.
Yep, and Scuttle was missed by Xiaohao, obviously secured by RNG. He will be able to head over and pick up his Raptors. Forge going quite aggressive now, actually.
Good trade. At least get something back onto Xiaohu with his jungle nearby. Xiaohu knows Xiaohu's moving down as well. Oh my god, I just realized. Xiaohao versus Xiaohu is going to be a hard one. But Xiaohu actually getting forced to back for once is a nice play from Forge.
Yeah, Forge finally connects a Shuriken. And I think, you know, a big thing is that level 3 for Akali, it's not exactly like a strong point for the champion because, you know, you get much bigger spikes later on, level 6, level 9. But at least at level 3, you can actually, like, you know, do a rotation of abilities. Whereas level 1 Akali is pretty much useless. And is at least to show that you can put some pressure back in return. And bear in mind, you know, Forge very experienced on Akali. The expectation is, as much as it was a rough early game, should be able to weather the storm a bit here. And has now picked up a refillable potion as well. Going to help with that sustain.
A bit of extra damage with the Amp Tome on top of that as well. Orcs, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what we can expect around these first couple of objectives, though, because RNG's bottom lane going well. We saw mid, as, even though CS is even, doing nice enough, and Breathe even with a small CS lead as he pushes in that wave. Will be TP too, so looks like the CS will be even topside as well. I was going to ask you a little bit about what happens at the 6 mark and how anyone's legend can play for these first couple of objectives to look for that snowball.
Yeah, so I think a big thing for AL, hold that thought.
Yeah, I'm going to have to, right? Flash is available. Ming's here. Holds onto it nicely with the Gleaming Quill, giving some sustain to Xiaohu. Now Xiaohao wants to pick off the olive branch that's fallen a little bit further away from the tree as he waits patiently. Ming still in the brush. He knows. Thinking about the angle. Okay, Ming available. Sonic Wave is there, but Xiaohao is just mitigating the fact as Chocho moves as well. Orcs, you might have a bit of time to answer the question I was asking before.
Yeah, so I feel like one of the things is that AL has like strong skirmishing tools in like the Lee Sin, the Akali, even the Jax and the Alistair work well in like when you find like 2v2s, 3v3s. But I think RNG just has such fantastic engage and lockdown. For RNG, they can set up the picks, they can set up to just take out a target immediately, whereas AL in the extended fights can find value if they don't get bursted out. So I think it all comes down to the setup for these fights, how they arrange it. I feel like RNG are the ones who have more tools to make things happen.
Well, RNG also have the 6-point as well, so those tools readily up and available as Chocho and Ming are now perma mid with Forge and Xiaohu as Herald is not close to spawning. We're about a minute 30 away, but Dragon's still sitting there while anyone's Legend gear up for this topside invade. Might turn into a dive, Orcs, but 4 members against Breathe, who's trying to hit level 6. I'm kind of curious because Breathe needs 6 ASAP. Now has the needlework, launches it out as anyone's Legend are making the dive, but in his little circle, ZDZ having to flash away. He's dead for first blood. It's a double under the turret. Chocho also almost next as anyone's Legend get absolutely gwenned with another Caesar and 11. We go up to RNG with a flash. Xiaohu forcing another. The ulti still available. And RNG's top laner taking away oxygen again.
Absolute disaster for AL, but Breathe, as you said, fought to get his level 6, and it came off to great effect for AL. This is the problem, is they don't have level 6 in Xiaohao, they don't have the kick from the Lee Sin, they don't have the CC, and they lack the setup for the Lee Sin, right? I said it, hoping that they'd have some CC so you can connect those skills, but importantly enough, Chocho isn't there yet, and the ult comes in just in time, right? They stun him, but in the mist, he's so tanky. Ignite ends up finishing off ZDZ. We quickly see Xiaohao follow, and yes, finally the CC from Chocho comes in and they finish off. But it was just, you could tell how rushed they were. They knew Xiaohu was coming. They wanted to make the play happen quickly. And I mean, it ends up backfiring so heavily. You gave 2 kills over to a Gwen.
Oh, dear Lord. Well, the Jax is probably not happy about that one, Orcs. ZDZ also died, though, so part of the crew, part of the ship now has a leeching leer for Breathe. Top lane a bit of a problem, while Breathe is just taking red buff by himself.
Yeah, why not? At this point, Breathe has realized that he is now... It's going to be a fun game for him. So we'll just steal this away. And the problem is, right, is... You know, betting on this Zeri is going to take a while to get going, right? Yep. You know, and Forge is doing okay, but ZDZ is now behind in the lane matchup. And once more, they need Chocho to be there. They need the lockdown to set things up. So he's starting to roam up, but RNG is so confident they've already started to take this Herald and we'll just secure it. And at least, you know, if you look back to game 1, when AL got the Herald, RNG had already grabbed the Dragon. But AL have nothing to show for their time, nothing to show for the fact that RNG have a Herald in pocket.
And no control on the top side as well with ZDZ pushing out. Look at where Wei is. In the middle of river with the Scuttle Crab available. Counter-Strike is used. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, activation evasion. The ZDZ will now leap strike out. Still threatened away and having to give a little space while Breathe has the wave. In the perfect position, Orcs. ZDZ will just have to stop here for a bit.
Yeah, and I just feel like it's so scary right now. The Gwen almost got Ignite back up, has the red buff. Such a scary position to be in. And with the wave frozen there, you know, you can see the squad coming over. Xiaohu can just flank over the wall. ZDZ, you're already dead.
Yeah, he is. That ultimate wasn't used last time. Xiaohu will be able to get into position as 3 versus 1. ZDZ, this needlework looks familiar as he pops the ulti, but Jax can't evade everything. Goodbye, Sweet Prince, as Breathe is 3-1. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle in for Gwen things in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, this Gwen is going to be a monster. Breathe already so strong. And a big thing there is because ZZ tried to buy time, walked into the alcove to try and allow his teammates to get there. RNG knew he was dead, didn't even burn anything, right? Apart from the Gwen ultimate. So very painful. At least AL answer on the other side and pick up this Hextech Dragon. Give them a little boost in stats and work towards their soul. But Breathe has already got a Rift Maker.
Yes, he does.
That's
going to hurt. Way before anyone else on the map. Now, Gala might be ganked here as Betty's trying to equalize the wave. It's just Xiaohao with Chocho on mid-wave, but it might depend here on the kick, and if it can be spell shielded, Xiaohao is now spotted out early. And Ming now coming back down. Well, this jungler is just not getting anything done.
It's so hard to make plays on a Sivir. This is why she's so good at the moment. It's not just because she scales so well, but you can just chill in a side lane, clear waves endlessly, and like Xiaohao, if he throws a Q, you just spell shield it. No chance of him getting the kick off. If he does try to like ward hop and then kick flash, you can spell shield the kick. He has to like proc the spell shield. It just makes it so difficult, and it means that RNG can make plays around the rest of the map, confident that Gala's just going to farm up a storm and be a monster later, which has led to the state where, you know, top is bleeding, but you're not being able to shut down the Sivir, and Xiaohu and the Lissandra. This is why this pick is so feared, right? It's not like he's good, even though he had a decent laning phase, it's not like he's crushing the laning phase. It's the fact that he moves someone on the map and someone on AL dies. That is literally how it goes.
As the Glacial Path comes out, AL gearing up towards his top side yet again, getting some vision. As Wei is looking for the counter, especially with the Herald and Orcs. This Lissandra on Xiaohu, as you said, it's always a big deal. Cyclone starts off the fight. Forge looted in place as Ming comes in, down with the quickness, and Big Breathe is here with the needlework lined up as well. Chocho, kill number 4. Next up on the menu, boys, as Breathe will die, but the problem now becomes Forge surviving his days. They make it close, but ZDZ comes up next. A double into a final kill. Anyone's Legend are absolutely losing.
And Forge does what he can, does actually manage to get the shutdown, so there's at least something positive from that for AL. But the fight is lost, and the Sandra pick there actually coming in huge. The Frozen Thralls, a big reason why RNG won that one out. Now, do you see the Herald thrown down top immediately by Wei? A little bit selfish, I've got to say, you know, you'd love to have that gold on your Gwen, for example, but he's like, no, it's going straight down. He'll take the reward. 3 plates just for Wei, so this Wukong's going to be really strong. And when you see Betty has managed to pick up some plates on the bot side, but we're going to replay that fight first. And I want you to just track how effective the Frozen Thralls are here. Because Xiaohu does get, like, focused down a little bit. You get a bit of help from Ming with the quickness. But he claws over the wall, self-ults, and then initially it's Breathe taking down Chocho that gets the first Frozen Thrall. He goes down, and then Xiaohao comes in, stopwatch, and then the Frozen Thrall kills Xiaohao. Now there's another one there. They come in again for the fight. Another one connects. It's just that repeated value.
Are you ready for a Glacial Path? Everfrost Flash still available. Xiaohu makes it happen. In place, Chocho will stand, and Everfrost follows through. At least he survives with all the bad news coming up for Anyone's Legend. As now with a 2k gold lead and RNG having pushed bot, it's once again Anyone's Legend backing off.
RNG just is Pim and making proactive plays, and they go for that one because they know Chocho's ultimate wasn't available, not able to cleanse the Glacial Tomb, and not able to get that damage reduction. And now the flash is down for the Alistair. That's something else RNG will be tracking. This flash is down for everyone apart from Betty, and they will just keep using that to punish members of AL. Now Breathe once again goes a little aggressive. You want to steal the red buff again. That's what he's actually doing there. And he will get scared off this time. But Breathe, just very cheeky behavior is all I'm going to say on that one.
This Gwen is taken over. I mean, still only the first item, but we know that next back for Breathe is going to be significant too. I will say, though, in that last fight, Forge was able to pick up his Night Harvester Orcs. Like that Akali, first item, we know how brutal can be if the ball starts rolling. At the very least, after this rougher laning phase, Forge is relevant in this game.
Yeah, Forge is strong, and Forge can be a problem for Breathe. Akali is sometimes even picked into Gwen as a counter because it can solo the Gwen out in team fights, you know. We saw Forge causing issues to Xiaohu in that last fight. Xiaohu was just trying to get into the mix of the team fight and was being soloed out. And as much as like Gala has the spell shield, which is a useful tool, you know, it still can be problematic if Forge plays it well. I don't think they're the easiest targets by any means, especially in the clump 5v5, but that's why AL want like scattered team fights. They want skirmishes. The less people there are to defend against your Akali, the better. But RNG aren't really given that window. You see they go over and pick up that second Herald. And we see that Xiaohu will TP and bot to defend as well against the Gwen. So Dragon's coming up in a few. AL probably should be in position to try and secure this Dragon. We'll see if RNG can get there in time to contest it, though.
And Breathe does have TPs. He sits in his own jungle right now. Looks like he's taken the Grump away yet again. As RNG still gear up, clearing vision for Ming. Anyone's Legend are forced out of the river.
This flank.
And Xiaohu, yeah, with the Glacial Path, you called it, Orcs. Ice rains down right into the cooler for Anyone's Legend as Chocho baits him with time, but Even time won't save you. Everyone has to die. Eventually, Forge comes in on top of Xiao, who's great, but here comes the monster. TPing in with needlework number 1, needlework number 2. Ignite down. The needles penetrate again. Wei jumps backline as Xiao Hao has some early access to damage, and Sonic Wave connects. Okay, anyone's legend. I can see it with the boomerang blade flashed away from, and Betty running forward. Anyone's legend still turn the tides.
And this is the Anyone legend that we've been missing for a while now. These team fighting powerhouses, despite the fact RNG feels so confident, they're able to turn it around. Betty just free hitting for the longest time there, able to get the Zeri value.
Well, I didn't expect it, Orcs, especially with the way the game's going, but we'll watch again as Xiaohu starts it off.
Yeah, so this looks good initially, they engage, but importantly, Xiaohu, they don't manage to connect onto. And it's actually an ult from Xiaohu used on a Chocho. So Chocho does go down, sure, absolutely. But then the ensuing fight, like, a lot is committed here. A lot of health bars start to get low. Breathe looks for the damage here, but burns all his cooldowns. And Betty, dodging that third ult from the Gwen, is now in a position to start just ramping up, right? These long fights are where Zeri is so powerful. And you can see that RNG just have no gas left in the tank.
Betty, man. I mean, doing so much work, still on that one item. But Betty now 2-0-2 with the bounty. And for anyone's legend, this game a little bit closer than we expected. And Orcs, we have to remember, they also got the Dragons, so they're dictating the pace down there. When this game was so much about how Breathe could carry, he's now 5-3. And ZDZ's actually picked up a couple of kills himself. He is catching up.
Yeah, I think AL, though, they're still at a deficit, but they have those Dragons, which is nice.
Yep.
But they have to respect the fights. Probably won't be that easy again because RNG, Xiaohu burn a lot of resources onto the Alistair. If he uses that ult...
Perfect execution has been used. Needlework part 2 into 3. Chocho with the dive. Under turret though, even with the unbreakable will. We're getting deja vu, but this time we're not in the same place we were before. Anyone's legend spicing this up against the MSI champions, while Orcs, this is going to be mid-turret, but also bot for anyone's legend. Top as well, likely to go down.
Yeah, and I think here Betty should just be able to finish off the Herald. I say that, looks like he's too afraid to step up. They should just get the tower here in the end.
Lightning
Betty.
Crash. Oh, Betty, Betty.
Couldn't find a window, but still, AL managed to get a kill top lane. They get a tower bot lane, but they lose 2 mids. So a heavy trade in return. They should be able to pick this one up as well. In terms of gold, it's going to end up favoring AL. But in terms of structures on the map, it's a bit painful to lose your mid tier 2 so early.
But Orcs, I'm waiting for this gear up of a pick. RNG looking for Xiao Hao, and Chocho Ming goes over. Flash committed with the quickness again. I mean, Chocho, no unbreakable will. Nice pick off from RNG. It's 18 minutes in the game. Orcs, of course, they had to come alive a little bit more.
Yeah, so using those opportunities and tracking the cooldown so well. They know when Chocho doesn't have ultimate or flash. Able to find that pick, and not much Alistair can do. Alistair, very good at going in. Not so good at going out again.
All right, next objective, 2 minutes. 1 minute until the Baron. That pick, okay, meaningful for gold, but we're still not around these neutrals. Orcs, run me through again because we know Siva, Gwen, scaling, but we also talked about the fact that anyone's legend have really good scaling themselves. We've got this Zeri, we've also got side lane threats. Mobility is a big issue as well. Just give me a quick reminder, a quick refresher as we come up to third dragon.
Yeah, so in the team fights, if Betty can free hit, you can get a ton of value from the Zeri. And it also comes down to what ZDZ and Forge can do, because if they just get caught in the mix and they get locked down, like if they all get connected onto by Xiaohu, by Wei, if they all get in an AoE clump, that is where AL can really struggle. They prefer the fights to be a bit more spread out, right? Because like Forge can probably solo kill Breathe at this point, or at least be close to it. You know, ZDZ is a problem for a Gwen, but it doesn't work when everyone's come together because there's so much AoE from RNG. If you think about like every single member has either AoE CC or AoE damage, and really AL want to have a more spread out fight where it's hard to focus out targets one at a time.
I think we've seen, you know, the fights go well, like that last one, when, as you said, the fight went longer after RNG expended everything in that choke.
Yeah.
So you're right on the nail with this one, because anyone's legend have shown us that as these fights go longer for the Akali, for the Jax, for the Zeri, that damage just keeps on ramping up. And now with 2 items and a QSS, I love the item choice here. Is Forge going to find Xiaohu? Shuriken flip. Forge, how you feeling? Well, against Xiaohu, not as icy as he would like. As anyone's legend still gear up, 35 seconds until this third dragon. RNG, something's got to give because we have strong solo laners with 2 items. Gala as well with his second, but anyone's Legend have position priority first.
Yeah, and Cloud Soul would be pretty big for AL, right? With the Zeri, the movement speed would be massive. But they don't need to fight this if they don't want to. If things seem a little bit questionable, they could give this one up, live to fight another day. They have 2 dragons in pocket. Because if they lose this fight badly, bear in mind, Baron's available. That could be on the cards. But for now, Forge is moving onto the flanks. And this can be a really important factor. If Forge causes problem for RNG's backline, maybe the fight doesn't go so easy.
That Akali with everything available as well. The flash is what scares me the most. Anyone's Legend kiting back as RNG look for this engage, but on a control ward right now, they know the Akali's there as Breathe jumps on in over the wall. Forge is now here. We're looking for the 5v5 as a perfect execution. Starts it off. Chocho with the engage. Shell, how? No! The kick flash doesn't work. Comes in for the reposition, but he's bursted down, and Ming doesn't mean much as now with the quickness in. Everybody knocked up, knocked out as Betty kites back. This is his fight. He needs to survive, though. Breathe says no. Again, oxygen deprivation for anyone's Legend.
And AL, they didn't need to take that fight. They thought they found the angle, and they get eviscerated right there. You saw Xiaohao actually think the play he was going for was he dashed in. He wanted to flash out of vision so he couldn't get ulted. We'll track that one here. So he goes in, and he knows that Xiaohu will just CC him if he tries to kick him. So he flashes into the brush instead. I think maybe he was trying to kick to the side. I'm not sure what the play was there really. But either way, he doesn't get locked down by the ult, but then he goes in there and just instantly gets eviscerated. And then AL just get melted. They just instantly dive in and they're all clumped together. The AoE comes through and Betty does his best trying to survive till the end, but they just keep charging forwards. Remember, new Sivir, the movement speed resets the ultimate movement speed on takedowns. And now RNG have Baron. They have a 6k gold lead, and they're looking to take this dragon as well.
And that's still sitting there after the last fight. All right, anyone's Legend. You weren't confident in the last one. Maybe less so now as Glacial Path's going to be taken. Xiaohu is forcing Forge out, and that dragon will stop the stacking. The gold lead massive, as you alluded to, 7,000 in their favor. And since we last checked in with RNG, now after the fight, a Void Staff on Xiaohu, a BF sword for Gala, which always sounds, I always wondered what the B and the F stands for in sword, but I think we all know. More importantly, top side for Breathe, almost a Void Staff there too, Orcs. They got so much standing gold now on this bottom side with an inner turret after this as well to be threatened.
And there's not much that AL can really do. Remember, the team with all the setup at RNG, we saw what happened with Xiaohao, trying to make a kick engage happen. Chocho can try, but the gold deficit is so big now. AL are looking. They're going to try and make it work.
Okay, well, Forge starts it off. Double knock-up, though, from Wei. As great as TP in with the counter-strike. Breed joins in, but locked into place. Absolutely countered as Needlework is silly busted. We see RNG gearing for the engage. Xiaohu, an absolute maniac. As Wei now with flash available. AL are poking him down, and Xiaohu over-ambitious. But hey, if it gets the inner turret, who am I to say anything?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too deep from Xiaohu, but ultimately AL are just not in a position to punish, and RNG gets so much of this push. Almost a 9,000 gold lead now. Void Staff picked up for Breathe, and you already saw how much damage his Needlework was doing. Betty's actually even had to go for a QSS, so delaying that third item spike that Azeri wants to lean on. And honestly, at this point, I'm not even sure if Betty's going to get to 3 items with how much RNG are pushing the pace of the game, and it's kind of almost a bit of a repeat of the game one. They were faster paced in the early mid game, right? But it just feels like it hits a point, you make a mistake, and RNG take everything.
It hurt so much when anyone's Legend showed us in those last couple of fights how this comp could work out and how they could get to a game 3. But now for RNG having control, as red buff is even insult to injury. Anyone's Legend back against the wall yet again in an LPL season where they're so close to playoffs, but they're facing teams like this that are absolute behemoths. RNG with their comeback now 9k gold ahead as Breathe almost has the Needlework. Part number 7. Breathe almost level 16 as well. Worth mentioning is Xiaohu. Oh my god! Bury them in a grave. The tomb is set. And immediately Xiaohu makes it an uneven advantage.
Just decimates them. Not even the fact that Chocho's down, but so much damage done. Betty has to reset. Zizi has to go. You know, some teams will take a tier 2 there, and that'll be a positive of the Baron, right? Is using it to be able to get another tier 2 in the top lane. RNG don't even sell for that. They'll take the tier 2, the inhib tower kill, and the inhib. And now they're still looking for more. The rest of the team not even letting AL get to the mid lane tower.
For someone who's supporting such a nice champion, Xiaohu's looking so damn hot right now. As RNG get double inhib and back themselves away. They've got another Dragon, another Baron if they so choose. And they've got an 11k gold lead here once again at the 25-minute mark. This is our 6th win streak team. This is Royal never give up. And even when the team fights were going well for anyone's legend, Royal never give up.
Yeah, and I mean, this is fantastic from Xiaohu. Instant gets the claw into root, into self ult, just means they can't really do anything to him. They all get knocked down, and Ming's ready to play engage, but they don't even need it. They just chunk them out by enough. And now, looking at the resets coming in, Gala has that Infinity Edge, right? Xiaohu is going to reset, and wondering what he's going to have finished up for himself. But either way, the damage is getting pretty absurd at this point. And they were already so far ahead. They were already... Oh, yeah, I don't actually think he bought anything there. I think he already had those items. But regardless, I think he's working on a Rabadon's. So at this point, RNG are so far ahead. They're so strong. And AL just don't have the damage really to cut through anyone.
RNG is showing us that, you know, it comes to mid-game and yet again, AL's decisions are getting limited. Now, we're highlighting them quite a lot here as RNG are looking down the barrel of another 2-0, but closing this game again against AL Orcs, that's what has to come through now as RNG gear up for the last inhibitor turret left standing. Look at the side waves crashing in. Mid and top is what I'm referring to here, as bot is going to be timed quite nicely with the pressure from these other lanes.
Yeah, and you know, there is decent wave clear on AL, but when these super minions start mounting in the side, it's going to cause a problem. And RNG can just dive if they want to. They have the Lissandra.
Breeze level 16 as well. Are you ready for the needlework? That tip, that point is going to hurt like hell as RNG's last inhibitor now. Going to be taken down, and anyone's legend against a 2-0 RNG, what they face off against. It looked close, but 27 minutes is what we're staring down as Gala with 3 items now has the Ricochet Dream. Minion waves disintegrate as Xiaohu makes the play, but that fingertip! Gala every time. His name backwards is a lag, but I've never seen this guy lag out in my life. Every single game, there's always a play from this AD powerhouse. As RNG with a triple over to Gala, give him a quadra, and give RNG our praises as they move to a 7-win streak and look like one of the top dogs in the LPL.
I feel like RNG's form at the moment is not just worrying for the teams they are yet to face. It's worrying for every team who's going to go into playoffs. It was worrying on the international stage. RNG looking in fantastic form. And I mean, they seem like they want to not only defend the LPL title, but head towards Worlds and look to try and get something there, because this RNG had a slow start to the season, not just because the schedule had more games, less games for them, but also it felt like they took a bit of time to piece it together. But now, absolute decimation on the Rift. It just feels like when they pick a target, when they pick a fight, they just crush them. It just doesn't even feel close.
Again, mid-game is the broken record of story that we've been telling you all out there for this entire split, for this entire year. RNG's mid-game just switches on, and even though the fights were bouncing back at them, RNG switch another button and down it comes.
That spell shield.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, you know, Gala has got 10 solo kills this split for a reason. Gala's also picked up a hell of a lot of MVPs this split, considering that in previous, even last year, we talked a lot about Ming and Gala stealing the show from Ming. And even though Ming has MVPs himself, I feel like this split, Gala has also just been on point. I'm looking now, he's only got 1 MVP. What is that? I just feel like he's had so many good moments, Orcs. And
this is the problem, right? If you want to get a lot of MVPs, you don't want to be on a team like RNG,
True.
right? It is a challenge to get MVPs on this team because it's constantly a fight over them. But I think, you know, the thing with RNG is, like, we always talk with them about them being the cerebral team, being very intelligent. You see that on display, but also just the individual performance, the way they play our fights. AL are a team who their biggest strength this split has been their team fighting. That has been the main thing we praised, something that shone a little bit in spring as well. And it just wasn't even close in the fights. It just felt like RNG they know how they want to play the fights. They know what they want to set up for the fights, but also the execution. You know, the fact that like, as soon as Xiaohao went in for that kick around the dragon, he gets locked down, right? It has to be in the flash initially, but then just gets stunned, deleted, and the whole team is like, it's go time, and they dive forwards. And then that final fight, the spell shield from Gala, it just feels like they are so crisp on their plays.
And this is why picks like the Lysandra for Xiaohu can't be given over, right? 60% of the time, it's banned against RNG for good reason, but Xiaohu's control, even when in the early game we saw level 1, level 2 against Isakali, take him down a peg, Forge caught back up, team fights get more impactful for RNG, and these Frozen Thralls mixed with Xiaohu's positioning have also just been clutch. This is why we also said that, you know, Xiaohu's been a big focus this split, where he truly is the member of RNG getting recognized the most.
I mean, he's been doing so much work, and I think the Lysandra pick is so good because I feel like that's what RNG have really good target selection. When they want someone to go down, they will go down, and the fact that they have these tools, what you have Ming on the Rakan, you have Xiaohu and Lysandra, who can just pick targets, lock them in place, and let Gala and Breathe do the damage. Very effective. And it feels like, you know, Gala, Xiaohu, and Breathe all doing about a similar percentage of the damage is just textbook RNG. You know, Bin was very powerful when he had a good game, but could be a bit volatile. But I still feel like, you know, some of the questions were with Breathe coming in, would they have that same carry performance? And I think the past couple of weeks he's really shown that, yes, this guy can be a big carry for this lineup.
And it came off the back of that dive in the early game. Let's just talk, you know, game itself, because that 1v4 dive against Breathe, he nets out a double kill. And anyone's legend kind of set themselves up for failure at the start of that game, Orcs. And even though Breathe wasn't the defining factor, I feel like it was a big part of why anyone's legend struggled, you know, going up against RNG in the first place this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where you feel a desperation because you know if you don't set the pace of the game, you're going to have a bad time when they start getting into those 5v5s. And they saw the play, they just tried to rush it. And it's like, you know, some teams would say, cool, look, the dive, we don't have the timer for it. We're not going to get there before we get a response. Let's just back away. Or some teams would, you know, be like, we can still make this work even if they do respond. But I think they did the worst possible thing, which was try to rush it. Because if they wait for Alice to get there, I think they still just kill the Gwen. Maybe they get caught out afterwards. We don't know. But regardless, rushing it clearly backfired. And I think this Gwen pick we've seen not have as good of a laning phase as the old Gwen. Gwen wasn't even the most fantastic laner before. But in the later team fights, it's just ridiculous. I feel like this champion is obscene.
Oh, the ult now is just nuts, right? And we are seeing Gwen be, you know, that higher pick priority in the blindside. Orcs, like Gnar is going down, and we've seen little bits here and there, but it's not the same priority that we had before this Gwen came through. So I'm loving the development up in the top side of the map, but I'm not loving the fact that we're kind of going back in time. Next thing you know, Aphelios will get a buff as well, Orcs. To be fair,
he
he's still pretty
one.
strong.
He already got one, dude. That's why
get
he's
another
back,
one.
right?
Another one.
Give him more. Yeah,
and then
just give him
Nyla comes in. God.
Given the Talia treatment, right? This champion was already good. Buffer, why not? You know, make it the most picked champion on the patch. Just, yeah, go for it.
Oh, dear Lord. While we wait for MVP, I got to say, you know, even Siva right now is in such a good position. We've seen. I don't feel like Siva's defined games yet, Orcs, but I will also say that in BLG's case, you know, when Rise was on the roster, he had an insane performance on it. I think we have seen some pretty good Sivas. And I think we're also in the early stages of Siva gameplay where it's just such a nice sit back and farm lane where, you know, at 3 items, you're going to be relevant anyway, right?
Yeah, I think the thing with Siva is like you can't always see the immediate impact because she's granting movement speed to everyone with the ult in the fights. You definitely saw that. You know that fight where like RNG killed Xiaohao and all just ran at the rest of AL? You kind of saw the movement speed at play there. But as well in like fights, a lot of the damage from the Siva is AoE, right? You know, she does have okay single target damage when you get the auto reset on the W, but it's a lot of cleave damage. So instead of seeing like, you know, with other AD carries, just like for example, Aphelios with red-white, you'll see a target just get melted. With Siva, it's more like everyone's health drops together. And so it's a little bit harder to recognize, but the power in this champion is pretty absurd.
As Xiao picks up MVP, by the way, we've just heard Will highlighting that, you know, Gala had an insane cleanse at the end, but all game long, Xiaohu on this Lysandra, once again, proving the reason why it needs to be banned away.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like he's got such a good sense for where he needs to be on the map, but also when it comes to these fights, finding his angle in, like here, he's like, whatever, Forge, I don't want to win the 1v1. gets in, gets the AoE down. And then this one was one where the Frozen Thralls did so much work. This first one comes in with the stopwatch, it kills Xiaohao, sets up another one. ZDZ and Forge both take damage from it as well. You see the Akali go down. And then there's another one there. Doesn't actually come in, but just a constant threat. And here, this is a moment. Xiaohao instantly locked down. Doesn't manage to get the value. Gala even spell shield in the kick. And then here, the movement speed. They all just charge in and decimate AL.
It's so clean. Like, it's scrappy fights, but you know, Betty's not able to carry in the end. There's so much tanky members as well running at them, or at least bruisers. And Orcs, what I just realized is the fact that with RNG in that win, they moved to 11-2, but they also locked themselves up in the top 6. So right now, Top Esports, JDG, RNG, and V5 are locked into the top 6 of LPL playoffs bare minimum. We got to see how far they go, but we are back here with interviews in week 9 as we got the players in stage. So we are going to hand it over to Wendy, I believe. Yes, indeed. To kick us off with a bit of deja vu.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview. And now we have Brit from RNG with us. Congratulations on not only getting the win on this best of 3, but also reaching the milestone of 300 games on the stage of LPL. So how do you feel at this moment? 那首先欢迎 Brace。第一个问题想问到的是，在今天你不但是2-0顺利拿下比赛的胜利，而且也是来到了自己 LPL 出场300场的一个里程碑。所以说，在这个比较特别的一天，有什么样的感受吗？
就比较感慨吧，就不知不觉自己都打了300把了。
So I feel I have so many emotions I would like to say, because I feels like I didn't realize that I played so long on the stage. It's already 300 games. Yeah, and we believe you will keep this record and play more games on the stage. And went back to today's game. In today's game 1, it feels like after 20 minutes, together with Wei, 2 of us were able to catch the opponent's green in the jungle and then killed Xinjiao around the mid to allow the team to start at Baron right after 20 minutes. So tell us more about the calls made around there. 那说到第一局比赛，我们感觉好像Brace 和威选手你们2个人，然后在20分钟左右就在对面的一个下半野区，然后抓到了对面的一个上单格温，然后又在中路去击杀掉了他们的一个赵信，能够让你们很顺利的21分钟就直接开打大龙。所以说，能问一下那一波你们可能团队内的一些沟通会是怎么样的呢？
当时我和我们打野在围绕那个对面的红 buff 做出。就是去反对面的红 buff， 然后刚好格温给了机会，我们就把格温杀了。然后我准备带下的时候，他们又在中路把对面的打野击杀了，所以就扣我过去 TP 把龙打了。
Around there, Wei and I, 2 of us, we would like to just gather red buff from the opponent's team. And I think the opponent's team, they just gave us this opportunity. So we were able to kill that green. And to be honest, after that, I would like to clean the ball lane minion, but we feels like our teammates they can find a very good opportunity to call the opponent Xinjiao, and right after that we were able to dress down that Baron, and luckily we were able to get the Baron. Yeah, thank you for the sharing. And let's move on to game 2. In game 2, in the around 6 minutes, the opponent's team, 4 of them, they just would like to make a tower dive on you around the top lane, but this ended up you were able to get 2 kills in your pocket. So what happened there? Maybe we're a bit nervous around that. 那说到第2局比赛，其实对面在大概6分钟左右就4个人，然后想要一起来到上路，然后想要来进行4月1月你的上塔，但是呢，你处理的非常非常得当，然后反而拿下了2颗人头。所以说，能问一下当时你是怎么样的一个处理的情况呢？会不会有一点小紧张？
当时就是马上要升6级了，然后也知道对面要来越我。然后，但是他们没有一起，所以就是谁先扛他，我就是优先去打谁，然后就把技能都丢完了，然后结果就反杀到他们2个人。
At that time, I was so close to 6th level, and the opponent's team they didn't manage to make the tower dive instantly, and I was able to get a very good opportunity to react on this, and I just used all the skill shots to the one that got the tower hit, and I used all my skill shots, and luckily I was able to get some kills in my pockets. And my last question is, after today's game, RNG, you guys were able to accumulate 11 wins together. And it feels like you guys were able to show a better and better synergy as a whole. So what's your personal goal that you would like to achieve in this season together with this RNG? 那在今天的比赛结束之后 ，RNG 你们也是已经积累了11个大的胜场，我们也能感觉到你们所有的人之间的默契的程度也是越来越好，越来越配合默契了。所以说也想问一下，可能护西哥在和这个 RNG 的这个团队，你有什么想要达成的一个小小的目标呢？在这个赛季，
就希望我们能在夏季赛拿到最好的成绩。如果可以的话，就是能做到，我个人的想法就是能做到不依靠春季赛的积分，然后来进入世界赛，然后后面的比赛也越打越好就行。
I just would like my personal goal is I would like to get the best result that I can achieve, and also maybe I would like to get into the World Championship. Not rely on the scores that we accumulated in the spring split. We would like to show the best performance for every single matchup to try my best in the future. And definitely we're all looking forward to that. And thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望每一场比赛你都能越打越好。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy and Breathe. It's been a while since we've had interviews here in the LPL. Been a while since we've been able to hear from the players. Yeah, honestly, like getting context from Breathe, where I feel like RNG right now are one of our top 2 teams. I'm feeling like they're a top 2 team, top 3 team Orcs. And hearing Breathe, like his champion diversity will continue, and just a very good mindset it feels when you look towards RNG as a whole, right?
100%. I feel like, came out with a humble attitude, but still looking to aim high. And I think this RNG roster are going to be looking like one of the favorites. The expectation is after spring, after winning MSI, winning the LPL, but you always have to kind of see how things land, especially with the roster swap. But they are looking really good right now, especially in that past series we just had.
I think RNG have the chance to get second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to drop that there. However, I'm not important. You know what it is? FPX versus Ultra Prime. That's coming up next after the break. G'day again, everyone. It's Hysterics here, your favorite LPL English shoutcaster, here to bring you yet another Speak in LPL. Maybe you guys know the meaning of this word already. That's pentakill. When the enemy finally gets that 5th and final kill, the casters shout, "Woo-sha!" The emotion that comes from it is the build-up of the anticipation. Woo-sha! In addition, words like first blood, 一血, double kill, 双杀, triple kill, 三杀, quadra kill, 四杀, pentakill, 五杀.
拿下了1血，再拿到一个双杀，拿到一个3杀，收获了一个4杀，一比个拿到5杀。
If you see a play that is absolutely bonkers, then you can type a series of 6s in the chat, the comments, or even the barrage. Can you remember all that? If so, I want you to go 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 for this episode of Speak in LPL.
Tommy 的选手是一名对线风格比较激进的选手吧，然后比较擅长于纳尔。我们对战的时候，感觉围绕着纳尔这个点做好 BP 应该就可以了。我觉得要是想赢下 Formulars 的话，关键点在于我们支援团的对战吧，感觉是。
Well, Zoom showing respect here as he goes up against Summit here today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL for the last series of the night of our start of week number 9. I hope you got that all in there. My name is Eric. I'm joined by Orcs, and this one is important for standings. I cannot stress that enough. Ultra Prime looking to keep their dreams alive, where FPX Orcs, I mean, if they get a 2-0, they don't not only knock them out, but FPX would finally break that losing streak and move their way up closer towards playoffs, where this team has been struggling in the past couple of weeks.
Both of these teams have seen better days. FPX on a 2-loss streak, Ultra Prime on a 3-loss streak. And I feel like they're just in a rough spot, and it feels like they've been trying things, trying to see some sort of solution to the problem, and it hasn't quite come in. And you don't get any more second chances at this point. As you said, if Ultra Prime get 2-0 today, they are out. FPX can still make it in even if they lose, but it gets so much harder. And it starts to get to the point where it may not be in your hands. You may be relying on other scores going a certain other way. You never want that. You want to be able to decide your own destiny. And for FPX, the best way to do so is to just win every series left. It's that simple.
Simple. I wish it was simpler, though, because at the moment, FPX are going through issues now. Care is still starting today, but you would have all seen in social media that they've actually brought up pins. So during this series, Orcs, or maybe further series, maybe FPX sub him in. It's good to talk about him because at the very least, Pins is someone I've been watching closely, as in the LDL, he looks like one of the best, if not the best mid laner at the moment. And I think Pins is someone that could threaten Care's position if we get any similar games to what we've been having.
Yeah, and to be I think Care's been pretty good. So the fact that he got brought up to the main roster, he isn't playing today, just to be clear. We did unfortunately prepare this and then saw the lineups, which meant he wasn't playing, despite the fact they didn't announce him. I still think Care has been a fantastic fit for the team, but it shows they have like a second option if things don't start to work. And this series today could well dictate whether or not Pins is the one who comes in the next series, or it is Care once more.
So let's look a little bit closer at their recent series, because against BLG, I mean, this was some issues from Care, some issues from Clid, right? Like, I feel like FPX disjointed at some of the best of times.
Yeah, I mean, there's been moments where they looked good. There's definitely been some fights where they've been on the same page, but there's also been some where it just looked so messy. LWX here completely caught out and just shut down, and just not the best performance in that game one. BLG really had their number, and there were definitely moments, but I think the biggest thing that we saw was the top lane discrepancy. Summit, someone who came in and was so hyped after his initial performances, got annihilated by Bin, is the only way I can put it.
Oh, yeah, it was a domination, dude, in both sides of the matchup, too. As you said, though, there had been really good moments as LWX killing his former colleague. And LWX and Crisp, having, LWX and Hung, I should say, having some real power games. You even mentioned Care, like Care hasn't really been that bad. And on the Akali, he was one of the hopes against BLG in Game 2 that just didn't come through.
Yeah, I mean, definitely tried to make things happen, but it just wasn't enough. Fights like this really went positively. But yeah, and now FPX are in this position where I don't know anymore. They are currently 11th in the league. They're 5-8. They have the edge over BLG because of the game score, but they have 8 losses, whereas like the teams above them, TT, LNG, OMG, AL, all have less, right? 3 of them have 7 losses, 1 has 6 in AL. A lot of catching up to do, I feel, if they want to make it in.
Oh, God, Ultra Prime. Look at their matchups that hurt them along the way, though. As we turn tides, look at the other side. This is an important part because for Ultra Prime still trying to make themselves into playoffs, we kind of reflect back on the matchups that hurt. Let's just bring that up if we could. Because at the moment, Ultra Prime are a team that have had, pretty close series, but the ones that really hurt that were winnable here are on your screen.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like AL were on the hot streak at the time, but like IG have had a rough split. So for Ultra Prime to go down to them was particularly painful. BLG as well. BLG have found their form recently, but for the longest time just looked very underwhelming. And Ultra Prime, I feel like Ultra Prime were a team we're so hyped on, we're so excited about with Zoom as the addition. They felt like they had the pieces that not only were strong, but like fit together well. I think they just haven't come to fruition.
They're playoff players, right? Zoom is someone who's been to Worlds. Hacker is someone who was on the Suning Super Team. Like, Cryin has won MSI. There's so many good things about Ultra Prime, but you're right. Not coming together has kind of bit them in the bum.
Yeah, and we're seeing some of the clips here. There's definitely still some good moments, it feels, but it feels so inconsistent. I feel like Hacker can have a really strong performance, and then even just the next game can completely fall off a cliff.
Hacker is someone who's, I don't know, kind of forgotten in the dawn of time, right? Someone who's been
Kind of
around the LPL
volatile.
for quite a while. Yeah, very volatile in that sense, and a lot of the time in the past couple of years, it hasn't been to a great degree. I don't think he's been top jungle for a long time.
No, I don't think so either. I feel like he has games here and there, but it's just not convincing enough. Elku, I feel like, was very strong last year. Has moments, but not nearly as convincing. I feel like Cryin has been, honestly, Cryin has probably been the strongest performer on this roster. It's actually looked really good, which is kind of painful in some ways because I feel like he's been having a great split, but it just hasn't clicked for the entire team. And so as a result, you know, one individual isn't necessarily going to be enough. And, you know, as I'm saying this, the clip shows him just getting blown up. But he has had some like fantastic performances on the Talia, playing that role where not only is he like playing the sides very effectively, but also just doing a ton of damage himself.
I mean, Cryin, Elk, I feel like are the two keys. And for Ultra Prime, it's hard to talk up this team because 3-9 at the moment. Another loss, this team moves to 10, and 10 is the death sentence. I'm calling it now. Especially if FPX are able to 2-0 Ultra Prime, they will be out of playoff contention. It's a 2-0 that also knocks out Rare Adam alongside them. So a lot on FPX today as we look at that highlight of Ultra Prime yet again. Cryin really is trying his best, Orcs, and as you were saying, he's the shining light in this team, considering that Ultra Prime have those elements that should work so well together, but don't. But at least Cryin is able to bring that RNG magic that he once had.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, mid-jungle participation, jungle proximity, sorry, is like one of the lowest in the league at 19th. Goal difference, 15-30, down as well. Like, there's been some struggles, and yet doing, you know, 4th highest for damage percentage, highest for damage per gold. Feels like even without much investment from the team, he's still getting so much done in these games. So a little bit of a sad one for him. Hopefully he can sort of find them the advantage they need in today's game.
And we can start talking about some of those picks that can define him, right? Because Cryin is someone who's been so good on the Talia. We've seen Lysandra as well, something that even on RNG, he was flexing out. For Ultra Prime to get this win today, Orcs, what's on the top of your mind?
Yeah, I feel like looking at picks like the Talia is such a massive one. We've just seen, like, I feel like the series before, I feel like AL didn't do themselves any favors. I feel like, you know, in a series like this where they're close to the standings, both of them are like in a little bit of a rough form, having a good draft is going to make such a big difference. Getting your hand on those power picks. I feel like Summit is someone who, you know, both Summit and Zoom haven't had the best performances recently, but give one of them an edge and I can for sure see them run away with it. Talia is a fantastic pick for either side. That's definitely going to be hotly contested. And I think jungle as well. You know, we've seen Hacker perform a lot better when he's on a comfortable pick for him and he has lanes that can set him up.
Lee Sin, Viego, those both are top played here for Clid and Hacker. Clid is someone who started in the LPL, started in JDG, and alongside the league, you know, Hacker hasn't been around for that long, but is still definitely someone who's been embedded in the LPL now for quite a while. And as these junglers go head-to-head yet again, I can't help but think that, like, everyone else on the team, maybe apart from LWX, Elk's still relatively new in the grand schemes of the LPL, right? Cryin is someone who's still relatively new. I'm looking at the old dogs here. Zoom, Hacker, LWX, and Clid at the moment seem to be the old dogs. Just Summit's been around, but he's been around in a different league. This is debut split. So I feel like these members of experience are, ironically enough, also the people we should be focusing on.
For sure. And I think this is the moment where they really need to step up. This is a moment where we need to, you know, reflect on that, make use of it, find the opportunities, because this could be, you know, I say this quite a bit, but like it's serious like this where you can look at and say this could be the one that cost them. That's kind of how I look at, you know, AL's losses that they took to OMG and FPX. That could have been like the series loss that they'll look up back on at the end of the split and go, this is why we didn't make it to playoffs. This could well be it, especially FPX in a position where, you know, when you look at who FPX have to face to round out the split, WE is one of their opponents. They are more than capable of taking out WE at this point. I think anyone is. And Weibo is a bit of a trickier one, but not impossible. I feel like, though, if they beat WE, which they probably will, if they win today, even if they don't beat Weibo, there's still a pretty good chance they can make it into the top 10.
True.
But I feel like if they lose this one at Ultra Prime, the pressure just completely mounts.
I mean, 7 wins is what they would end on, though, right? Like, they have a good chance, but I would also say game difference is going to kick FPX. Because Ultra Prime WE, let's say that's a win, right? FPX need to at least get a game off of Weibo. But Orcs, even then, they'd be -1 if they're not able to beat WBG. So, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of sketchy for FPX. I feel like it's sketchy for teams like BLG at the moment, considering that their schedule also looks hard. It doesn't matter that it's mixed in with easy schedules like WE. That's why I'm thinking, I'm just looking at it now, because we're still waiting. Obviously, we're waiting for this game to kick off. We can have a bit of a discussion about playoffs, because I think teams like TT are in a better position. They have 3 easy matchups. They can hit 8. I'm going to say that this split is probably going to be 8 Orcs, because FPX and BLG facing those Titans for their 8th win is an easy way they get locked out with that final week.
It's possible. It is very possible. And that's why you want to give yourself the best chances by picking up these wins that are potentially a little bit earlier. That, there's more of an opportunity, I think, in this one. And every team is counting the remaining series. Every team is at the point where they're like, okay, this is what we need to secure playoffs. This is what we need to be in a good spot. This is like the bare minimum to even have a chance. Ultra Prime are currently in bare minimum mode. FPX, there's still hope, but like, I feel like banking on upsets. The problem with banking on upsets is that like the pressure builds so much. I feel like if you can go into like a series, this is why I was kind of talking about with AL as well. I know we're bringing this up a lot when they've already played. But when they had these 4 series at the end, if they'd already locked playoffs, the pressure's not there as much. They could just play at their best. And I feel like that's the position you want to be in.
As we look at lineups on the stage, we're talking about it before. Zoom, Hacker, Cry, Elk, and Chelsea. As we look at Shanghai. No crowd due to COVID, but players still back on stage is a good feeling. Maybe it changes Ultra Primers. Zoom doesn't have a team. It's Zoom 1v9 today.
Yeah, Zoom's leading the charge. They will catch up, and we will get to see them in front of you. Coming in and hoping to keep their playoff dreams alive. They can be knocked out of playoffs in this series today if FPX come in with a 2-0.
2-0 would mean that Ultra Prime have to wait until next year. Such big players. Zoom, Elk, we talked about. You should know them. As we look at FPX, maybe you know these players. Summit, you're finally getting to see on an LPL stage. As he debuts on stage alongside Clid, Care is starting with LWX and Hung. We talked about it before. Pins is now in the main roster. So hopefully Care has a good performance. You could easily see a world where Game 2, with maybe a loss, maybe a Care bad performance, would bring in this new player. However, at the very least, we still highlighted Care's play and some of the strengths of FPX as they head on stage.
I think Care and Chala, who are both really strong additions to FPX initially. Chala, who obviously not playing at the moment. Summit is there, but Care still in. It just hasn't clicked. There's been issues. I feel like Clid is someone who has definitely been very feast of famine. Some of their rough losses have been on Clid, absolutely. But still hoping to sort of redeem themselves and look towards playoffs. Summit, someone who made absolute waves coming into the league, needs a little bit of redemption after that matchup against Bin.
Yeah, it really does, because Bin slapped him in both sides of it. Oh, it was such a fun game, but so hard to watch if anyone was a fan of Summit. As we get a very cool little intro there on stage, but also as players set up. Oh, no, Orcs, I don't like the look of that. I don't like to see, I don't want to see any tech issues for this one. No. The players back on stage. Yeah, I did.
I got faith. I believe, right?
You better.
It'll all work. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, you better. Anyway, look, I think this one should be maybe a 3-series game banger, because FPX are a team that don't really 2-0 Orcs. Let's be real. To knock out a team to 2-0, the last time they 2-0'd was against LNG. RA, then no one else. They've always gone to 3 games in their wins.
Which, just means we're in for a ride. So we're gonna get a lot of value out of this one, and it'll be interesting. Getting in a draft, seeing side selections, seeing what the priorities are. I feel like we're at this weird point where we're starting to see a lot of these power picks left open. there was a point where it's like no one left Zeri unchecked, other than like it'd be like one game a week or something, and they'd get beaten into the ground by it, and then it'd be a reminder, don't leave Zeri open. I feel like we've had a lot more of these picks, like the Talias, the Zeris, being left open and available and being picked up. It almost feels like, you know, especially with Lucian, Nami, the Prio came back a little bit in the past few days, with Siva coming in as well. It kind of feels like there's so many things you can ban. It makes it harder to devote a must ban, you know, to things like Zeri.
And so many pockets like outside of that, right? Like Hung has been playing things like Pike. You know, we've had some crazy FPX pickups. Like, is Renata still a must ban against him despite people losing priority for it? We've had a Twitch from LWX. We've had Zaya. Zoe's come out from Care. Like, there's so many cool little pockets. And I'll say that Ultra Prime are in a similar vein, right? Like, even Shalcy's pulled out things like Thresh, which we're not seeing. Crying with LeBlanc. I think we'll be pleasantly surprised with this draft running into game number 1. We're finally there, folks. As here we go, we get start with the Zeri and the Narban doing their homework against FPX.
4 of the 5 highest Prio champions on this patch in the LPL. The only one left out is Kalista at the moment. But so far, banning away those OPs, banning away those super high presence champions. Renata comes out. That is 5 out of the 6 top presence champions. If Ultra Prime barring Kalista, it's 6 for 6. We'll see what they go for here. They actually go for the Ari instead, denying that from Care. Definitely a pick he has had a ton of success on. And now FPX, do they lean towards something like the Kalista? Do they go for something like the Aphelios? Or something LWX and Hung would be fantastic on. Lucian Nami would be available.
Yeah, they're one of the few bottom lanes that still look at it. At the moment, 60% here on LWX. 5 games he's played of it. As the Lucian first pick going to be avoided for now, it seems. We know that people have moved away from Wukong, but not cleared apparently.
It feels weird because it feels like we moved away from Wukong a bit with like the fact that he got some nerfs coming in. And now it kind of feels like we've moved back. Similar with Lucian Nami, a lot of ebb and flow. Now, Ultra Prime maybe will have choice on first priority for AD carry here. It looks like they're toying with the idea of picking up that Aphelios, knowing that it has a decent matchup into Kalista. It's also one of the lanes that can punish Lucian Nami if you don't fall behind early. Yeah. And it looks like they are just going to lock that one in now. They could play it safe here and pick a jungler and not really reveal much, but there's also a lot of directions they could go in. They could take a mid if there's something like Silas they wanted to lean on. Plenty of options in this situation.
Orcs, we didn't get to talk about it, but Meow Nu is actually in today. So, side note, it is actually not going to be Shalcy, as I was alluding to before. Did actually look at the nameplates as we came through and assumed that it was always going to be Shalcy. Of course, we have seen Meow Nu. We can talk about him a little bit as we get into game. But for now, we get the jungle pool picked up. Hacker with his Lee Sin. Both these junglers are great Lee Sin players. But now that jungle's sorted out, where are FPX going to go? Hung on Blitzcrank. Yes, please.
I mean, they could go for something like Kalista Blitzcrank here into the Aphelios, but it looks like they're still toying with ideas. They're going to go with Lucian. This means it's going to be a Nami on 3. No brainer on this one. And now for Ultra Prime, they have choices. They can prioritize a mid here, or they can go... Yeah. Or they can go for the support role if they want to lock in something in return. Aphelios Lulu, something that in the extended trade can do well into Lucian Nami. Lucian Nami is that bursty combo. So if you can weather the storm a little bit on those bursty trades, the all-in has a lot of power. And obviously, Ultra Prime spot lane's going to sail fantastically. Now, go to the next rotation of bans. Silas going to be targeted away from FPX. And FPX will go in return and take the Azir from Crying.
I feel like our mid lane bans here against Crying and Care is going to go on for a while. Talia is something we talked about that was banned earlier, but these other globals, Silas to match, Galio there too. I wonder if you just banned Twisted Fate against Crying, because that was one of his core picks of the past.
I could say, especially with the fact that Silas, who's typically a good matchup for the Twisted Fate, is banned away. You know, Galio as well, or something like a match of roaming. I could see it being brought out. We did see it a little bit in the LCK and a little bit in the LPL with RNG picking it coming out. I believe in that series against JDG, they brought that one. So we'll see if they opt to go in that direction. It obviously is a bit of a Crying special, but still plenty of scope for what you want to pick up on. And then I expect them to leave kind of pick available to Zoom. You know, the Nara is that really common blind, but we'll see if they go in that direction, because they could just end up taking the Gragas here, and this would be the expectation is that top lane Gragas.
Yeah, nah, banned in the first rotation too, so it means the top lane options are going to extend. FPX, please stop it, unless you're going to give me something. that I'm more excited to watch. We have a strong 2v2 in the bottom lane. Summit with the GP makes a lot of sense, though.
Something that scales really well, can be a monster in the late stages, and, you know, works well at clearing waves, but also, as you said, adding that ultimate to the bot side. The goal for FPX will be to play through this Lucian Nami. And now we're going to see what FPX want to pick in the mid lane for Care. With the pool thin pretty substantially. Could just bring out this Lissandra here. We saw Xiaohu pilot it pretty expertly in the previous game. And with that, now Ultra Prime know what they're going up against, know what they're dealing with. I know that Lissandra has a lot of that side lane threat. You'd obviously want to be able to shut down. Looks like they hovered the Swain before. They are just going to go for it. This is a pretty short range composition from FPX. Swain will flourish in this scenario. And the way things have kind of developed is like Ultra Prime have really good front to back, right? They have this Aphelios with the Lulu protection. They have all this disruption that can peel for Elf, but also make it difficult for these short range champions, you know, kicking away, casking away or in the Swain ultimate. And then for FPX, in my eyes, this is just snowball your bot lane and let them take over.
Yeah. Make sure that global comes in handy. And I like you talked about disruption a little bit from Ultra Prime. Considering we have Illusion, Lissandra, Wukong, I'm looking at, well, Nami doesn't have mobility apart from the E, apart from, well, movement speed. But Orcs, the point I'm trying to get at is the fact that dodge, yep, stay away, keep the space, and stake with a very humble bow. We've got a game where there is a lot of mobility added into the mix, snowballing the bottom lane from LWX and Hung. This is a very old school FPX mentality. I'm talking spring, I'm talking the start of summer as well. And Summit now added into the mix. We're going to see if FPX can break up this curse, because at the moment, I'm not liking their chances getting to playoffs. It's looking sketchy for me, to say the least. And as Ultra Prime look to disrupt them and keep their dreams alive, they challenge FPX in a very simple manner. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. Welcome back to the stage. Finally, we see our players in person. You know, it's like, you know, in Harry Potter, you know, Voldemort finally, whatever happens in that soup bowl that Wormtail gives him, and he walks up to Harry and he goes, "Now I can touch you." You know what I'm saying? That's Ultra Prime right now. It's FPX. Although they're on the opposite side of the stage and should keep social distance, so I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Good one, Orcs. Good one.
No idea where you were going with that, but sure, why not?
Hey, Long, you came for the ride. That's okay.
Hey,
I won't leave you behind it.
I just not really sure what you're hitting on, but we made it at the end. We got here in the game. We're on Summoner's Rift. I think the really important thing is going to be tracking what the junglers look to do on this one. You know, Lee Sin's something that can do very well with momentum, can do very well punishing this top lane matchup. We've seen it before, like Gragas into the GP can be a bit of a pain if you can set up right, especially post 6 with the ultimate, so they could try and make Summit's life hell. Definitely a player who can struggle if you do camp him. Whereas for FPX, Clade, you have this bot lane, which is super strong. LWX going for the Ignite as well. He wants to get up close and personal, get those kills. And if you look across the Ultra Prime, Exhaust Heal, they're already indicating this is how the lane's going to play out. They are on the more defensive role. They want to just play so that LWX has to dash in. They go for a bit of an extended trade, and then they back off again and hope to mitigate some of that burst from the Lucian Nami.
Quick bit of time to talk about the support on the other end then, because Meow Niao is the proper way to say it, but I'm probably not going to get there. An E-Star young support who's been in the LDL now since 2021 at the start of spring. Of course, it transitioned to Ultra Prime, and this is his, not his debut, but his debut split, playing in the LPL as well. So nice to see him as they get really good trades here against Hung and LWX, getting forced back at level 1 with the range on our screen.
And this is what you have to do against Lucian Nami. Lucian Nami isn't really a lane level 1. Lucian even takes the W just so he can like contest the S from a distance. And, you know, there, go for a little bit of a trade. But really, they're waiting for the level 3 spike. When you have a full combo from Lucian, you have the full combo from the Nami as well. That's where we'll see FPX's bot lane putting up some resistance. So I'm glad Elk and Mianyu are going aggressive level 1 and using that window to try and at least punish the Lucian Nami.
Already only 1 CS. LWX and Hung struggling to even walk up to the wave.
Oh, he just doubled his CS. Tripled.
I mean, oh my god, they're super pog, man. I mean, LWX and Hung are just getting battered around. This Lulu playing so aggressive as well. You love to see it.
Yeah, just love that they constantly find these angles to harass. Lulu, you know, with the picks on herself, does like quite a lot of auto damage if you find the window. Now, The top lane, Zoom is chunked out a decent amount, but this is a Gragas, ton of sustain in the kit, so should be able to heal up.
How dare Summit play on FPX as a gangplank without running Gimgoon's skin? Like, come on, Summit. Why did no one give him the membo?
Skin, dude. No one runs that skin.
Dude, it's a good skin. How dare you insulting Gimgoon as well? You and Summit now on the naughty
I
list.
just said no one runs it, right? I'm keeping my opinions to myself. I'm just saying other people have their opinions on it, you know?
It's still not good enough as Hacker gets into the
Still
fog
rough
of
around the
war.
edges.
I mean, I don't care, dude. You know, you got to pay respect to Gimgoon, the greatest weak side top laner that ever lived, honestly.
Would you not rather have a pina colada in hand with the full party gangplank?
Oh, yeah, but that's nothing to do with League of Legends, brother. There's nothing to do with League of Legends. But you're right, look, it's still a good skin as in the fog of war. Speaking of the devil, we just had both junglers slip past mid, undetected. Hacker now on top side, Clid now on bottom side. Both don't really have a clue right now as they've skirted around the vision.
Yeah, playing it a bit sneaky. You know, a lot of vision that you can see in the river from Ultra Prime. Ward and Pixel Brush, Ward in that lane brush, the Scuttle as well. So Clid not exactly going to have the easiest time trying to get in for a gank. Although that ward earlier was swept out in the river, so he could come through Tri-Brush. But if you look at the way the bot lane is right now, LWX and Hung, the wave bounced back. They hit their level 3. They've managed to crush the wave. Oh, look, top.
Here we go, onto Summit. Good orange in time. Sonic Wave does connect, though, and the Tempest cripple can't be cleansed away. The Summit walks back with no HP, doesn't burn a summoner, but at the very least, Hacker's here to give Zoom that pressure.
Yeah, unfortunately for Summit, there's a lot of AoE coming out from Zoom, so the wave actually got thinned a decent amount there. And so the end result of it is we see a situation where the wave, they have to push it in, they can't freeze on him. Summit's just gonna be able to TP it and catch it. Nothing really lost in this situation from FPX's top lane now.
No, TP is probably going to be burned at some point by Zoom anyway. Walking to the wave, but still worth mentioning that we know TP is going to be towards that turret on the top side 9 times out of 10. As Ultra Prime's bottom lane, we keep shifting down here, and even though that level 3 was hit Orcs, even though LWX and Hung have shove here, there's some really nice trades coming out of Elk and Meow New, because LWX is stepping up, and constantly this Lulu of Felios are getting off insane burst trades.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a really good job of it. I feel like, you know, this is why we see this lane matchup taking Lucianami. This is why we saw Lucianami fall off from priority, is there are lanes where, like, if you dash in on Elk, right, not only with the current guns are you going to get rooted, the shield from the Lulu is going to disrupt you, you may get polymorphed, you might do a bit of damage to Elk if you break through the shield, but you're going to take so much in return. You're not going to be able to get away. The slows from the Gravity Mortars is going to be super painful. But there is still spikes later. A lot of people think of Lucianami as like you have to win lane, but honestly the one item's crying.
Oh, that's a good engage though. Both level 6 hit here as Clid doesn't have his, but the Demon Flare turns it around and Hacker's now here. Sonic Wave, a shallow too short as Cannon Barrage dissuades them. Summit's ulti now down as well as Crying just showing the power of Swain.
And I mean, the important thing, though, is that they burn the ultimate from Crying, and they don't commit cares. So Hacker isn't able to go in aggressively because the Glacial Tomb's still available. And also, it means they have that bit of an ult advantage if a fight does come up, if something is made to happen soon. And Hacker does not have his level 6 himself. You can see all of FPX leaning towards this Dragon. They know Ultra Prime, no ult on the Swain, there's no way they contest this.
Dragon for Rift Herald on the top side could be the play at the end. There's a minute until it spawns, but yeah, Summit in a bit of trouble, I think, as Zoom has the explosive cast and Hacker's angle comes through with the safeguard against the wall, kicked up. A nice W flash from Summit. He survives, and he's sitting on a pool party yet again in this top side.
Oh man, Zoom missing the cast there, really painful.
True.
So as a result, they end up trading down. I mean, yes, they do burn flash for flash, but the fact they're burning both those ultimates, not a good spot to be. And obviously, it just basically means that FPX get the free Dragon. Nothing traded in return. Oh, Elk looking.
Yeah, he's almost level 6 as well. I mean, it's a couple of minions away. As, yeah, we're going to look at the replay. Top side, and as you said, Zoom tragic here, Orcs.
Yeah, I think just predicted Summit was going to move over, but the little sidestep came in very neat. And the thing is, realistically, if you'd saved the ult, maybe you could have comboed it with Hacker's kick. Like the flash kick into the wall is kind of a guaranteed thing. But regardless, ends up being a misplay, ends up not getting the result they want. And FPX in a decent position in terms of the map state, but you can see bot actually starting to struggle. Red white for Elk. He is not really giving any space to FPX's bot lane.
I mean, this new bottom lane, I haven't seen it before, right? Like, Xiaoxi has been the main starter. Meow knew this is going to be his second series, depending on how far he goes. But at the very least, now with Wild Growth, might have to come out clutch as the shield comes in, blocks the culling. Elk ulti's out in response. Now with shurikens again, we're going to launch up the PS1 Ninja Gaiden as Elk doesn't go for the full committal. But Clid now spotted on the bottom side with ulti, means Ultra Prime have to be careful.
When LWX dashes in, this is what's scary. You dash in, you get exhausted. LWX doesn't have cleanse to clear it. Take a lot of damage in return. And bear in mind, Yanu still has that wild growth for Elk, so you have to respect that. You have to respect the extra health available. FPX, they will be able to crash the wave and go for a reset, but you can see them struggling. We wanted them to lean into the side lane to apply pressure onto Ultra Prime's bot lane, and so far they haven't really found it.
Giving LWX and Hung, you know, they're set up in this lane. Such a simple win condition that FPX have been doing all year long in most cases, right? But at this point, we're 10 CS behind, and we look at Elk and Meow New, how well they're going in the lane, how mid is up 10 CS, how even though top has been a bit of a disaster, how Summit is under some pressure. So Ultra Prime right now with a bit of a gold lead, and they even got plating down their Orcs as Herald has spawned, and this is going to be the next focus.
And I think FPX, that is one saving grace from them. They should be in position to take this because you can see Hung is already heading there. He's going to be here in a second. And with ultimate, bear that in mind as well, because this is a little bit of a later Herald, not done on the spawn timer. And with bot lane of Ultra Prime just resetting, there's nobody contest. So yeah, they got a plate, but the plate is instantly offset by the Herald. The fact that they get the 100 gold from securing it, and you're going to be able to throw it down and get some extra plates as well.
Got him in.
So Ultra Prime, you know, not exactly getting the best of that trade.
Care taking a hit of damage here from Brian. This is one of his best champions at the moment. Swain is huge. I feel like Care as well on the other end has been one of the best Swains of the split. Always fun to watch him go up against the champion he's dominated on. As for Ultra Prime, you know, not getting the Herald, okay, fair enough, but we still see that gold holding strong for now. And I want to talk a little bit about Dragon setup here. Orc, second Dragon. FPX already picked up the first.
Yeah, so for FPX, one of the things you can do with Lucian Nami that's really effective, especially once you have one item on the Lucian, is you can just set them up mid, and you kind of just play to pick someone. If someone walks up for the mid wave, you dash in, you just nuke them with culling, chunk them out, maybe get a kill, and then you can lean into the Dragon. They're not quite at that point yet, though, so I mean, I feel like they want to get this Dragon, but they don't have to. If Ultra Prime get it, it's one each. But when it comes to setup, trying to get that initial poke down, that initial burst is going to make a big difference. And also, looking at this flank angles, I got to say, you know, as much as we've had a little highlight on the mid lane, we've looked there a lot, not much has happened for Care so far on this Lissandra. You pick this, and I want to see you playing like Xiaohu, moving around, making things happen, set up the plays. So far, it's been a bit slower paced.
I mean, slower paced games today, right? We've been stuck in them for quite a bit. I also feel like with, you know, FPX, we already set up the bottom side being the way it is. We're looking towards Dragon in 30 seconds, and we don't have that first item. We have equal items at the moment from Elk and LWX. What else, Orcs? I'm kind of looking towards Cleared at the bottom now as he tries to finally get in this lane. Hacker's also here, but he's a bit far away as... Did they spot him out?
I don't think so. We didn't see any pings. I always try and track, like, if you see if someone gets spotted, you normally see, like, a warning ping, right, that comes out. So I would assume they hadn't, but could be wrong. It's hard to judge when we have, like, vision from both sides. They do have the Herald in pocket here, though, deep in the brush. But look mid, Crying and Hacker starting to move down. This could...
danger. El Cyclone, the Wild Growth, Elk with the ulti out. It's grabbing him, but he's in the air. Hung lands everything, and Summit's ulti helps out. We finally see LWX and Hung set up for success.
And we get the Fearmancer hysterics. They definitely did not know that Clid was there. Otherwise, we would not gone for the play. But now Crying looking for this flank here. This is a
Reverse.
3v2, but they want to go for it.
Well, Crying gives in some souls as the Demonic Ascension was available, but didn't want to pop it despite everything being down. So FPX get away with getting the plate, getting themselves a Herald. Excuse me, that wasn't actually dropped in the bottom side meanwhile.
Throw it down.
So that's interesting.
So they could end up... They could end up using it mid instead and get 2 plates there. It's already down 1 plate, so I'd put it low. They opted to hold it. But we'll see the replay, and I mean, this is just them not having the vision. The ult comes out, and then here, the double bubble as well after the tidal wave. Just guaranteed, not only do they get a kill, but they're going to get both kills in this situation. And now we're going to see a scenario where LWX really snowballed, has that Gale Force already hung pretty close to having the Imperial mandate as well.
I mean, that's just a big boon. We criticize FPX bottom lane, forget that, as Care going to make it a 1v2, but Clid not willing to go in. Trine goes up, becomes a big bad demon, and Ultra Prime have the respect of FPX's mid-jungle duo, while this Herald needs to be placed. Clid is just going to drop it in the bottom lane as we got about 5 seconds before it disappears, and Hacker leaves the scuttle. All right, FPX's early game now absolutely inflated.
100%. I mean, that's just the mental edge you get there. And now Herald is coming down to hit the tower and connect here. They're in position to defend. Oh, and the plates timeout.
Not in time.
Disaster. And that's why the question is, why didn't they drop it before? You know, we saw them having a window, having an opportunity. They should have been able to take it. They left it late, and this ends up being the cost.
God, with that turret plating, the Herald just feels so immaculate. And Clid, you know, dropping the ball a little bit. And let's be real, you know, there'll be LCK fans watching today, Orcs, and they'll hate that, you know, we go into this. Clid has had some absolute pop-off games in the LPL, but also Clid has been their biggest worry at times as well.
100%. I'm going to be real. I think Clid has been very feast to famine, and sometimes the losses have really rested on him. I feel like Care's had a fair few games. Summit's definitely had some rough ones.
Yeah.
LWX has been inconsistent, but like the jungle has been the big one. But now LWX, you might just be caught. So has Gale Force.
Got Gale Force, but slowed down, burns everything to get out of the way. As Ultra Prime have all 5 members, a Sonic Wave out of reach. Committing all 5 means top is going to be yours. Mid is going to be yours. That is a lot burnt for Ultra Prime to get absolutely nothing but LWX pressing some buttons.
Such a massive investment with the double TP. And, you know, they were hoping they get that shutdown, they get what they need from that one. And now Elk might actually be caught.
Uh-oh, rooted in place, Everfrost, the culling, revenge for LWX after getting chased to Narnia. He's now back.
And this is the difference. No Gale Force for Elk, no Flash. It's only the Lissandra needed to make that happen. But now they're looking for Summit here.
There's a monkey here. Hackers just walked into the zoo as Clid has his Cyclone available. And this big belly popping man has to flash away, but he's flashed on as Mianyu saves the day. The Lulu coming in clutch as the barrel roll to slow him down. Summit has been kiting so nicely this game, but there's just too much to dodge. As Ultra Prime get their first kill of this game, finally.
Yeah, they managed to turn it around in their favor in that play, bring enough members. But it feels like when these happen, so much has to be invested from Ultra Prime. So many members have to come in to make it work. They will be turning onto the Herald now. Care even going to get caught out a little bit here. Chunked out. Clid, I'm not sure how I feel about this play.
Well, Clid says it's okay. The Herald's already gone, but he jumps in anyway, knowing that Care's by his side with the Glacial Tomb, but Ultra Prime get the objective and get out. So 2k gold lead still for FPX, but finally an objective goes to Ultra Prime, considering they've been fighting so hard, Orcs, outside of that dragon, of course, to get something on the map.
Yeah, they have the Herald, and the expectation for this Herald is going to throw it down mid and use it for pressure around the dragon. So if they can do that, obviously puts them in a really good position. See that play again in the top side. Zoom hasn't been the best. It's best on those casts. I'm going to be real. Not the best performance, but fortunately Mianyu being there, making the roam up, allows them to secure the kill without any trades in return, and Cryin make sure he's there just to really ensure everything goes in their favor. Now, tower taken top by Care, and it's a minute 10 until that dragon. 1 apiece, so still a while away from Soul, but it's Infernal Soul. I feel like they want to be stacking these up. The Herald is in the side of Ultra Prime, so they should use that on in the mid lane, apply some pressure, and force FPX away for the dragon area. But they do have a 3,000 gold deficit, so I'm not sure how convinced I am if they do look to take a fight. Look at the bot lane for FPX. Gale Force and a rapid fire for LWX, and the mandate has come in for the Nami.
And we'll get a Zeal item building up for Summit as well. Summit who, by the way, in those barrels each and every time, has been sidestepping Zoom so well. It feels like FPX right now have shifted the gear and sped things up. As looking towards the bottom lane, look at Zoom, level 12 here. He's got no summoners available as a cannon barrage, the lockdown Everfrost, and the tomb as well. Sealing the doom of Zoom means that this dragon is going to be, I don't know what else rhymes with Zoom. As we look towards the mid lane, LWX versus Krine has the help of Mianyu versus Hunt.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is absurd at this point. It's so scary. And Ultra Prime don't even opt to throw the Herald down mid. They are so afraid of FPX right now. They're going to put it down top, try and get some gold in for Elk. Making it very clear they are not contesting this dragon, not even going to get anywhere near it. The Herald should get a second charge here, but Elk won't be able to get a second tower with Summit here to defend.
Doing quite a bit of damage already, right? Not a good Q on the barrel, but still, we get a second charge for Ultra Prime. So, to say the least, this team that is falling further and further behind is still getting trades on the map, but Dragon stacking now there. It's an Infernal Soul. An Ultra Prime still down 3,000 gold at the 19-minute mark. So, Orcs, I'm kind of wondering what we look forward to next, because we talked a little bit about, you know, winding up this Aphelios, how Ultra Prime can play at close range. However, now it's mid-game and side lanes are absolutely unleashed for FPX.
Yeah, I think Ultra Prime just have to be cautious about these rotations over for picks. Kao's been doing a fantastic job of leaning to sides when the opportunity's there. There was that TP play bot. There was that previous one we just saw on Zoom. So they can do a fine job of just catching the waves. Problem is making headway and getting into the fight. Just because this Lucian is so strong,
yeah,
it's so hard to defend this mid tower. It's quite low already, and we've talked a lot about before about how if you take that mid tier 1, it really opens up the map. But like if anyone's caught walking around, Care can just fly over the wall and ult them. LWX can literally 100-0 anyone in Ultra Prime. I feel like at this point the burst damage is going to be absurd. And so I think FPX can just set up for this mid tower, and I don't think Ultra Prime can even try and defend this.
They're trying at the very least, but Care's not here. I mean, Krine, excuse me, on the other side. Used to seeing Care on that Swain as mid drops, and that's all the outer turrets now down. I was going to say as well, Orcs, Summit's level 14. This GP is getting close to level 3 ulti, and Cannon Barrage CD that late into the game, I should say that enveloped, is going to be next to nothing. So, feels like Summit's able to add his own context as Hacker goes past the Sonic Wave and doesn't actually take the Q in the second pass as well. FPX gearing up in front of this Baron in the enemy jungle, trying to take away more camps as LWX starts it off.
Looks like a fight might end up breaking out here. TP coming in.
Got it. The Cyclone kicked away, sent back. That never move was janky as Clit's clone gets a further knockup for Krine. Goes into close quarters, but the rest of his team is zoned out by Care. Krine with a good idea, but he ain't got the follow-up. A Zoom flashes, body slam, no. Explosive Cast gets the trade, but Zoom once again go boom.
Once again, and with Hacker so low, no flash. I actually thought they'd look under the Baron, but it appears they don't want to take the risk right now. Holding on, waiting to see. They expected Hacker to stay to potentially defend the Baron, so I didn't go for it. But here, doesn't initially connect. And as you said, very janky, knock away, pull back with the kick. But then look at Care coming in, slides over, just completely deletes the Lulu here and gets the self-ult to buy time. And meanwhile, FPX have won this fight. And then Zoom,
oh no,
at least gets the cask, right? So L can finish up the kill.
Go.
But yeah, not the best, not the cleanest, is all I can say on that subject.
Okay, Orcs. Hey, you went positive, Orcs. You know, we here at LPL, we're used to giving a bit of criticism. You mold, you've lost a lot of hair since being with us, but adding a positive layer there for Zoom, I'm proud of you. At the very least, look, he's a Night Harvester Gragas who he's still trying to build up his AP with that tier sitting in inventory almost fully stacked, about a stack away actually. While you look at the other side, Summit, now with the Mortal Reminder, a serrated Dirk. And I'm looking at the items of FPX. The advantages are big, especially in the 80 carry role, where that BF sword is going to turn into an IE pretty soon for LWX, who even has a level up on Elk.
And look at this vision setup that's coming out from FPX. Clint and Hung will be moving together and like completely just eliminating any vision in this red side jungle. This is like the pain when that mid tier 1 goes down. So easy to move into the jungle here, get control of the area. And it's so scary for Ultra Prime to approach because of the threat of the picks. They even have to move like here, a 4-man unit just to sweep out this vision, because they know like if they don't get this done, there's a risk that Baron can be started. There's another blue trinket going down in the pit. and it feels like they're going to be rotating those. One positive thing for Ultra Prime is with a Swain on your team, it's very easy to check Baron. You can just pop the W. It's on a short cooldown relative to a blue trinket. But they take this window where LWX was setting, and you talked about the Infinity Edge. It is now completed for LWX.
And look at where Care is on the wing as well. He has himself the Zhonya's. No cooldown up at the moment, as that Glacial Path can seal up Ultra Prime in a game one if they group up together. In front of him, they're not. For now, Ultra Prime are grouped off as Care has made his way around. Flashes on top. Hacker about to die, and the explosive cast can't save him. FPX with a pick. It goes to LWX again, and this just keeps going to a GG for game one.
Yeah, 15 seconds on that dragon, and Hack is dead, so it seems like third dragon of the game should just go to FPX as well. Tier 2 on the bot side, and the kill will even extend that gold lead. 7,000 currently, and FPX, they're on a 2-loss streak in terms of series. They have a lot of momentum right now and looking to be able to remedy that on the back of this one.
They need every win they can get here to try and make playoffs. FPX, it starts with success. No, I'm just kidding. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. It's okay. They didn't hear that. They're not Fnatic, Orcs. They're not Fnatic. It doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. FPX are not in that position. We okay. At the very least,
hey, I mean, they both won Worlds, right?
Yeah, well, that is true. But different years to the speech, right? Different years to the speech. FPX is still looking like they're going to win this game. It's a 7K gold lead. You already point out the IE with the dirt shoes coming through from LWX, but I want to point out that Summit should be close to cashing in for that third item shortly as well. Level 16 GP. And Summit, who's had a bit of a rough time on his Gnar games in the past couple of weeks, is finally returning to that peak form we saw when he entered.
Yeah, I mean, the series against Bin was not his best, let's just say, right? But really having a redemption here. And FPX are once again trying to get complete control of this topside jungle. Notice they don't contest that brush they're stacked in. But now, Ultra Prime.
Frost. Okay, well, FPX are taking the damage for now, but it's on to Elk. Has to flash away. Going to heal up with the Severin Moonlight Vigil as Crying has a Demon Flare beyond Demonic Ascension as Zoom's in the backline taking care of business, but he's dead. Bye, Zoom. Well, he turned that tier into a wand, and the fairy just disappears.
I mean, it looked like initially maybe it wasn't going super bad for Ultra Prime, right? They managed to get Elk out of there. They managed to play a little bit front to back. Then the tidal wave killed Meow. And then Zoom just got one hit, essentially. And I just feel like there's no one on this Ultra Prime roster who actually feels tanky. Like, look at the damage that are crying there. And then here, they run past Care, but at least we see Elk managing to survive here. Doesn't get connected to by the Wukong. But look at Meow, just gets blown up completely. The wave flies over, then Zoom just gets obliterated. And it just feels like a bit of a goal difference right now.
Orcsy and a tank. I mean, the Gragas, we see the majority of the time, we get Everfrost or we get the Night Harvester, but then we get tank items. We have our ability haste Gragas for Zoom that is 0-3 and 2 and not really showing up against Summit, who's debuting this split in the LPL. 2-1 and 6 for him. Now with the Collector, this is the GP we want to see. Everyone out there, you don't have to go out and buy wigs. No molding today. With the Bruiser GP build, this man's going to one-shot.
Yeah, I mean, especially if he gets Infinity Edge next item, that's the point where the barrels start to threaten one-shot potential. But look here, Crying, if he pushes up here, he's probably just going to die.
It's
and I
Summit
think
who
he
has
knows that.
the barrel.
He's uninterested. He's like, nah, don't want any of that.
It doesn't help when FPX show themselves on wards around the Baron as well, right? Like, showing a bit of respect here is Crying, but FPX moving up as a unit yet again. Orcs, I also wanted to pull out that... not important. Hackers on the side. Okay, maybe it's now important, because Baron's getting started up. I'll point out that LWX has a Last Whisper in the making. There's so much damage on this Lucian too, as Baron started up, but they just want blood instead. Aqua Prison, it's a tidal wave, surfs up here as Hung misses out, but Care comes through over the wall by himself. He doesn't really care, ironically enough, as Summit blows him up, cleared by himself, but as he spins a second time with an explosive cast sent his way, in goes LWX, flashes the angle, and again, Care just cannot be stopped as Summit eats an orange, removes Scurvy, and decides he's going to be a pirate for another day.
Man, the damage coming out. I love how Meow wasn't even the focus there. And then Care just decided, yeah, I'll just take the Lulu. deleted from the map, and the rest of them, there's so much burst available to FPX. Ultra Prime just get obliterated, and now Zoom. I don't think you can defend this.
No way, Jose. With the Ignite down and LWX damage, even with the low health bars, this is an FPX win. As Summit puts the parlay up, but I don't want to hear no parlay here for Ultra Prime. Game 1 to FPX, and handedly so in 28-minute fashion.
Just destroyed them. Like, the early game went okay for Ultra Prime, I'd say. The bot lane in particular managed to mitigate it. But as soon as they got those 2 kills on Lucian, LWX knows exactly how to push that advantage. And it felt like the team were just so happy to play around this Lucian, play around this Lissandra, see target, kill target, and managing to push themselves to a huge lead. And now 1-0 over Ultra Prime. If FPX win the next game, Ultra Prime cannot make playoffs.
And Rare Atom die with them. So this is kind of a burial for 2 teams if FPX play like that again. And we can kind of go through the core carries of FPX in this game, Orcs, because when we talked about Pins today being a potential in, or Care had, 1 or 2 bad games in the last couple of series. Well, after that, I don't think Pins is going to be coming in, because Care had a really good game on the Lissandra, kind of gave us that Xiaohu vibe that we've been seeing all over the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not as much early pressure came out, but as soon as we got to the mid game, it was like just so good at dictating which target is going to go down. And I feel like this is when Lissandra plays the best, right? You have the Everfrost, you have the lockdown, you just claw into someone, that person dies, next person move on, keep the momentum going in the fights. And I feel like that was kind of the story of the game, especially with this Lucian being able to dash forward with the movement speed for the Nami, with the rapid fire cannon, the Gale Force, just pick apart Ultra Prime. And I feel like it's just a rough spot to be in. It definitely felt like there was some players underperforming in Ultra Prime. Zoom did not have a good game by any means. But also, I feel like they had this Lee Sin for Hacker. Couldn't really threaten mid. You can't really do anything to Lissandra. Didn't find anything top. Bot lane never really had the pressure to play through. I feel like if you're going to pick the Lee Sin, you want Lissandra. You want something that can lock people in place so you can just land your Sonic Wave.
I mean, the mid 2v2 didn't take off at all. I feel like for Ultra Prime, we saw their bottom lane in a good condition, Orcs, but there was no punishing. There was... it was that double kill, wasn't it? It was. It was that LWX and Hung getting the 2-0 on the Lucian, which really set this game alight. And, props to them when Elka and Mianyu were doing so well in the lane. The turnaround from FPX didn't really slow down.
Absolutely not. And I think this is the best way to pilot the Lucian Nami. Like, a lot of people, again, think it's super lane focused, but really, it's the one-item spike. Like, we've even seen Nami's, like, they don't build boots. Normally on support, you want the early boots for the roaming. Nami's like, nah, I'm not interested. Every single bit of gold is devoted towards that Imperial mandate to pick it up as soon as possible. I don't know if you've seen, back in the day when we had Ardent meta, that was the strat where, like, you didn't buy anything. You just built Ardent ASAP. It's kind of like that. It's such a huge spike. And that paired with LWX, especially because the Lucian got snowballed, the burst damage available, the ability just to play for picks, to dash forward, blow someone up. And it felt like FPX, in particular their bot lane, knew exactly how to do that.
Also, so did Summit. 35% damage. And we are only in a 28-minute game with GP. Like, that game could have been a lot worse. And, Summit coming up big is not something we say every single game, right? We know this guy currently is rocking the most damage on FPX, but hey, a GP game like that fills us with hope. As ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go to a break, and what that means is you get your resolve, sit back and relax, and hope that game number 2 is a banger when we return.
I will then kind of bouncing off that, not focusing on the top 4 in Worlds, but on the actual bottom 4 playoffs. Which teams do you see getting through then? If AL isn't going to be in that conversation, because we still have like OMG, who are now on the rise, as Ox just kind of mentioned, after beating anyone's legend today. LNG are still kind of sitting 6 and 7, matching OMG in the standings for the moment. TT are on the rise, especially just off the back of beating FPX, which I think was a massive victory for them. FPX obviously struggling there as well. BLG now bringing Doggo back in. There's a lot of teams that are still kind of vying for those spots. Like, and this is with me thinking, hey, look, I think EDG, say should be probably going into round 2. They still have another series against RA, a series against WE. So in theory, they should be able to pick up 1 or 2 wins there, push them to 9, which I think kind of takes them out of that contention spot, at least in my eyes. Could be wrong with that, obviously, with everything still to play for. Same when I look across at Weibo, LGD still there. They should be able to pick up a win there. That'll also put them to 9 wins, kind of cresting them out of that bracket. So who do you see then as our 4 teams that will be taking up round 1 of playoffs?
I will just say that it's kind of crazy going into the last couple of weeks, because you look at like what teams are in that fight and what they have ahead of them, and you look at the EDG, as you were just saying, kind of an easier schedule moving forward, but then you also look at some of these other teams, FPX having a pretty easy schedule moving forward, TT even. Can you imagine that we're talking about TT being in the playoffs at this point? Like, I think it's such an interesting conversation because there are so many very volatile games to finish out the split. I will hedge my bets on FPX. I think they've been rising. I think they have a lot of know-how on the team, and I absolutely think they're my favorite in the round 1, at least, if they would make it to that 10th, 9th spot. But my other one would have to be Thunder Talk. I think it's been really interesting to watch them, and they have a few easier games coming up. I want to see if they can push into that 10th spot. I wouldn't say they make it very far, but hey, that's a resurgence, if you ask me, from spring to summer.
Yeah, I think I will say this is the sad thing, is I actually think AL's loss today takes them out of playoffs, because let's say we go through the remaining matches for each of these teams and we go through the expectation, right? So OMG, we take a look at them, and they currently have BLG, IG, and V5. Let's say they lose to V5, beat the other 2, that puts them on 8 wins. The expected outcome is OMG will finish the split on 8 wins. LNG, when we look at them, they have WE, RA, and Weibo. I would say they lose to Weibo, win the other 2, that puts them on 8 wins. TT, although they only have 5 at the moment, have more matches to play. They have Top Esports, LGD, RNG, Ultra Prime, and RA. I think they beat Ultra Prime, LGD, and RA, and that puts them, running theme here, on 8 wins. Final team I want to talk about is FPX. They have BLG, Ultra Prime, Weibo, and WE. I think they beat BLG, Ultra Prime, and WE. Weibo, they could, but I don't think they will. But even assuming they don't, right, because Weibo are quite high in the standings.
Summit versus the
That puts them again on 8 wins. So I've just said how OMG, LNG, Thunder Talk, and FPX can all quite easily make 8 wins without even making any upsets. Whereas AL, they could make 8 wins, but they would have to beat one of those big 4 we talked about. And I think if they don't find this upset out of nowhere, it is just going to be OMG, LNG, Thunder Talk, and FPX taking it above them. They have less to do to make that 8 wins. And AL, not only do they have to hope that they get an upset, they also have to hope that someone else doesn't get an upset and sort of push themselves further up. So I think that's my top 10 in my mind. It's the top 4 we have right now: JDG, Top Esports, V5, RNG. To 6 is Weibo, EDG, and then to 10 is OMG, LNG, Thunder Talk, FPX. That is my brain saying that is the most likely top 10, and it makes the most sense. But man, do I hope AL get that upset somewhere. I mean, because if they do, that keeps the hopes alive.
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fight, you can't deny it. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. That dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh,
팀적으로는 저희가 다 잘한다고 생각해서 저희 팀 개개인이 실수만 안 하면 이길 것 같아요. 처음 왔을 때 제가 들었던 생각이 무조건 빠르게 적응해야 된다고 생각을 해서 빠르게 적응을 했고 그리고 지금이나 처음 왔을 때랑 크게 다르지 않은 것 같아요.
Well, Summit, I mean, he's got a long way to go, but also he's fitting in nicely. You know, to be that FPX top laner, a lot of people held, you know, people like Gimgoon in the past. Nuguri was on this team in high regard, trying to follow in their footsteps, of course. We welcome you back. My name is Asterix. I'm joined by Orcs and Orcs. That man was also our MVP for game number 1, considering his GP was a very clean performance.
100%. I mean, really was unchallenged in the laning phase for the most part, given a hard time to zoom, and then just scaled to become an absolute monster, doing damage for days in this one.
Well, all I can say is maybe GP is going to get a response ban. A lot of people have been banning it against FPX, and I think more importantly, the fact that it is one of Summit's most played outside of the Natu. As we look again, these cannon barrages were great AWPs, and in conjunction with the rest of FPX, there didn't really seem to be any coordination issues in this game at all.
Yeah, it just felt like when it came to the fights as well, Care was doing a fantastic job of picking up targets, and then it was like the damage coming out from LWX and Summit was there, able to just shred through anyone. And here, I mean, this was a fantastic moment. Meow left to the wayside, deleted, and then they just keep pushing up, and it just felt like there was no tanks in Ultra Prime. Like, that's not to say there wasn't tanky champions, like Gragas, Swain are bulky champions. They were just so far behind, it didn't matter. Look at the damage coming out. What are you supposed to do?
Look at him go, dude. Again, the only insult Summit gave us that game was the fact he didn't rock Gimgoon's skin. If we get a GP in game number 2, I don't know who I'm going to message Orcs, but I don't really have the context for LPL.
You're going to file a complaint.
I will. I bloody will. Because I tell you what, if you're on FPX and you're not running Gimgoon's skin, I think you might, I don't know, if I was coach, would I sub you out? Summit, is he good enough for me to sub him out? Not
Would
for that
Shallow
reason.
Who run the Gimgoon skin?
Yes, he
That's
would.
The question.
Yes, he would. Absolutely would, dude. Why would you ever not run Gimgoon's skin? I will say as well, Ultra Prime's hacker didn't actually run Tien's Lee Sin skin, but he's on the opposite side, so that would have just more been BM. But
yeah.
I don't know, dude. It's hard to give him respect when he doesn't run the skin. More importantly, right, I think in this game we kind of saw that FPX, their ability to cohesively set up plays with the Lysandra from Care, which was so aggressive, Summit's GP, and even that bottom lane, right? Hung had a really good Nami performance that stimulated all that too.
Yeah, something I want to mention as well is that we even saw Hung go the treasure hunter as well on Nami.
Yeah.
So like, when we first saw the Nami come out, it was like, you know, you go in domination for the electrocute, so you'd see like Ultima Hunter or Relentless Hunter. The treasure hunter, like when they got the 2 kills, the fact that Hung gets a bunch of gold as well, hitting that spike sooner, it really just allows you to snowball so incredibly quickly. So that's one question as well. We've seen Lucian ban a decent amount today. Will Ultra Prime have to start banning away Lucian? Can you leave it open towards them? Because it seemed very clear they had an answer, right? They locked Aphelios in, and they even instantly locked that Lulu in. Like, there wasn't even time for me to talk. And it didn't work. It didn't manage to do enough to keep them down. So, could be a lot of areas they could alter the draft in that regard. Hacker got his Lee Sin, and with Talia Poppy banned, there wasn't, you know, anything that specifically challenged it. But I feel like if you're going to play Hacker's Lee Sin, right, have lanes with easy setup. The only lane that really had good setup was top, and Zoom kind of whiffed a bit too many of his abilities for that to work out.
We give credit to Zoom, though. Like, you know, the ultis weren't amazing, but also Summit had his good pants on. He's got his MC Hammer parachute pants on, dude. Like, the side steps were also really good. I feel like the biggest thing was that we saw this full AP Gragas come out when we didn't really have like a solid front line at that point for Ultra Prime Orcs. There was Gragas running in, but Gragas also getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, it just wasn't tanky enough. Just wasn't tanky enough to withstand the damage. I honestly don't think there's many champs that would be able to withstand that Lucian Nami burst with Lysandra with the setup. So maybe like a whole reshape, a whole revisit. It's actually Ultra Prime on red side again. Bans starting off very similarly. Ultra Prime bans Zeri here. And then it was Renata for FPX. My opinion, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I think FPX banned Renata. And then here, Ultra Prime banned Ari. And they're gonna do that again. So FPX, it was the Wukong first pick here. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to do that one again. Do Ultra Prime run it back?
They do, because we know these kind of drafts, Orcs. Watch it happen. Especially with Meow New still in there. It's not Chelsea again, guys, so same support here for game number 2. But in all seriousness, maybe it does change up. Hopefully it does, because seeing the same draft is never entertaining as Aphelios. Okay. Orcs, what was next?
Yeah, it was Lee Sin.
God,
and then
okay.
it was,
what
then
was
it was
next?
Lushinami.
Yep. Which is open.
And then it was Lulu. It looks like FPX, like, they do realize we won the last game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I
safe
don't see
side.
why they wouldn't take it again. Maybe they're thinking, like, you know, maybe they have something prepared in their final picks. They're like, okay, is there anything that could shut down the Lushinami and be problematic, you know? Or do we just take it? Maybe they're just taking the time that they have to talk about it. But they look for Lucian, which means they're taking the Nami. And Ultra Prime,
Lulu.
They're just running it back. We have the exact same picks and bans so far. Ultra
was the
Prime
next
bans Silas here. Okay, so there's a lot of mid lane bans. We'll see if they go in that direction once more.
Okay. Orcs, you're a genius. How are you predicting this? What's next?
Azir.
Oh, yeah. Oh, why? Oh, yeah, that's an interesting one. I wonder if it is going to be Azir, right?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I feel like FPX, I don't see a reason why you would change, unless like you're really concerned they're going to bring something out. And you're like, you're trying to think, what could they do? What could they change?
Oh, they changed the order. Rise
They
was
changed
the
the order.
last
Rise
ban.
first.
So
And
it
now
is
for
a
Ultra
different
Prime,
draft.
It is. This was Galio before. Do they ban the Lissandra here instead? Or do they ban the Galio again? That would be even... Imagine if like FPX just changed the order, but Ultra Prime just did exact same pick ban.
Yep. 10 seconds. Okay, let's go. Is it going to be the Galio? Going to be the Lissandra? Lissandra last game was so impactful. And Galio. Oh, Ultra Prime.
FPX,
All right, now.
Azir? Is it going to be...
Azir.
Yeah, come on. I'm hoping it just keeps going. I feel like we might not... Maybe we see these here, maybe we don't. But Ultra Prime, I would think they changed the pick bans from this point. I feel like maybe they weren't confident on their solo lane picks. Maybe Zoom's Gragas wasn't what they were hoping it'd be.
Oh, Lissandra.
FPX banned the Lissandra. Maybe they were thinking Ultra Prime were going to pick Lissandra on 4, so they ban it. So we finally have a change in the draft. We finally have something come out. Yeah, maybe we could get Azir from Crying.
Oh, no.
Not the best combo with the Lee Sin, but still works well with that front to back style for Ultra Prime. And then I would expect Zoom to take like a tank in the top lane. Something like the Sejuani would work well. So for FPX, you're now responding to that Azir. Looking at potentially something. A lot poke is often quite effective, you know, against the Azir. So could go, you know, they hover the Corki, hover the Zoe.
Orcs, what do you think about Swainer? Is the problem range here? Because,
I think it's problem with Swain into Azir is like you just get ulted away. And like it takes so long to gain the distance. But they pick the Zoe, so something that can provide a lot of poke threat. And Ultra Prime, I really feel like something like Sejuani would make sense here because they don't really have many tools to close the gap. Summit toying with his options, could go for the GP again, but may just go for that Gwen that we've seen be such a monster. Now, what does Zoom pick? Because I said, you know, you'd want to pick the Sejuani, it'd make a ton of sense. But if you pick Sejuani into Gwen, you just give him Gwen a free lane. So
yeah,
gonna go for the cannon in the end.
Good. Finally, Zoom on something that can actually have a good time, Orcs. I feel like Zoom's cannon in the past has been pretty insane. This guy's a great team fighter. He's a decent laner. And against Summit, tell me a little bit about what you expect here, because Ultra Prime have a very, straightforward team fighting, but you don't have a tank, Orc, so how does it run?
Yeah, so it's a lot about playing around the ranges, right? Using the Azir and the Aphelios to kite back. You know, you have these dive threats on the Wukong and the Gwen, and honestly, even Lucian kind of functions as a dive threat. And you just want to keep them at a distance, have the Kennen play disruption. But yeah, no like significant tank on that side. Might make things a bit rougher if they fall behind. But you have the Kennen, which is a good matchup to the Gwen. You should be able to find an advantage in the top lane. You have this Azir who, although the Zoe can provide some pressure, has a lot of wave clear, a lot of priority. And we saw Ultra Prime's bot lane handle the bot 2v2 fine. The main thing is they don't make a big mistake like last time. Don't give LWX and Hung an advantage, or they may just snowball once again.
And with care as well on this Zoe, I mean, the ability to play at range, play through some of the scaffolding on Summoner's Rift, like some of the terrain. Care on Zoe is played it once before, but we really don't see Zoe that much in the LPL anymore. It's only been played 7 times, and, you know, seeing it time number 8. it's been a champion we've been long to see as well as we go up against the Azir and see if FPX can have the same performance, considering in game 1 they dominated them in 28 minutes. Ultra Prime now on their last legs, quite literally, as if they lose this game, if it's a 2-0 by FPX, Ultra Prime are gone, Rare Atom are gone, both out of playoff contention, and FPX will continue their stumble towards that finish line to see if they can actually lock a spot in themselves.
And I mean, it feels bad for Rare Atom to not be in charge of your fate, but that's kind of one of the things when you're 2-10. But Ultra Prime, their fate is still in their hands. Still possible for them to bring this back, but this game, it's all or nothing, right?
It is. We're just looking at a lot of logos. Okay. Are we buying time, Orcs? We might be buying time. There's Ultra Prime logo again.
If we're buying time, who's selling it?
You're very funny. There's the FX logo again. I don't know.
That is the FX logo.
That is. Ready? Ultra Prime next. Hang on. Oh, no, we're going to play as now.
Okay, go to Summit. He's
Okay,
like,
next.
cool, I got to play Gwen. He's ready. Everyone.
Now
That'd be so fun just to be like, it seems like, okay, you're playing Gwen this game. You're like, nice. I can't wait to play this broken champion.
Dude. Oh, it's just so much fun. Pressing R as we're going to find out
Pressing
what's
R
happening
3
here.
times. You got to remember that, Jake. They have to press it 3 different times.
Oh, and you don't have to auto now. I feel like the auto mechanic was so fair. Like, I really miss that. I miss,
well,
I miss
that's, you know, let's talk a little bit about, just to jump off that. The reason we've seen these recent builds, which have been like Riftmaker, Void Staff, Rabadons, Shadow Flame sometimes, right? It's because now they've removed, as you said, the fairness, right? The thing that made it fair was that Gwen actually had to get in range of you. So she had to ult, then do something like a Q or auto, whatever. Then she could ult again, right? It meant at least Gwen had to put herself on the line to get 3 charges of the ult off. Now, because you can do it every second, that's why we're seeing these new full AP max ult damage builds, because you can just fire it off like an artillery cannon. You don't have to get close to them. It's ridiculous.
Whoa, hang on. LWX and Elk are going to be fighting it out, Hung and Care by themselves, but they're not going to go over the wall. And as you were saying, yeah, it is kind of rough how you can just walk into it. As Elk now in a bit of trouble. Trouble Bubble starts off, and as he goes Betty bye-bye, Elk now with no summoner, low HP, but he'll be able to back away as the lane starts.
Yeah, not a good start so far, and nice little play coming out from FPX to be in the summoner. Going to mean that LWX and Hung can apply even more pressure in this 2v2 on the bot side with the summoner disadvantage. So we'll see if that comes out. Also, something I want to note, LWX has gone for the cleanse instead of the ignite. I think that is the right call here. The reason being is that when Elk exhausts you, for example, you can cleanse it. You can also cleanse the polymorph. Obviously, the reason he's probably taking it this game is because he's against the Kennen, right? Yeah. But I actually like the cleanse on Lucian because one of the worst things that can happen on Lucian is you dash in to go for a heavy trade, you get exhausted, and then you can't get out again. Your dash is a very long cooldown early.
True. You use everything, and then you see a lot of these Lucian Army lanes. Orcs, I feel like that's why we walked away from it. The window to punish, always massive when you're at that level 3 point and you just commit everything and then have to run out with a fellas poking you with range.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Lucian is good at taking a trade that can do a lot of damage, right? But you can sometimes, if you dash too far forwards, be left in like an extended trade that you don't actually end up winning out into a Lulu and a Phelios. Often that's what we see, like Kalista Renata. That's why that lane was so good in Lucian Army, because they can just extend the trade and they will win eventually once you get enough spears in. See, so far though, with Elk being down flash, you know, Ultra Prime's bot lane aren't applying as much pressure as they did in that first game, and it's actually going to be FPX's bot lane to get level 2 first, and they will zone them away.
Okay, Ty Call's Blessing and the tidal wave as well comes through. LWX dashes into Elk and immediately regrets it. So far, so good here, and as you said, that's someone hurting them quite a lot. And as the CS will start to show it too. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Care up against the turret with Crine pushing him, and things going well, at least for Ultra Prime, in this angle with the range.
Cleared here as well, just providing coverage potentially for his bot lane. This is the lane you really want to support, and actually will dodge out on that ward. So might be able to take a route in here, but we'll quickly realize that the camps are taken. Hack has already been swept around and picked up his blue and Grom. And that does mean that we could see Clid just play towards the scuttle, especially as he has vision now of Hacker, and secure that one quite easily.
Clid still has his topside camps to go as well, so waiting for the scuttle is a patient move, but Hacker's already completed the camp. He's here now with a bit of an advantage, but Clid is immediately on top of that mini Shelly. Is still heading towards the bottom lane. I mean, Clid is persistent here, Orcs, just in case Hacker was thinking about it.
Yeah, and I mean, this gives windows for Hacker, because Hacker has prio mid and, well, he doesn't have prio mid anymore, sorry, because it has bounced back. And actually, fight coming in.
And wants to pick up the cleanse here as Crime picks it up, immediately flashes away. Care is low, and Hacker is one step away. The Sonic Wave needing to connect as Hacker, just to get into range, finds first blood with a yoink.
Really nice play coming out there. Hacker does maybe commit a bit too much of his resources, try and burst Care out, and that gives him space to kite. But in the end, he still gets the kill. TPs will come in for the mid laners. Clid will be able to pick up this scuttle on the top side as well, and then has his full jungle to clear through. But yeah, so we'll see exactly what Hacker did here. So I think he went in, so like he Q'd, then he flash E'd, I think is the place to Q.
Yeah.
Flash E, Q, and he thought that'd be enough to finish him. And unfortunately didn't, so we had to follow through to the end. But, you know, he tried to basically get as much damage off before he used the execute. Just slightly not enough to finish it, but still finding the kill. And nice influx of gold towards that Lee Sin. We saw Hacker's Lee Sin never really get off the ground in game one. So definitely the boost he needs.
What you said, though, was that the topside jungle was available to Clid. So as camps are being done by Hacker in his Raptors, right now, blue buff into a potential opportunity for this topside. But Orcs, having said that, Zoom's got wards up here. Excuse me, no he doesn't. That's on Summit. More importantly, Zoom has the health bar against Summit, as this Gwen is getting bullied in the matchup.
Yeah, Gwen having quite a rough time, in all honesty, getting really harassed down. And it's expectation. This is kind of how the matchup goes. Obviously, Doran Shield's second win, you're going to help mitigate a decent amount of that, but the expectation is Kennen should have control of the lane, should be able to harass freely. And then obviously when it comes to team fights, both have a lot of strength. Notice as well, Hung has got the exhaust, so we'll be basically using that exclusively on the Kennen where possible.
Small CS lead, Cull stacking up, backstopped here on Hung in the bottom lane. Look at the CS differences. The wave has crashed in. Elk is now behind by about 10 or 8 CS in the end. So win here for FPX as they continue with that bottom lane trade. As Clid now back towards bottom side, and Hung's moving towards mid, but it's on a ward, and Cryant still has the ulti.
It still has that available. Definitely something you can use if you find the opportunity onto the Zoe, but obviously you can use her ult to dip away from it.
Back.
Right now, yeah, trying to apply pressure. Just get the wave crash. I think Care wants to go for a reset off the back of this. A little bit low in health. And I think something that we have seen that's been a positive from FPX is Clid and Hung have worked really well together as a unit. You constantly see them moving together as a pair and establish themselves on the map, you know, whether it's just pushing in waves for your mid laner, getting vision control. It's been that pairing, and it's particularly potent with something like a Wukong with a Nami, because, you know, Wukong is already quite bursty, already has a lot of mobility. Pair that with the extra damage a Nami offers, and you can really start to be a major threat. If you catch anyone like, you know, maybe a Lulu walking about, Meow Mew will not get caught, as we see Summit just going to ult for the wave here.
Yeah, make sure he gets out a bit of a clear with Herald spawning up soon, especially with that dragon. Looking to be hobbing to Zoom ultis, but Summit now, even without his own ultimate, gets off a better trade. Zoom just trying to apply his own pressure as they both walk away from each other. And further to your point, I mean, while that happens, while Zoom's ulti's up and he gets pushed back, FPX just take away this first dragon of the game.
Yeah, can pick that one up. And what a difference we've seen in the bot lane this game, since game one, where, like, Elk and Meow Mew really managed to maintain... Oh, there's the ult.
Little help portal jump comes through. Cares, Sonic waved away, and Hacker kicks him for the kill. Second kill through this mid laner as Care starts 0-2.
And we kind of see it coming out, right? The portal jump can be used to completely mitigate the Emperor's Divide from the Azir, but you end up going back to where you started. No flash for Care as well. Means that Ultra Prime can just find it. And once more, seeing Hacker make things happen on this Lee Sin, finding some momentum. Although bot lane is a bigger problem. That's the thing I was trying to say, is that Elk and Meow Mew managed the laning phase really well in game one. It's gone a lot worse this time round. Which does make me a little bit concerned for when this Lucian Nami do get into the mid game. But for now, at least they haven't died. That was one of the things, is that FPX did find that double kill a little bit later than this in that game one that really snowballed things.
I mean, that 2v2 broke the game, broke the straw on the camel's back. Elk and Meow Mew were not useful at all in that 28-minute game, as now at level 6, you can see the aggression on. Good Aqua Prison here as LWX has culling, but a minion wave in front. Elk as well, stacking up the chakrams, not even being sick, but still culling. Finally coming in as Meownu doesn't have himself the wild growth and a good ebb and flow to follow up from Hung. While Hacker now spotted out on the bottom side wall, they back off from committing any further, but at least asserting their dominance in the 2v2 while Clid does the Herald by himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the problem, though, is the fact that you're not really getting anything to play for on the bot side. Most, you're going to maybe deny a wave. You can't even get this Krugs because you're going to get bursted out by FPX's bot lane if you try. In the meantime, FPX have the first Dragon, they have the first Herald. You can see how respectful the FPX bot lane play here, knowing there could be a threat. But they should just be able to push back up in this situation, realizing they're not really going to lose anything more than a single. Maybe a second play actually could come in. No, I don't think it will. So, yeah, FPX get what they want. They get the neutrals.
Ooh.
And Elk trying to find something there, but doesn't connect.
A wild growth comes out as well. That's double ulti, and with the Aqua Prison down, Graviton the only thing keeping Elk alive right now as he pokes out LWX and Hung, but Ultra Prime's bottom lane, bit of a misplay as Clid now going to be spotted out, putting a control wall down, while Ultra Prime are trying to match in case this gets hairy, but that mistake, that's going to cost them quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Ult's burn, I mean, it's not that big of an issue because they didn't burn any summoners, but you saw one of the things with the LWX cooldowns weren't available because he chunked Meownu, so when the bubble came in, LWX couldn't really follow up in that situation. And the nice thing is that Elk, you know, as much as I said, getting the plate isn't really worth losing the Herald, at least it helps mitigate that CS disadvantage he has. Elk really wanting not to fall behind in items. We saw what happened in game one when, you know, Lucian had Gale Force, Elk didn't, and Elk was just so much more vulnerable.
Close to getting it. You can see all components picked up, bar the combination cost. Boots picked up on top of that as well as on the same side of Elk, just outside of the cloak of agility because he is 20 CS down. We look towards mid though with Care has no mana. So Clid can't really do much with this Herald and looking for a spot to put an Orcs as he gradually shifts up towards that top side.
Yeah, we can actually see where he's going to put this one down. You could definitely look to try and snowball a lane. I personally think, you got to remember, game one, the Herald wasn't used very effectively by FPX. They actually missed out on the plates. I think you headbot, try and make a play. If you find someone, great. If you don't, whatever. And just slam the Herald down and get 2 plates. You actually see the tower's already on 4, so you could find a lot more on the back of that. I think that should be the play for me. You can see again, Clid and Hung moving together, sweeping out, trying to establish vision on the bot side, doing the homework for the play that they're planning to do in the future. They have been spotted out here, so Ultra Prime's bot lane should just back away. But I want to see this, give this gold injection to this bot lane. And not even just Lucian, the Nami as well, as we talked about. Benefits massively from being able to complete that first item.
Close there too. Only has a Kindle Gem and an Amplifying Tome, but still would be able to get himself towards that Battle Glass Mirror as the Herald still not placed down. I mean, the ward on Hacker, knowing that he's on the bottom side, but very late Heralds today, Orcs, as this one is getting down to the wire at 30 seconds. Needlework is available for Summit. He's used the last proc. Zoom has his own ulti, but Flash was burnt before. Top is getting saucy.
Yeah, I mean, Summit doing a fantastic job. This is a lane where the cannon should just be having control, be able to take pressure, and Summit's really been finding windows to punish Zoom so far. We've got a replay of how this happened. Yeah, just waiting in the brush, and Zoom ends up being forced to flat. Very quick flash, actually. Pretty early on that one now. Just Clid coming down. He's going to put the Herald in place. They are going to get the plates this time around. I don't think there's anything that Ultra Prime can do to stop this one, but it will just be the 2 plates, won't be the full tower.
Yeah, at least LWX is near. No, it all goes to Clid. 320 in the bag, so LWX doesn't benefit off that one at all. But still closing up some of the gold gap that Hackers started to bridge in this game. And you can see the reason why it's been growing in Ultra Prime's favor. Top with the CS lead, jungle with the CS lead, mid with the CS lead at this point. So FPX bottom lane right now, the only focus is the fact that, excuse me, they didn't get that bottom side Herald. It means that gold is still going to be relatively in those solo lanes and jungle for now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Ultra Prime, despite the plates coming in, still at a pretty substantial advantage. But we now see Gale Force complete for the Lucian. Still don't have the mandate for the Nami yet, which is another big spike, but it gives you that extra opportunity to look for punishes in the lane, in the 2v2. That burst damage available and the mobility, definitely a big asset to have. But Ultra Prime, they feel confident, they feel strong. Hacker with the lead, which means they know they can pick up this dragon. It's now one apiece. It is going to be that Ocean Soul coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Which, honestly, I don't think it's the most impactful in this game. Definitely nice for things like Gwen and Wukong, but we said before, Ultra Prime's composition is pretty squishy. So it tends to be like in fights, people are just gonna get blown up. There's not that much chance to use the sustain. I guess, you know, against the poker Zoe, it's pretty solid though.
True. And quick burst trades illusion maybe, but to be fair, burst against Ocean Soul's the complete opposite. You're gonna be dead before you utilize it. So with the way this game's going, we are gonna get a longer dragon game, considering one apiece was picked up. FPX with the first dragon of the game, and Hacker, as you saw on your screen, second. And now we just wait for that second Herald to spawn up in about a minute. That's when plating will be down. That's when we'll be into a bit of a firmer mid-game as Ultra Prime hold that lead. First item's also coming out, Orcs, and Ultra Prime have themselves 3 versus 2. So I guess Luden's going to be coming through here from Cryan with a Gore Drinker on Hacker, and he's picked that up moments before Clit was just able to get Divine Sunder.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're going to see a lot of these coming in. I do want to hopefully see Hung get his Imperial Mandate before they go for this Herald, but I don't think he's going to have it in time. He has been sitting on those components for a while, but, you know, supports don't get that much income. And I think they might just make a play for this bot lane turret. You can see Ultra Prime have reset and headed top for the Herald, so FPX, they're going to take first tower and just trade that off and probably be pretty happy with that one, right?
Yeah.
A big influx of gold that's going to be shared between these two. But it does mean I expect to see them back away from this top side, not overcommit here. Although saying that, Clid might be looking for an angle onto Zoom. Remember, Zoom has no flash.
He's not listening. Has a Slicing Maelstrom, though, as Herald's going to be started up. Not spotted out is this Wukong in Brush, as Clid is going to play the patient game. 4 members here. Now the scrying gets him. Mian Yu is going to run over, but not too close to that said Brush. You look at the bottom side in the meanwhile, though. LWX and Hung taking away the jungle camp. They've also got another wave there against the turret, and Care getting zoned out from the mid lane for the time being. So still a hell of a lot of gold onto our LWX and Hung for this trade.
Hey, we had a 2,000 goal lead for Ultra Prime, and with that first tower and, you know, picking up the jungle camps, bit of farm here and there, it's only about 500 for Ultra Prime. And, you know, the second Herald isn't going to swing gold nearly as much unless you can get 2 with it, if you can get like a tier 2. But at the moment, you know, still not yet to take a tower. Ultra Prime probably just going to end up getting 1, maybe mid-tier 1 could be valuable, but not the best position to be in. And now we look at the items. You know, I said Imperial Mandate came in. This is the big spike for Lucianami. I want to see them really start to try and find these windows, these opportunities to punish. You could just burst someone out who's caught sleeping. Elk is a great example, and also the Zoe, not quite at that point where you really start to threaten, but still can be a bit painful if you do eat a Sleepy Trouble Bubbles.
I get it. Caught sleeping. Very good, Orcs. I will say, though, if we don't get more kills, I know our audience there might start dozing off a bit because they expect something of LPL, but more importantly, they expect something of FPX as we get the needlework and finally get a bit more blood against the wall. Hacker with the kick follow-up, but now the range there for Summit. Hacker has gone far and wide to get the Sonic Wave, the flash burn, but the committal means the turret goes down with it too.
Yeah, just beautiful sweep up, not giving Summit really much of a chance to do anything with the Empress Divide into the kick. And now, does get the charge in. It's the second one onto that tower. So they get a tower themselves. They get a kill. They do get a second charge as well. Big positives for Ultra Prime, but it is traded back in return. Eldrix and Hung did pick up that tier 1 top. So at least fairly even in that regard. Now, Elk.
Oh, Gale Force. Okay. Well, Gale Force not used. Just the relentless pursuit. Very close call from the 80 carry of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'm not sure if the Gale Force would have even actually stopped it because, you know, when it's last 0.5 seconds of it, it doesn't interrupt. But here, Ward Hop with the Q, kick, and then the follow-up on the Sonic Wave. Hacker basically doing everything to ensure he has enough damage to take out the Gwen. It is a tanky Gwen, I'll say that much. But the Lee Sin just having enough on the back end, and so far, Ultra Prime, who had a pretty disastrous game 1, in a much better position. And I just want to remind the audience of the stakes. If Ultra Prime lose this game, they cannot make playoffs. It is impossible for them. And even though they'll still have some more games to play, with the end of the regular season, their 2022 will end.
It's Ultra Prime, who we hyped up as the underdogs. This team that could be a dark horse with the roster provider. But look at them now. Facing down 3 and 10, it might be a good-looking game too, but sealing the deal around this dragon seems to be the goal. As Care starting to hurt. Mianyo is out of the backside as Cryan now tries to poke them down. With TP coming through, this Azuma has flash available, but Summit's ulti is also there. Zone control played well by Care as Dragon starts.
They could have gone for a TP flank there, honestly. There were wards behind, even minions behind, but they opt to play more for the front to back. So they have to respect Care coming in with his poke.
Whoa, close call. Elk has himself no cleanse, actually. It's an exhaust, so if he gets hit by a trouble bubble, FPX have the all-in.
Definitely have that window. And I think the main thing for Ultra Prime is they want to keep Cryin and Elk in a good position, let them DPS, whereas the FPX is about connecting onto that back line, whether it's through Zoe poke or it's through the Wukong. That's what we're looking for.
Fight. I want blood, Orcs. I'm sick of sitting here as Tidal Wave. Hacker with the Sonic Wave. No, it's not stolen. It's FPX's Dragon. A zoom now with the angle. That's a slicing maelstrom of dreams, but they all flash out. They culling and out the back line. Summit now here with needlework, and as Hacker runs on in, the rest of FPX are over the wall. Sonic Wave to connect, but he ain't taking that risk as Care is a baller. Over the wall, almost takes 2 for the price of 1. And again, showing the aggression that FPX bring.
Man, it felt like Zoom saw the window, but this is the power of exhaust. 40% damage reduction turns something that could decimate a team into, a bit of poke, not enough to really take anyone down. And the turnaround is so swift there. You can see the Tidal Wave did a good job to zone. They don't get the angle to contest the Dragon. And then here, Zoom thinks he has it, but exhaust shuts down that damage. Isn't able to get more, and the fact that the Sleepy Trouble Bubble into the Gwenel just deletes him.
It's so nice combo from LWX and Summit as well. Hacker almost taken out. Summit is the back-end fighters. Care, my God, is a 0-2 Zoe and already doing that. That's a Ludens for you, but it will get a little bit worse as LWX helped pick up the kill for Summit in that fight. The Gwen now with gold on the board, and Orcs only a 900 gold lead here with Dragon precisely going to FPX. I mean, that's a big thing when we talked a lot about Ultra Prime being squishy, but having a lot of range to play for, especially in the late game.
100%. And I feel like that's the scary thing, is that they can be a massive threat. They can be a big problem. And FPX, even the depths to pick up that Dragon makes such a big difference in terms of like relieving the pressure of Assault from the side, threatening it yourself. And it just feels like Ultra Prime, they don't have the engage tools to try and really threaten. They try to play front to back. They're trying to play, okay, you guys engage on us and we kite backwards. But that only works if you're on the objective first, and they win in that situation. They're kind of pushing in themselves.
Had to walk in, and you even saw the strongest member in Hacker. He does a lot of damage, but once Hacker's out of the fight, everyone else right now is only going on par with the rest of FPX. As we look towards mid, LWX and Hung want to kill a Moon Man. As he walks up, Hacker's nearby. That's going to be a no, and they're going to back off. But you got to admire the aggression that we've talked about from this duo since the start of spring.
Yeah. Looking to try and find it.
Great, Orcs. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Hysterics. I just feel like sometimes you come out with these things, and I'm like, I don't know where to go for this.
That's our job, don't worry. You know what you tell me? You tell me that Hung has actually been one of the best supports this year.
He's been pretty good.
I mean, he's been bloody great. Let's be real. I mean, FPX's duo bot lane has been the focus of their fights and the focus of their games. Once again, LWX is set up for success, a 20 CS lead, and Infinity Edge well and truly on the way. But notice that top side, that Gwen that has got Shadow Flame on the way too. Two very big members with the looming Zoe. FPX is still very strong, but as we look towards Baron for now, TP going to be burned out by FPX, and Ultra Prime are just backing off, trying to draw them in.
Yeah, trying to get them to bait them into a fight. Remember, they are the ones who can kind of dictate the pace. If Clid wants to start something, wants to jump in. LWX gonna push in mid-wave, threaten this tower, but don't really think they're gonna be able to take it. And you just see, like, they have Cryin pushing the side lane, but the rest of Ultra Prime all have to just try and group together to defend against the plays. Also, we always talk about, like, Lucian Nami being this huge combo. Zoe Nami, it's actually kind of scary as well if you combo the Tycaller's Blessing on top of the Zoe damage. Like, this is a champion who already one-shots, and you're adding damage. It's kind of absurd.
You can time it with Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Once you time out, get the damage, Acro Prison comes in, you're stuck there longer, and you're on that with the Imperial Mandate as well, Orc, so a good call. Care is close to getting that second item himself too, so with all that burst potential and the game slowing down until the next Dragon, we're going to start talking about Ocean number 2. That'll be third for FPX if they can secure Ultra Prime with their second Dragon too. They got mid priority here, but FPX are down in the bottom side, just outside the river in their own jungle, while Ultra Prime is setting up some of that deep vision to try and counter.
And I just gotta say, this is how the fight wants to go for Ultra Prime. Get there first, be in the river, be setting up the objective, and have FPX run into you. They need to have positioning on the dragon beforehand. The problem is, they've grouped up 5 initially to make that happen. Summit's like, cool, I'll just take your tier 2 top. And so now Zoom has to run over there to try and prevent this, or they're just going to lose so much off the back of this. They see now, they kind of know people have left. Mid's not in a good spot. And look, FPX instantly smell blood in the water, moving the dragon area. And now Ultra Prime have to try and regain this, you know, try and force their way in.
Against AoE like Wukong ulti, against Hung's tidal wave as well. Ultra Prime moving up, trying to find Clid. As Cryan scouting out with the soldiers, but FPX is split. All different angles as Zoom's even backing here, ready to TP in. But as Summit shows on the mid wave, I mean, this level 14 Gwed with 2 items herself is going to be able to handle and add pressure to mid while Ultra Prime are just getting swayed.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Prime at least are trying to make their way in, but it's a similar setup we saw to the previous dragon. And it just feels like FPX is going to flip this one and then run away.
And they're just going to get outsmarted. Okay, well, at least get Trouble Bubble onto Zoom in the back end. That's nice. It's cleared with a 2-man Cyclone, the culling as well. And here's Summit laying down with the needlework. It deletes Meow Nu as Zoom comes in late with the ulti. But will it really be enough? Zoom lives on to tell the tale, but Care is now in with a double and make it 3. Trouble for Cryan, who gets sent back as Clip goes over. Care with a quadra kill. Zoe, the 300-year-old. It's only triple, excuse me, but bam, it hurts.
I mean, it was just the worst case scenario for Ultra Prime. They want to be on the objective. They want to kite backwards. How can you do that when a Gwen is already on your backline? And we just see them get deleted here. You know, they do manage, we do see Ultra Prime at least manage to get the dragon in this situation. But the way the fight plays out, firstly, Zoom is asleep, so he can't do anything. But both Meow Nu and L get knocked up. And then look at this third ult from the Gwen, decimating them. LWX does go a little bit danger close on that one, but the cleanup is there. Care just completely pops off. And in these messy fights, Zoe just has infinite summoners. Flashed away, gets another flash, flashes out. Flashing for days. There's even another on the floor that Care doesn't actually grab. There's still one on the floor. There's just so many flashes. Summoners for days.
I know, it's amazing. Teamfight Zoe. Horizon focus picked up now, by the way. 3.7k damage. It's been a while since we've got to quote, you know, things like 200 years. Got a Felios in the game, but it ain't him this time. And Care might be level 14, a level down against his opposing mid laner. But he has a bounty, and he is now absolutely one-shotting people like Elk Crying without his Banshees too. From Bubble going to come out as Ignite gets dropped on down. Wants to take the 1v1. Care's got backup though as Clid's on his way. Sun Turret comes up to help save, but with a portal jump under turret, Care missing quite a bit as Hacker has just died in the interim, or at least close to. Zoom's going to be denied for now as LWX going to be the target. He's stunned up as Ultra Prime make their comeback here, but Clid is going to die too. I don't know what to say about this game, but it is just going absolute bonkers up.
Yeah, that one was messy from FPX, and Ultra Prime, you know, Hackers are trying to sustain on the Lee Sin with the W. They should just be able to take this Baron. TP coming in from Summit though. Whoa. They don't want to let this one go.
Oh my god, double TP, and he has the needlework, almost level 16, but look at his AP as Hackers the one low. The poke coming through is going to start with Care as there's the first part. The second needlework, Hacker's dead. Summit gets Crying to half HP as well. Job done. That Orc is out of there. FPX now on the chases. You can see Ultra Prime have Zoom without an ulti himself. Summit has done enough, and that is just the perfect rendition of needlework in 12-13.
Devastation for Ultra Prime. That was the window back in the game. That was the window, the opportunity for them to find it, but they get forced away. We're going to replay of that fight. This was just such an absolute mess. TP comes in on the Sun Turret, Cryan's able to disengage initially, but we see LWX using all of his mobility, and then Zoom is like, this is like the freest ultimate that a Kennen has ever had. Bear in mind as well that Exhaust is being used on the Dragon fight, so it's not available for this one. Zoom finally gets to do full damage, and it really is starting to hurt.
It is, because now, well, on the side of FPX, at the very least, they've got a gold lead. They're almost 3 items strong here on some of these core carries. In fact, LWX now has the Infinity Edge. There's someone who has been relatively more quiet, with Elk actually getting the majority of kills for Ultra Prime. But I want to say that with now the Dragon back up in a minute's time and Care continuously hitting bubbles, FPX have position advantage again.
Look what Summit just picked up.
Oh, Rabadon's time. All right, that's definitely item.
Yeah, that is that's not him. That's doing something. Oh, Hacker.
Yeah, got him. Paddle Star, Portal Jump, half HP. All right, he's now going to back away. Zoom is joining in. But Summit's angle is what is giving me cause concern right now.
Yeah, bear in mind. So, as I said earlier today, the new Gwen, you kind of play him for your max ult damage, right? You can now just cast ult. You don't have to damage to get your second and third one. You just wait a second. So level 16, your ult is maxed, right? You have Rabadons and Shadow Flame for like maximum output off it. If someone hits an R3, someone dies.
Hung might be called out. Crime running forward. And Naka Prison to zone off as LWX sticks around 2. Someone who we were just talking about is waiting in the wings. Right now, Ultra Prime should know that he's somewhere around here. But as he gets spotted out in the mid wave, they still want to go all in for Clid. But 5 members here in a straight line always gives me goosebumps. 3 item Gwen runs away as Dragon's now live. Ultra Prime as a unit are going to move into River. But look at the angles that FPX begin with.
Yeah, and it feels like we're having a deja vu. Every time we get this Dragon set up, FPX are in this position and Ultra Prime have to approach. And now Dragon gone. I don't think you get a fight out of this either. Too much mobility in FPX. They'll try and push through, but no way FPX are going to opt into a fight unless they find the angle. So Ultra Prime, they group up, they posture, and they get nothing. And now, look at the side lanes. Huge wave top. Pretty big wave bot as well. Ultra Prime have to respond. This means FPX can maybe put some threat, maybe look for a pick mid, but looks like a reset's just going to come out.
But look at Summit. I mean, Summit hasn't left. Summit's playing the angles. Here's the Needlework part 2. As onto Hacker and Meow New. That Lee Sin kick has to get him out of there. Summit still with 1 Needlework. You're backing in the brush. Please do not do that.
You gotta be a little bit careful on that one. Meow New taking a lot of damage. Obviously, an AoE ability doesn't quite one-hit the Lulu, but does a scary amount. And Summit did burn Ghost, did burn Ultimate, but the Ultimate will at least be back pretty quickly on that one. And now LWX, FPX, sorry, feel confident with 3 Dragons in pocket, are leaning towards that Soul.
Hacker's going to be zoned out. Still in the water. LWX and Hunger here over the wall. Sonic Wave is going to connect with Hacker. Jumps on in for the steal, but to steal it, was that worth it? Care not getting the snipe, though. Hacker lives. Maybe it is as Crying gets the first kill of the battle, but Summit's joining in with Zoom's ulti, finally getting value. Summit left on an island, though, and Hacker's back in to cause the effect. Now over the wall, he's got Needlework yet again. Are you ready? Onto Elk, the exhaust in. Last part of the Needlework, doesn't get it. And Ultra Prime punish FPX again.
How does that work? How does it work that Hacker suicides for a red buff
and live?
And they win the fight? That doesn't make any sense. I was so ready to flame him. I feel like he's been rewarded for his bad behavior. Now Clid is going to try and steal it away, but he is being hunted down.
He is, and look, with Zoom here as well, it's going to be so hard. Stunned up and left hanging. Baron going to go to Ultra Prime. A game 3 maybe now. More likely as Ultra Prime just, yeah, you're right. Hacker went very greedy here, and I can't believe it worked.
I just don't understand. I feel like they had no idea the Hacker was going to do this, and that's what made it work. They were like, there's no way he pressed his key. They didn't even rationalize it, and it caught them so off guard. FPX just had no idea what to do after that. And Zoom comes in, wasn't exhausted this time, importantly enough, and they managed to clean up the fight. But I don't even know what to say, Hysterics. I just feel like Hacker living in a world of his own.
God, Hacker's that kind of player. We talked about him, you know, seeking thrills, I think is the easiest way to put him up. A Hacker, someone who's been in the league for so long and is that player who's kind of been flippy at the best of times, and that is the perfect way to describe him as TP comes through with his Baron up team.
Because it worked, now it's like, oh, I should do that more often.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a good play now because it worked. God. It's so rough because what we were seeing was FPX taking so many great angles. Now after Baron's been taken, after Ultra Prime took the fight, We're swinging it right back with a 4-item Aphelios. Crying in a great position as well. And these side turrets finally starting to be battered down. There's a lot of gold that FPX are now losing with Ultra Prime swinging a 3k gold lead in their favor.
And I mean, if you aren't able to find the burst angles from FPX, the extended fights, Ultra Prime with the Azir, with the Aphelios will come.
Got jungle. Hacker still not punished here, but he's going to run away. Healing up as well as Summit is defending by himself, but Care is hitting. Bubbles galore. Elk blocks up, and now Care in a bad position, and Sonic Wave, a great sidestep from the mid laner. And Ultra Prime still trying to play the aggression. Elk will be fine, he has Severum, but at the very least, Ultra Prime are getting delayed with their siege slowing down a little bit with the next wave coming in.
They should find that mid tower just on the back of this next wave. Not really much FPX can do to defend, and there should be the inhib going as well. Mid inhib, not the worst to lose, all things considered, but definitely not a positive in the current situation of the game. So now FPX, we look towards that dragon in 40 seconds. It's going to be very hard for them to contest it when they have super minions pushing in mid, when Ultra Prime still have the Baron.
Oh my god! Care just doesn't miss, does he? I mean, we're going to get away from this, but Ultra Prime now looking for the pick on top of Hung. Crying runs on in as Hacker zoned out. LWX still danger close as Summit returns. And look at who he's found. Onto Zoom, over the wall. He knows they're all there, but Summit thinks he can take him as Care probably can't anymore. Drop Bubble still connects as we're just lingering here, but TP coming through. Tidal Wave Care jumps in anyway. In the choke! Summit gets the perfect ulti. Zoom, meanwhile, doing the same, but he's quickly bursted down. That's how FPX come together. They're wombo enthralling.
And Summit on the flank angle now.
How do you get out? How do you get out? How do you get out? Summit backwards. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you one thing. In Greek mythology, Timus means to honor God. At level 18, Summit on this Gwen. Now looking for the 1v2. The snip enhances Hacker and Cryet run away. But Cryet's been caught out yet again. Denying the damage. Stealing buffs. But FPX still win the fight as LWX comes in for the angle now with Ocean Soul. Hacker lives on, but it's FPX now with the salt in this game too.
Oh, some extra combat power. Ultra Prime definitely did not want FPX to get that one. As much as I said, like, it wouldn't be, the best game for Ocean Soul. Summit and Clit are going to be a menace to deal with. And it's just a beautiful combo. The angle that came in here. Trouble Bubble connects. Hung with the ult over the top. And then the Wukong as well. Elk, nothing he could do there. And we see Zoom go for an ult return, but the exhaust comes down. Still does enough damage to one hit Hung, even with the exhaust. But LWX a bit tanky, and he will survive in here. The chase down comes in. Care actually using the Gale Force. I remember Gale Force does magic damage to quite a lot when you have that magic pen that a Zoe does.
Chase down insane. The Zoe now with a Magi. Care has got 10 stacks, and I guess it's only up from here if you believe in FPX, but Ultra Prime still up with a gold lead. But now they're facing the Ocean Soul, and as we talked about, for Ultra Prime would have been nice to maybe survive some of the burst, but for FPX, when we look at the sustained DPS here, Orcs might come in handy.
Yeah, and something as well, like, it's such a small node, but I feel like LWX is permanently out of mana, right? Normally, we don't see it so much anymore, but Essence Reaver was like a great item solution for the mana regen. But Ocean Soul obviously does restore mana, so...
True.
I feel like he's like, it's such a luxury, because often like the fix to it is just like make sure you don't run out of mana, like reset in time. But I feel like LWX is enjoying the fact he can now just spam his abilities with a little bit less concern.
And he can be so aggressive, right? He's got the GA too. That's actually full item now. Serelda's Grudge picked up outright here as LWX makes that final back. And at 37 minutes into the game, we're at that point there with 80 carries. Both full item build. Mid laners getting to that point as Rabadon's now picked up here for Crying. Look across the board. We saw the Zonyas before here from Care and the Magi's I mentioned. But top laners too. Zonyas for both. Zoom and Summit both level 18 in this upcoming fight, which feels like it's going to brew over Baron Orcs.
Yeah, feels like we're set up for it. Actually, oh, bit of connection there. Yeah, I feel like you don't want to flip it on the Elder, because with Elder, it's like whoever smites wins. Whereas Baron is about to set up for the fight themselves. Elk's running.
And Needlework's coming through. Elk's going forward. Flashes into it. Into Summit. That's a big move here from the 80 carry of Ultra Prime. as Clid disappears, but Care gets a trouble bubble in the meantime, setting up the paddle
Can't
start,
go for it,
but
can't go for it.
will not take the risk. Ultra Prime now with that are going to move to Baron.
The thing is, Summit's ult's pretty low cooldown, and he has TP, whereas Elk is now flashed up. A little bit risky from Summit TP in that close, but we'll be fine. But yeah, you burn flash on your Aphelios to make that play. And the only real lasting impact I feel like on Summit is the fact that he took his ghost. Obviously, Care now flashless. Oh.
Hitting
You see how whenever the Sleepy Trouble bubble comes in, all of Ultra Prime just kind of freeze and they're just ready in case there's follow-up.
Oh, but Clid's angle is something I need to be worried about because Summit's almost got ulti up as well into Elk. He's frontlining. Elk going frontlining into GA while Clid gets the backline. Timus returns here with Elk just dead. Making the brutal play before, but Orcs, he burned his flash before as Kryne has to run away. Zoom with the ulti out, but now he exposed himself as Summit's ulti through the choke is going to hurt them all. This is honoring a god in the top lane, honoring a god in the mid lane, and honoring FPX, who are looking for the end.
Just out of nowhere, Elk makes a critical error. Flashless, gets punished, and now it's the last duty to defend.
Trouble bubble comes in, yeah, running in, and the flash over. Kryne will die even with his soldiers out and about. FPX will eliminate Ultra Prime and Rare Atom, the 2-for-1 blow that keeps their playoff dream alive here at the start of week number 9, and that was a messy one, to say the least.
Man, and the pressure being back on stage for the first time in a while, and Elk just crumbles. And now, as you said, Ultra Prime cannot make playoffs anymore. I'll be real, they're already in a rough spot with a 3-9 scoreline, but with this, there's no sort of scenario where they end up making it into that top 10. And FPX, not the cleanest performance in that game too, but they managed to bring it through in the end and keep their hopes in at least a decent spot.
Look, the win's a win, right? And 2-0 when we said that
it
they
is a
really
win.
don't. They really don't 2-0. FPX have only done it a couple of times during this split, and when they get their wins, it's hard fought out. It's always game 3. And it must feel good considering that they had that win streak. They looked great with Summit. And in this series again, like especially game 1, that was the FPX we could see that could make playoffs.
For sure. I honestly feel like if FPX play like that in that game 1, this is the FPX we saw in that big win streak where everyone was super hyped over. I think they are still in a decent spot, but the challenge comes later in their schedule because they have to play Weibo later this week. That is the big one. They also have to play WE, which I expect them to take. I think WE are already struggling to get a win of anyone else we've seen. So if they can beat out Weibo, they're actually in a good spot, right? If they don't beat Weibo, still possible. But the Weibo one could be massive, especially depending on whether it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, what direction that goes in. But the main thing is, at this point, it's not even just about the series. The games matter, I feel, for the game difference.
Absolutely.
Getting a 2-0 compared to a 2-1 can make all that difference. And teams are starting to feel the crunch, the pressure, especially going back on stage after such a long time, on top of the fact that you have, 3 potentially series left. FPX now only have 2 left. You can't afford to falter.
I just can't believe that game came down to Elk. Like, Elk had such an amazing engage through mid, and then Elk suddenly frontlining when he just burned his flash. Orcs, he was the one that burnt the flash for the play. And he's like, I don't have summoners, I'm stuck. I'm caught.
Yeah,
That's
he
it.
just got left isolated, and you only make one of those mistakes, and it's super costly. And it makes you question why he went for that aggressive play with the flash. Felt almost impatient, because as much as, he didn't actually burn that much from the side of FPX. Like, he got the ghost, and I think he got Care's flash, but it just wasn't worth it when you're so much of your team's damage, when you need to be this, buffed up superpower as the Aphelios. Dashing in like that, using your summoners, definitely costly.
It is, and I feel like at this point now, we can start talking up the potential of FPX. As you already alluded to, the Weibo win is kind of needed, or at least would be helpful, right? Still a chance to make it, but FPX, their game differential, Orcs, that's what scares me. 6 and 8, 7 is where a lot of teams are lingering right now. And the fact that TT can still get up to 7 as well with a relatively decent schedule. Teams like BLG can still try and get up there too. I'm kind of wondering how confident FPX will feel on that number. Is that gold graph, though? Forget what playoffs is. That's just a gold graph. Oh my god.
That is something. And credit to Cryan. Man, Cryan has had a really good split. Regardless of the condition of Ultra Prime at the moment, Cryan has had a good split. And here again, 36,000 damage, doing what he can, and it just wasn't enough. But FPX, you know, there were some falters, but they brought it back, and they brought it back in force.
They did. Look at the damage, dude. Like, Cryan tried his heart out once again. At the start of the show, he said Cryan is trying his best, and he really was, man. I feel like that Azir performance wasn't too shy of something really decent. And it's just sad to watch Ultra Prime. So many great members coming together, but not working well together.
Damage per gold, 240%. I feel like Cryan hasn't gotten the most resources at all, but there's so much work with it, and he's just been this reliable carry for this team. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate this is the end of Ultra Prime's chances at playoffs, but I feel like even when teams can't make playoffs, there's still such a battle to, like, you know, find the upsets, get the wins. Pride factor as well. Like, even though in terms of what it means for, like, go to playoffs, the difference between 13 and 15 is irrelevant, it still means a lot to, like, not end up in that position. I know, for example, teams like WE still hunting for that first win, but anyone is just trying to get, like, as many points to the board as possible.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's just that final run. It always happens in week number 9, week number 10. Weibo are a team that, you know, like, are doing exactly that with a lot of games left to play. Looking at EDG as well, they've only got 2, but there's that final run in the final couple of weeks where it can be disrupted by anyone. We are just waiting for the interview, of course, folks, before we round out today's show, but all I can say is, like, 2-2-0 is not really expected, considering that maybe at the start of today...
They'll be closer.
Yeah, I thought anyone's legend would be able to find something against RNG, but... Well, I mean, they almost did, but especially that second game. FPX got called out numerous times, but, man. L can be so good and also so tragic at the same time.
Yeah, and I feel like I feel like the reason it feels so rough for this lineup is because there's so many players who've, you know, we said this earlier. Zoom, for example, did not have the best day, but is a player who historically has been, you know, at times an absolute monster.
True.
So it's one of those scenarios where you can't feel a little bit help but feel a little bit sad. But I feel like that's the way of the LPL. There's so many stacked lineups. There's so many rosters that realistically, we have 17 teams, a lot of good ones. Not all of them are going to make it. And even making it in the playoffs doesn't guarantee you're necessarily going to go forwards. I feel like at the moment, for me, the top teams look really threatening. And I specifically think top esports and RNG. RNG, obviously, we saw today, look like a hard opponents to go up against.
Oh, they are. RNG, I think, are going to be top 2. I mean, the way they're looking right now and the schedule they have, we were saying a little bit earlier, top 2 looks quite likely, and for other teams in the mix, like who you saw today, anyone's legend still not secured in playoffs, by the way, still struggling. We just looked at FPX now bridging their way back into the top 10, but how long they say there's going to be a big question with, again, Weibo coming up next. And for Ultra Prime, RA, they are out. Remember, LGD aren't, as they still haven't played their what is it, 12th? Yeah, 12th game. More importantly, 10 losses is what secures you into being out at the moment. Where 9 wins is the security for getting in, Orcs. IG, LGD are up on the chopping block next.
Yeah, so it's basically one of the situations where so FPX have 6 wins, so obviously, and they're 10th place, right? Every team above them has 7 wins or more, so you have to get at least 6 wins, but also FPX have -2 game difference, and Ultra Prime and Rare Adam, they could get 6 wins, but they wouldn't be able to catch up on the game difference. Not even close. They are so far away from it. So that's kind of where it is now.
It's so rough as well. Look, Care gets MVP for that one. Not a big surprise here with the Zoe landing trouble bubbles left, right, and center. I mean, the utility player, not always getting the perfect follow-up assassination, but Care was on point with this pick.
For sure, like so many opportunities. Landing the trouble bubbles, and not every trouble bubble is followed up on because some of them you obviously can't. But like here, Zoom slept at the start of the fight, and Zoom just unable to do anything. Yes, he does eventually join the fight, but delayed so heavily, and then slept again in the fight, like back-to-back Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. Yeah. That's the thing, is obviously everyone thinks about the Zoe Burst combo, Sleepy Trouble Bubble into the Paddle Star, but if you just sleep someone and don't hit them, the CC duration is really long.
It's insane when you don't have any cleanses on the team, right? Especially when, you know, Elk chose to take Exhaust into this game. No one else with a cleanse. And we looked at this late game, and it's like, Banshee's Val better save me. Banshee's Val did not save him.
Miani was even building Mikhail's at the end, but...
Yeah, he was.
wasn't there in time, and that sleepy trouble bubble there. There was moments where it felt like we saw the momentum from Ultra Prime, and these trouble bubbles just shut it down. And Zoe is such a feast of famine champion. You either hit or you don't.
As we've just been told, LWX is standing by with an interview with Wendy, so we're going to throw it over.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have invited LWX from FunPlus Phoenix with us. Congratulations on today's 2-0 victory. And we feel like for today's game, you guys have a more proactive draft, and you performed as carry as usual and played very aggressively today with your Lucian. So what adjustments made by the team before today's matchup? 那首先恭喜你们2-0拿下比赛的胜利。第一个问题要问到的是，感觉今天小凤凰好像选出的阵容主动性更高了一点。那翔哥也是一如既往的非常的 carry， 而且拿到卢锡安进攻性十足。所以说，你们可能赛前进行了怎么样的一些特别的调整或者准备吗？
赛前就是想到了可能会往卢锡安的英雄，然后就前面就设计的比较主动一点。
So before today's game, we have some prediction that maybe I will just pick Lucian, this champion, on today's best of 3. So we have some plans around this champion, especially around the early phase. And yeah, we can see this from the actual game. And in today's first game, you were able to have a very smooth win. But let's move on to game 2. In game 2, the game really went back and forth, and UP got the Baron successfully, and they were able to get some gold lead in the mid game. So how did you guys handle with that intense situation? 那其实说，感觉你们好像今天第一局是比较的顺利，但第二局还是打的有来有回的。UP 也在中期拿到了一些经济的领先，包括也成功拿到了大龙。所以说，可能在当时那种情况，你们是怎么来处理那种比较紧张的局面的呢？
第二局就是因为我们前期有一些失误嘛，所以导致后面会就比较拖嘛，然后我们就考虑一下让用左一的意去找机会，然后慢慢来打。
So in game 2, we made some mistakes in the early game. So because of that, we have to drag to the very late game. And in the actual game, we would like to just seek more opportunities, especially using Zoe's E-skills, the Sleepy Bubble, to find more opportunities in the mid to late game. And I want to talk a bit more about the last team fight in game 2, because you guys have shown us a gorgeous teamwork, gorgeous performance. Especially your Lucian really did a very high amount of damage. So tell us more about the communications around there. How did you guys were able to find such good opportunity, such good angle to make the engagement around the mid lane? 那其实还想问一下，第二局你们最后的一波团战，当时你们也是展现出了绝佳的配合，你的卢锡安也是打出了绝佳大量的一个输出，所以说想问一下，你们当时是怎么来找到机会来开那一波团，找到那个机会最后终结掉比赛的？
但是因为他们 AD 在中路，所以我们用了闪现嘛，然后看到那个位置，觉得他们的 AD 是比较好杀的那个位置，所以就找机会开了那波。
Because the opponent's affiliates have already used the flash on us around the main lane. So it feels like around the last team fight, the opponent's AD player, we can have a very good angle on him. So we were able to have a very perfect hard engage on the affiliates. And after that, we were able to win the team fight successfully. And my very last question is, FPX is still have the chance to get a ticket, to get the seat for the playoff. And there's so many fans keep supporting you, supporting FPX. So do you have any words to all of them? 那最后一个问题也是，现在小凤凰也在为季后赛的一个名额做争夺嘛？那其实还有非常非常多的粉丝一直相信着你，相信着FunPlus，所以说有什么话想对所有支持你们的粉丝朋友们说的吗？
很感谢粉丝们对我们的支持，我们也会努力的把接下来比赛都好好的把它赢下来，然后就不会让大家失望。
So definitely thank you for all the support from all the fans, and definitely we're going to try our best to win every single matchups for you guys. So thank you, and thank you again. Congratulations! 再次的恭喜你们，也希望接下来比赛你们都能够拿下。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy. Good to have you back here finally with interviews. I just love that LWX simply knew that, yeah, Elk used his flash. It was like, we punished Elk because Elk flashed. As simple as that.
I feel like something LPL teams are so fantastic at doing is tracking summoners or like purposely burning summoners, like fighting, not necessarily for an objective, but fighting just to burn summoners. And that didn't really happen here. Elk just got to burn his flash, right? So they're like, cool, let's just take advantage of this, and absolutely made it work.
As we bring up what happened today, it's 2-0-2-0. It's a quick night for you all, but it is an important night with RNG moving up towards the top of the standings. I mean, that win against AL also denying anyone's legend from getting closer towards playoffs. It's just such a hard run.
Absolutely. Like, you know, this isn't the end of the world for AL. I do think RNG are one of the tougher teams for them to face because they often like to fight back from a deficit, and RNG don't let you come back from a deficit. But yeah, still got time to make it up, but starting to get closer and closer to their final games. And we see obviously Ultra Prime and RA knocked out as they can only reach a max of 6 wins, and with the -13 and -14 game score, they cannot match FPX, so can't make that top 10. LGD still can make actually 7 wins just due to the fact they have that many games left. So although they're in a rough spot, they could still technically make it into that top 10 for the time being. And at the moment, right, we have 6 teams locked in, 3 teams locked out. There is still 8 teams fighting for those last 4 spots. And I feel like, you know, it's getting closer and closer to the end. Less and less opportunity to make up the slack.
And we're going to be talking about schedules across this week and who has an easier time of it, because coming up tomorrow, RA already gone, IG could be. So chance to play spoilers is on the bottom side. V5 coming off a loss against OMG. BLG need every win like FPX. So it is their time to make the run. And with their win against FPX, maybe it's possible.
You know, honestly, I mean, game 1, RA is obviously already out, but they could take IG with them. And also, when you're that low in the standings, every win matters so much more, right? You're fighting to get any win you can. So I expect that to be a bit of a battle. Leon vs. Shun should be an absolute banger. But that V5 BLG one, V5 are on a 2-loss streak.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. BLG need the wins. And I kind of, in my head, I was like, okay, like BLG, they play V5, OMG, and WE. I'll probably beat WE. But V5, I mean, OMG look pretty good at the moment. So I feel like BLG, they've got a bit of a rough schedule, but I don't think it's impossible that they beat V5. And I feel like that's crazy to say.
Yeah.
But they have been looking better, and V5 have been looking worse. So maybe they meet somewhere in the middle.
That'd be insane. If they could beat V5, I mean, BLG, then suddenly, you know, yeah, their in schedule looks rough. But, like, dude, OMG, WE, they beat V5, they can probably beat those guys as well. As ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Orcs for joining me here for tonight. It was a quick one. Thank you to yourself as usual. It's bye for now, but not forever.
you.
Have a good night. We'll see you for the rest of Monday tomorrow.